The man with a scar on his cheek, wrapped in a red scarf, threw a sarcastic smile at his interlocutor. There is no place in their guild for those who pity weapons. His red-eyed interlocutor only grumbled discontentedly in response, turned around, and silently left the building, heading in an unknown direction. In this world, dragons have long become a part of human life. No one can imagine their existence without them. These mighty creatures calmly walk the city streets and soar in the sky alongside their owners. About 1,000 years ago, humans learned to breed dragons themselves, and since then these majestic beings have penetrated every sphere of life. Dragons come in various sizes from tiny and medium to true giants, and each subspecies has its own characteristics and purpose. Even the smallest dragons are 2 or 3 times larger than a human. They are mostly used for transporting cargo, and during war they turn into fast and reliable means of transportation for riders. Medium dragons are like living houses. They pull heavy loads over long distances, while large ones are the true combat power of any army and usually have their own names. Those who tame these creatures are called dragon riders or dragon-slaying knights, and eventually they created their own guild. It was at that moment the young man was walking down the street when his gaze caught a majestic dragon flying overhead. The young man was named Silier, and when he looked up, above him hovered a dragon with 4 wings, a representative of the species known as Vritra. This variety was valued not only for lightning speed in the air, but also for steady endurance and boundless loyalty to its master. It was on such dragons that knights undertook the longest journeys. Among the medium species, there are also especially loyal ones, nidhogg's, known for their fiery temper, so they are often taken on military campaigns. Next to the young man passed a mother with a child, and the boy, noticing the dragon, shouted with excitement and pointing upwards, urged his mother to look at the sky. The child sincerely said that when he grows up, he will definitely become a dragon rider. These words brought a warm smile to Silier, for this was a cherished dream for every boy. The mother and son moved on, while Silier turned onto another street, smiling at the thought that being a night dragon slayer was not only honorable but also incredibly profitable. Had a crowd gathered, people whispered in surprise. Silier froze, hearing someone angrily ordering to move faster. In the middle of the crowd stood a young man with his dragon, which stubbornly refused to obey orders. The beast froze in place and growled lowly, while the rider with golden hair grew increasingly irritated. Silier recognized this dragon at first glance, Terex, a representative of the small subspecies. Apparently it was rented for travel, as such are usually kept specifically for trips, and its body was covered with hard scales, convenient for riding. The dragon continued to growl as if trying to say something. Silier watched him intently, not taking his eyes off.
The man did not relax. He instantly took out a flashlight and shone a blinding beam into the stranger's face, trying to blind him, and at the same time grabbed the first thing that looked like a stick, which
Silier decided to help and sincerely offered his assistance. The blonde, a bit surprised, agreed. Having made sure that the person in front of him was the next client, the rider hurriedly apologized for the delay. But Silier calmly explained that he was not going to ride, he was here for a completely different reason. Standing aside and carefully observing the animal, the young man noticed that the dragon probably had an injured paw. The blonde at first did not catch what was being said. Silier clarified, the right hind leg hurts, and pointed to it. The rider immediately turned to the dragon. He sat down nearby and asked the dragon to take a few steps. It moved, but almost immediately began to limp and tremble, and seeing this, the rider agreed with Silier's guess and quietly asked where exactly the creature was injured. The boy rubbed the back of his head again and decided to temporarily stop renting so as not to torment that creature. Silier stood aside like a shadow, calmly observing everything and not interfering in the conversation. The blonde smiled, sincerely thanked the young man for his help, and asked if he himself rented dragons. Silier briefly replied that he never rents dragons and advised the rider to treat the animals more carefully. The rider only nodded in surprise. The conversation ended. Silier moved forward, bypassing the injured dragon. The dragon looked at him and seemed to thank him for the care. Silier smiled, understanding her words, and wished her a speedy recovery. The dark-haired young man stood by the dragon and quietly said that today he was not in the mood to work. He begged to give the dragon a day of rest so that it could recover and return to duty. But the man with the scar only sneered. He did not believe that creatures could feel emotions, and Silier instantly reacted to this contempt. The boy tried to convince the man, but he only smiled arrogantly and did not take him seriously. He was amused that Silier pitied the dragons, calling them no more than livestock. Such words only fueled even greater anger in the young man. Since childhood, he had a rare gift. He understood the language of dragons. This did not mean that he heard the thoughts of all animals, but the thoughts of dragons reached him most clearly. It was thanks to this ability that he decided to become a dragon-slaying knight. Silier spent countless hours studying dragons, absorbing their distinctive features into his memory, and learned to establish contact with them in just one day. Instead of using dragons as tools, he asked for their help every time he dared to ride one of them, and people, believing that he controlled the creatures with the power of thought, invited him to the Lindworm Dragon Riders Guild. The Lindworm Guild had an S rank. Its emblem was adorned with mountains of diplomas and certificates, clear evidence of the high skill of its members. The guild's rank was determined by the number of dragons and the skill of their riders. The highest was level S. To achieve it, one had to complete 3 extremely difficult tasks together with another guild or 2 on their own. The Lindworm completed all trials themselves, not combining their work with others, and the knights of this guild forced their dragons to work by force against their will. Such an attitude contradicted Silier's beliefs and caused him deep disgust towards working together with them. Less than a month passed and he was removed from his position, called a lazy and talentless person who only looked for excuses. Thus he was shamefully expelled from the guild. Silier was not sad, on the contrary. He felt relief, as if a heavy burden had fallen from his shoulders, and after that decided never to deal with any guild again. Having thrown off the imposed rules, he seemed to feel free, but a strange anxiety still sat in his chest. After all, not working for a guild meant working for himself, so now he had to figure out how to earn a living. After the expulsion, Silier became a free dragon rider and often visited the city administration, where independent knights gathered who took on various assignments. On the walls of the administration hung announcements about different tasks, from guild orders to simple errands for ordinary citizens, and Silier's reputation was spoiled. His past expulsion and lack of his own dragon complicated the job search. Anyone could come to the town hall and receive a task, even such, that could be completed by renting a dragon. Silier was looking over the notice board and suddenly noticed one that immediately caught his eye. He took down the sheet describing the order and read it carefully. The task was 1, to raise and train a newborn dragon. Wasting no time, Silier hurried to the client. In the living room, they sat opposite each other, separated by a large table with mugs. The client introduced himself as Patrick Forge and thanked him for his willingness to help. Patrick smiled awkwardly and admitted that most refused this task as soon as they learned the details. Silier just nodded. He understood the reasons, as taming dragons is truly unpredictable. The man agreed that such a thought was quite logical. Before starting work, the dark-haired knight clarified how exactly the client wanted to raise his dragon, and he replied that he intended to give it to his son for his birthday. Silier could not hide his surprise. Patrick explained that he had heard from trading friends, when a child is born, one should get a dragon. The young man agreed, considering this tradition good. When a child and a dragon grow up together, a strong bond is woven between them, and later that creature becomes a reliable guardian of its owner.
You need to sincerely try to understand her.
The young man agreed, considering this tradition good. When a child and a dragon grow up together, so Patrick decided to turn to the dragon-slaying knights in hopes that they could help. The young man listened attentively and asked to be shown the dragon itself, after which the client stood up and led him to the exit. They passed through a luxurious garden, strewn with flowers, with a small fountain in the middle. Before them, on the ground, bound by chains, a small female dragon Taraskin was peacefully sleeping, paying no attention to those present. Patrick explained that this type of Tarask is compact and quickly gets used to people. That's why he chose this one. Silier nodded and added that this subspecies is often used to transport people. But despite everything, this dragoness stubbornly did not listen to any trainer, so Patrick asked the young man to try to gain her trust in people, and Silier quietly approached, sat down nearby, and did not disturb her sleep at all. He gently introduced himself and asked the dragon her name. The creature instantly opened her eyes and looked directly at the stranger.
At first, the man was confused when he heard about the Babylonian bird, but over time he realized that they could still understand.
The knight spread his hands and, trying to calm her, asked her to explain exactly what she meant. She froze, words disappeared, and looked at the man with surprise, who understood her without translation, and Silier only smiled warmly, indicating that he heard and understood everything. He nodded and quietly said that he understood her desire. The dragoness was surprised but did not miss the chance to tell her story. The dark-haired young man listened attentively, not looking away. She lowered her head and said sadly that she had always been close to her younger sister, but Patrick bought only her. Silier silently listened and sympathized with the creature. In despair, she begged to be allowed to be with her sister and swore that as soon as that happened, she would listen to people and obey all orders. Silier quietly whispered whether she really wanted to live together with her sister. The dragoness replied with a bitter hiss, They had been inseparable since hatching until people separated them. Silier pondered her words for a moment and explained that the merchant sincerely wants her to befriend his child, then asked if she would obey the boy if his request was fulfilled. The dragoness answered without hesitation, "I will do it only when I see my sister again, and promise to fulfill any condition if they are reunited." Having agreed, Silier stood up and returned to Patrick to tell him everything he had heard. He, with anxiety in his voice, asked how the conversation with the dragon went, and whether anything useful was learned. Silier nodded affirmatively and first of all asked where Patrick had acquired this creature. Patrick awkwardly admitted that he bought it from a dragon trader, while the dragoness lay patiently waiting for the people's decision. Silier strongly advised to immediately contact the same trader and find out if he still had another such creature. The knight added probably that other dragon at the trader is the younger sister of the one in chains. Patrick, hearing these words, raised his eyebrows in surprise. The young man explained with pain that due to separation from his sister, the dragoness refuses to listen to people and assured that their reunion would fix everything. The man confusedly rubbed his cheek, as if gathering broken thoughts, trying to understand how the boy could understand the creature. Silier did not reveal the details of his gift, only quietly asked to fulfill the request as soon as possible. Patrick nodded excitedly and promised that he would settle everything right away. Some time passed, and the dragoness anxiously awaited news when suddenly a noise nearby caught her attention. Another dragon appeared before her exactly like her, chained, brought by a blonde. Patrick and Silier were walking nearby. The dragoness immediately recognized her younger sister in the newcomer and rushed to meet her, unable to contain her joy. Both stretched towards each other with all their might, but the chains did not allow them to unite. The blonde man held the younger one firmly, begging for calm. Then Silier turned to Patrick with a request to unchain the dragons and allow them to be together. Patrick silently nodded and ordered the blonde man to free the dragon. He obediently carried out the order. As soon as the shackles fell, the young dragoness rushed to her older sister. The elder waited with wings wide open. When they came close, she exclaimed that she was infinitely glad to see her sister alive and unharmed. They met, embraced tenderly, and did not hold back tears of joy. The elder confessed that she was afraid she would never see her again. The dragonlings did not want to part. The younger repeatedly said the elder's name as if afraid she would disappear from sight. Silier was moved by this sincere reunion and involuntarily smiled. Nearby, Patrick watched, not hiding his amazement, and the knight only quietly smiled in response. Silier whispered that these were sisters who had been separated for many years, and now they simply could not let each other go. Patrick looked at them thoughtfully and quietly noted that they behaved almost like humans. The knight did not comment, only slightly averted his gaze. Remembering how the Lindworm Guild had mocked the dragons, Silier quietly shook his head, disagreeing with Patrick's conclusions. Looking at the merchant, he realized that he too felt the invisible thread between the sisters, even though he did not understand their language. Patrick called the steward to talk about the payment and then set off for the estate, but the dragon sisters immediately approached Silier. Seeing them approaching, he turned around, and the elder sincerely thanked him for the help in the reunion, while the younger, learning that it was thanks to him, also thanked him excitedly. Together they promised to obey all his orders, smiling because fate had finally smiled upon them. Silier sat down nearby and asked for only one thing to befriend the merchant's son. The sisters instantly recalled Patrick's words and laughed cheerfully, as if completely agreeing with him. The elder firmly assured that she would do everything to get along with the boy if they were no longer separated, and the younger just silently smiled in agreement. Silier gently stroked both on the heads and asked them to try hard. The dragons nodded, and a joyful sparkle glittered in their eyes. Rising, he left them alone in the garden, and for the first time in a long while, they were able to feel peace. At the exit from the estate, Patrick spread his arms wide and sincerely thanked the knight for the help. He still could not believe it. Silier had really gotten along with the dragon. All the best trainers were powerless, and the merchant only whispered that he was an incredible person. But Silier only asked, from now on, never separate the sisters. Even when they grow up, they must be kept close because otherwise they might stop obeying again, and that will cause new problems. Patrick listened carefully and remembered these words. When they returned to the garden, the two dragons were already sleeping side by side, pressed against each other like children who had finally felt safe. Silier smiled, gazing into that calm. Setting off on the road, he remembered how he was once expelled from the best guild, Lindworm. But he felt no regrettingly quiet joy. His gift allowed him not only to understand dragons, but also to feel their emotions. Since then, the young man solemnly vowed to help the dragons and protect them, never betraying his own beliefs. Turning back to the city administration, Silier approached the wall with announcements. He knew he had to earn a living, but in his soul he longed to earn a good name that would one day open great opportunities before him. Nearby, two young men were eagerly discussing the order, reviewing the task list. They were attracted by one offer with a large reward, but one of them could not find the announcement and asked his friend to show it. And as soon as he read the conditions, he immediately refused. It was about searching for a dragon, and the boy did not even want to take the risk. His friend nodded and they both dismissed the idea. Nearby, Silier stood and listened carefully to their conversation. When the boys left, he approached the very announcement they had rejected. After reading it, Silier was quite surprised to learn who the client was. He tore the sheet off the wall and, despite all doubts, decided to take on this task. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice sounded somewhere. Is the lady still writing her letter? The maid with the tray turned to the lady, looking at the pile of letters on the table in surprise, while the girl in the armchair sat looking irritated about the upcoming meeting. She sighed. No matter how many letters she wrote, hardly any of the Dragon Slayer writers would quickly take up her cause. In front of her lay several sealed letters and one more unfinished, and the girl feared that any delay would only worsen the situation. Stretching out her hands, she leaned on the back of the chair and sadly fixed her gaze on the window, from where gentle morning light was breaking through. A young girl in expensive dresses, with sorrow in her eyes, thought, would there be at least one knight capable of helping her in this difficult situation? Meanwhile, Silier decided to set off to the new client. He guessed that the house of the person who sent such a letter must be luxurious. Stopping, he awkwardly raised his eyes upward. Before him rose a luxurious two-story mansion with attic windows on the roof, and Silier froze by the gate, holding his breath at that grandeur. The task turned out to be simple. It was only necessary to deliver the letter, in return promising quality gear and equipment for the dragon, and at the entrance he was met by a maid who led him inside. She carefully placed a cup of tea on the table before him. Silier sighed lightly and admitted that such equipment might be useless for an unemployed knight without his own dragon, and he sat on the sofa, waiting for instructions. Before him sat a young girl in a luxurious dress and long gloves. She introduced herself as Katarina Mariel. She was the client, and with folded arms and lowered gaze assessed her guest. Silier greeted her and tried to introduce himself, but Katarina immediately interrupted him, pointing to his young age and doubting whether he could handle the assignment, and the boy only looked at her confusedly. She asked if he knew how to handle dragons. Silier embarrassedly replied that he had some experience. Katarina did not let go of the topic and persistently continued to inquire about his professional skills. The knight replied that it all depended on the dragon itself, and mentally already guessed why she was so interested in this question. Having listened to him, the girl thought for a moment, then again cast a keen, evaluating look at him. Finally, she agreed to accept his help, but immediately said that he was not the only one who received this request. Silier noticed that the letter for delivery was heavy and received confirmation of this. She carefully lifted the cup of tea, blew on it so as not to burn herself, and explained that she had written several identical letters in case one did not reach the recipient. The Mariel family was one of those influential noble families with numerous estates, and it was clear that Katarina was significantly wealthier than Mr. Patrick, whose order Silier had fulfilled earlier. The knight wanted to ask a question, and the girl immediately cast her gaze on him. He was interested in the content of the letter. Katarina looked at the young man in surprise. She felt that he was going to inquire too much. But Silier instantly reassured her. His intention was sincere. Knowing the content, he could better ensure the safety of the message during delivery, because he sensed that for the girl the most important thing was that the letter arrived as quickly as possible. Katarina thought for a moment and finally agreed with his words. She, slightly smiling, admitted the letter was romantic. So it turned out that it was a reply to a love message from Baron Bouquet. Silier showed no emotion, only quietly pondered what he had heard. He noticed that lovers most often communicate by letters, and Katarina agreed, adding that preserving feelings between two noble families was no easy task. She was about to tell more about the Baron himself, but at the last moment changed her mind and fell silent. Then Katarina said that Silier had to set off for Libo, and anxiously asked how much time he would need for the delivery. The city of Libo lay in the Povalsal district, and the knight estimated the distance he would have to cover. Quickly estimating, he smiled and confidently replied that he would manage in one day. The girl was quite surprised by his confidence. All previous couriers promised to deliver the message no earlier than in 3 days. She liked such agility, and she smiled in response. Katarina quickly added, the deadline is not the main thing, as long as the letter safely reaches the addressee. She entrusted him with this responsibility and lightly rang a small bell. A servant entered the room with a tray on which lay one of the letters. The girl took it, handed it to Silier, and asked, "Bring confirmation when the task is completed, then he will receive a reward." The knight carefully took the letter, stood up, and set off to fulfill his new task. Returning to the city, Silier felt a chill of disappointment. To cope with this task, he would have to rent a dragon he did not have his own. He could not even imagine that this assignment would turn out to be of such a high level. The young man guessed. The matter concerned not only the Mariel family, but also the noble house of Bukits. There were clearly close ties between them. Finally, gathering his thoughts, Silier decided to do everything in his power to complete the task as best as possible. He reached the shop. Here it was possible to temporarily rent a dragon. When I stepped inside, before me sat a gray-haired man at a writing desk. He was reviewing papers, but noticing me, adjusted his glasses and greeted me warmly. The master asked which exact dragon interested Silier. Next to the table stretched a wide passage leading to the enclosure with creatures. Silier glanced aside and asked if they had wyverns. He added that he is looking only for a swift dragon for a single rider, and without any cargo. The old man stood up, led the young man to the entrance, and said that they have 3 individuals of this species. Entering the spacious covered aviary, Silier saw dragons of various sizes. Some stretched their snouts toward him, others stood silently watching, and the young man smiled warmly as he passed by.
Tiga felt that the room became piercingly cold, so he decided to light a fire. The old man looked at those around and asked if someone could give Mizuso a sweater. The hero.
Each rider had their own unique way of communicating with dragons, and not all were eager to share it with others. Silier immediately guessed. The owner of this place was already used to such visitors. Meanwhile, the man patiently waited while the young man made his choice, and 3 dragons quietly conversed among themselves. They immediately noticed that someone was approaching. The dragons were eagerly whispering, joyfully greeting the arrival of the guest. Silier stood calmly and watched them. One of them exclaimed, "This guy looks even more ridiculous than the previous client." But Silier, who perfectly understood the language of dragons, smiled and replied that they were very rooting, that he was not a fool at all. His calm only made them laugh, but soon the laughter died down and gave way to amazement. The dragons were stunned, realizing that the young man understood their words. Silier continued to look at them with a slight smile. He confirmed that he truly understood the dragons, and they, exchanging surprised glances, were enchanted by his rare gift. They began to wonder if the dragons themselves had raised him, because he spoke their language so freely, but Silier just waved it off, denying it. One of the dragons, with curiosity in his voice, asked how he had learned this, but the conversation quickly turned to business. Silier explained that he needed help in an important task, to deliver a letter to a distant city, so he was looking for the fastest among them. One of the wyverns immediately volunteered to help, but first, with a sparkle of inquisitiveness in her eyes, asked what was in the letter. She asked several times if it was really a love message. The boy smiled and confirmed, yes, exactly that. Another dragon instantly blurted out a question: who was the sender, and who the recipient, the boy or the girl. Silier briefly replied that the girl was sending the letter to the young man. Hearing this, the wyvern exclaimed excitedly that she would definitely help deliver the love letter to the Baron. Such an emotional reaction embarrassed Silier. She insisted that they choose her. The romantic nature of the task had stirred her heart. Silier did not hide his surprise. Could a love story really make a dragon work? 2 others just exchanged glances and quietly whispered that her temperament was too strange, and doubted whether human feelings were needed at all. Yet they assured Silier this wyvern was truly the fastest of all. He turned to the dragoness and asked if she really flies faster when carrying letters. She smiled slyly and assured him that it was pure truth. Silier held his breath, turning her words over in his mind. Was it magic, or something entirely human? Then he approached the master standing by the pen and announced that he would rent the right of the 3 wyverns. The old man asked in surprise if the young man was really sure about his choice after all. For speed it would have been better to take the middle one. But Silier refused and explained that the right one was best suited for this job. The man just shrugged, surprised by such stubbornness, but did not argue. Silier rented the dragon for his mission. They went out into the open space, where waves of green hills stretched before their eyes, and began preparing for a long flight. The dragoness asked the young man to give her the letter. He did not understand why, but still handed it over. She deeply inhaled the scent of the paper, where the aroma of Katarina was still felt, and her eyes flashed with zeal. Silier sat on her back, hoping the journey would pass quietly. The dragoness suddenly sped up, and the boy barely held on in the saddle. She enjoyed the flight, carefully holding the letter in her jaws as if it were a treasure. When they rose into the sky, a magnificent panorama of the city unfolded before them. Silier gazed admiringly at the landscape and felt the character of the wyvern, proud but sincere. Wyverns are small but insanely fast, and he, choosing the shortest path to Libo, leaned forward a little, intently looking at the city that slowly disappeared beneath them. The dragoness raced incredibly fast. She was driven by the scent of the letter she held in her teeth. By midday they had already reached Libo. The dragon gently landed on the ground, Silier jumped off its back, and before them rose a magnificent manor surrounded by a high wall. Inside, he was met by the Baron himself. Seeing the letter, he pressed it to his cheek with excitement and sincerely rejoiced that the message had finally reached the addressee. Suddenly, the Baron turned sharply away, coldly asked not to be disturbed, and dismissed the guests. Silier only mentally noted a strange resemblance between him and Katarina. The butler approached and handed Silier a new envelope. He immediately gave it to the wyverns, and they set off back the same way. Thus he returned to Lady Katarina, and reported that he had completed the route twice as fast as he had promised. The girl lit up with delight. The knight had delivered the letter to her beloved so quickly that she sincerely and warmly thanked him for his efforts. She rose from the table where the envelope with the Baron's reply lay, and enthusiastically praised his agility and skill. Silier only modestly thanked her for the kind words. Katarina stopped and with curiosity in her voice asked, "What is your name?" The young man simply named himself Silier, and the girl smiled upon hearing his name. She smiled and said she would remember him, and if she had another task, would definitely turn to him. Silier beamed with joy he had handled such an important matter with dignity. After saying goodbye, he left the estate behind and continued on his way. The dark-haired knight walked toward the dragon market, his steps firm and resolute. He wanted to examine the creatures put up for sale, but the prices were shockingly high. This surprised him. Constantly renting a dragon was tedious and inconvenient. He dreamed of having his own companion with whom he could build trust and work side by side. Looking around the market, he suddenly froze. Among the crowd stood out an unusual dragon. He could hardly believe his eyes. Here a ballard dragon was being sold at an extraordinarily low price. On the ground, a dark-maned creature was sleeping peacefully, as if the noise around did not affect it at all. The market owner caught Silier's gaze and greeted him with a warm nod. Silier politely asked, unable to hide his suspicion. Why was the ballard dragon so cheap for such a powerful creature? The price seemed suspiciously low. The price for the ballard dragon was not higher than the rent of any large dragon, and when Silier noticed that the sale announcement looked worn and careless, it only heightened his suspicions. The market owner awkwardly laughed after the young man's words, and embarrassed, began to explain the reason for such a price. Silier immediately asked if the creature was sick or perhaps had some problems, but the man only denied it. Physically, the dragon was completely healthy and even surpassed other ballards. The boy still could not understand why such a powerful creature was valued almost for free. The owner sighed heavily, choosing his words. Scratching his beard, he finally said, "This dragon is incredibly lazy." Silier was surprised to hear such an explanation. The old man shrugged. The creature often refuses to carry out orders, so he advised against buying it. Silier asked for permission to inspect it up close, and the man did not object. They passed by several squads and approached the place where the Ballara was sleeping quietly, as if the night was guarding her sleep. The dragon did not even move when the people approached, lying motionless and as if indifferent, paying no attention to them. The master stepped back and left Silier alone with the creature. Ballaras usually transport cargo. They are not fast, but impress with endurance thanks to strong muscles and a broad back on which almost anything can be placed. Moreover, these dragons are herbivores. They have enough ordinary meadow grass, so caring for them becomes much simpler. Silier quietly approached and greeted the dragon, but heard no response. He apologized for the trouble, but the creature remained silent. The boy bent down a little, sat nearby, and said that he had heard about her from a merchant. He sincerely asked why she did not want to work. But the dragon continued lying with closed eyes, which only confused the young man. He called her again. Silier then asked if she would speak with him, and the dragoness barely opened one eye and grumbled that he would not understand her anyway, so there was no point in talking. The knight calmly but firmly suggested starting the conversation from the beginning without any misunderstandings. This time the dragoness opened her eyes wide and looked him straight in the face for the first time. She slowly stood up, her eyes filling with surprise at what had happened. Her eyes suddenly widened. The dragon realized that the young man was speaking her language. Silier smiled, pleased that she finally noticed it. She wanted to ask how he managed to master the language of dragons, but he waved it off as unimportant and said that now something else was more important to understand why she was so lethargic. The dragoness lowered her gaze and quietly whispered that she simply wanted to sleep. She no longer looked at the young man, only repeated once more that she needed rest. As it turned out, to maintain her strength, she needed to sleep at least 12 hours a day, otherwise her body would become exhausted, and she would be unable to work at full capacity. Hearing this, Silier was genuinely surprised. Imagine this. Most dragons are so resilient that 2 hours of sleep is enough for them, and some even move in their sleep. Silier smiled quietly, watching as the dragoness began to doze off again. Every creature has its own nature and its own needs. He stepped closer and proposed a deal. He would allow her to sleep 12 hours every day, and in return, she would help him with completing tasks. The dragon cast a distrustful look at him and said she did not trust a human. But Silier, remaining calm, replied that he was not deceiving her, and if he were not satisfied with such an arrangement, he would simply choose another dragon. She asked again if he would really allow her to sleep that long. When she heard the affirmative answer, she finally relaxed a little. Silier repeated the terms once more, plenty of rest in exchange for diligent work, and this became their contract. The dragoness stood up, stretched to her full height, almost as tall as him, but much more massive, and said she would trust him. Silier returned to the market owner and handed over the money, and the owner asked once more if the young man was sure of his choice and warned that there would be no turning back. Smiling contentedly, the young man firmly said he was certain of his decision, and added that dragon-slaying knights have their own ways of dealing with special creatures. Having paid, he left the market with his new companion, and they leisurely set off through the city streets, beginning a new chapter of their adventures. Silier addressed the dragoness and suggested giving her a name. It would be easier for them to communicate. Surprise lit up her face. She had not expected this from a human. She agreed, though with a slight reproach, noted that people usually call dragons only by numbers, not by names, and Silier smiled and explained that numbers were empty to him if he could understand her words. The young man thought for a moment and suggested the name Louisa, then cautiously asked if she liked that choice. The dragoness pondered. Fearing that she might not like the name, he hurried to ask again, but Louisa smiled and said she liked it strange but pleasant, and it was amazing for her to have her own name for the first time. Although she had mixed feelings, she honestly admitted that she really liked the name Louisa. The dark-haired knight sighed with relief upon hearing her answer, and the dragoness shyly smiled, slightly bowing her head. Finally, the hero and his new companion reached their home. The house was modest and small, but Silier proudly introduced it to Louisa. She asked where she could sleep. The young man showed the garden behind the house and explained that she could choose any place, but the garden turned out to be empty, with no fences or shelters, only bare earth. He apologized for such conditions and explained that if he had known about the dragon's arrival, he would have rented a bigger house, sincerely hoping that Louisa would still be comfortable. However, the dragoness calmly replied that the main thing for her was to have a place to sleep, and everything else was unimportant, and Silier only smiled at her simplicity and love of sleep. He asked if she was going to sleep now. It was getting dark, and there was nothing more to do today. Louisa was silent, looking at him thoughtfully. Then she quietly called her master, as if she wanted to ask something. She cautiously asked if he was really sure about his decision to buy her. Silier calmly replied that he had no doubts and asked her not to worry. Louisa simply called her master strange. He smiled and replied that he had heard that more than once. Then she called him and said, "Master," at first a bit crookedly but quickly corrected herself, and he couldn't help but laugh. Raising her head, she said she wanted to show him something special. Silier became interested and asked to explain what it was about, but the dragoness only smiled mysteriously. She replied that it was her personal secret and instantly took a battle stance. A powerful long roar burst from her chest, rolling through the garden and stunning Silier. The ground beneath them shook from the force of the sound. Radiant spears of light burst from cracks, and Silier watched this phenomenon with surprise and asked where she got such power. Louisa stopped the scream and calmly explained that this ability was with her from birth. She discovered it by accident, and her words only further confused the knight. He admitted that he had seen over 100 ballers, but none had such power. After her roar, only smoke remained in the air, slowly dispersing in the wind. Silier concluded that this was not typical for ballers, but Louisa immediately interrupted him. She was sleepy and confessed that this ability exhausts her after each use of the power. She only wants to sleep. Not wanting to bother with questions, Silier accepted what he saw and noted that this technique requires incredible energy expenditure. Louisa just yawned and agreed with him. Already falling asleep, she quietly added, "If her master wishes, she will use this power again." Silier asked her not to overexert herself. He gently stroked her dark mane and thanked her for the trust, and the dragoness smiled in response and nodded, closing her eyes. In the morning, Silier went out into the garden, greeted the still sleepy Louise, and said that he was heading to the city to look for work for both of them, asking if she had any plans. She, without opening her eyes, mumbled that she only wanted to sleep. The boy did not insist. He stepped back and allowed her to rest until noon, promising to return with a new task. Louise barely opened her eyes and nodded, quietly accepting his decision. When Silier set off for the city, he smiled, thinking that Louise probably did not believe him at first, but eventually she did. At the city administration, he approached the notice board, carefully examining the papers. Now that he had his own dragoness, he could take on orders for cargo delivery. But suddenly, his attention was caught by an unexpected female voice calling him from the side. Before him stood a girl with a short haircut and in strict clothing. Silier asked if her name was Rose, and upon hearing confirmation, saw her wave to him warmly. Rose said she had been waiting specifically for him. A special task had been prepared for Silier, and she asked if he had a few minutes to hear the details. They went together to the office and settled at the table to talk. Silier immediately asked why he was chosen. Rose explained that it was all thanks to the high praise from Lady Katarina, who personally commended him to the mayor. And the young man, hearing the familiar name, shuddered with surprise. He had not expected such a review from her at all. The girl added, emphasizing that such an honor is given to only a few free knights to receive approval from Lady Marielle herself. And Silier sighed heavily, admitting that he was simply trying to do his previous task as best as possible. That is why Rose decided to entrust him with a new matter. The young man became interested and immediately asked what the mission was about. It was about a missing person who needed to be found. Silier asked in surprise whether the dragon-slaying knights really engage in searching for people, and Rose briefly replied, "Yes, when the matter is too serious." She added that this was not an ordinary task. Silier instantly became alert and listened tensely further. The girl warned, "The details of this assignment are under the strictest secrecy, and he has no right to tell anyone about it." Then she reported that the missing person was not an ordinary individual, but the princess herself from the royal family, and her disappearance could cause a major political crisis. Silier asked if it was about rescuing the princess. Rose folded her hands on the table and refused to give details, saying that the matter was secret. But the knight himself put the picture together. He understood that the missing princess was probably the future queen. He asked to tell at least a little about the search location. Rose inquired if he was familiar with Mount Himuya, and Silier immediately recalled it lies north of the city. He guessed that the disappearance happened there and received an affirmative answer. Rose painted a verbal picture of the mountain's surroundings, adding that it was there that the caravan escorting the princess disappeared. This was the version of the city administration. Silier guessed that the event happened recently, and the girl confirmed it all happened just last night. No one knew the details yet, and maybe they did not matter. All he had left was to survey the area and find traces. That was his mission. Rose watched him intently, waiting for an answer. Silier was silent for a few moments, pondering what he had heard, and then made a decision. He agreed to take the task and complete it. Taking Louise with him, he set off. They flew over green forests, and the dragoness, glancing at her master, noticed that his face had become gloomy, and the young man turned away, lost in thought. He cautiously told Louise that the princess was missing, and possibly already dead. Although he was proud of the trust, the awareness of responsibility gripped him, so Louise reassured him. There was no need to worry in advance, they just had to act. She clarified whether they were heading to that tall mountain, and seeing Silier's nod, gazed into the distance. When they reached the summit, Silier stopped the dragoness and slowly pulled a letter from his bag. It was a letter written by the princess herself. He brought it to Louise's nose and asked her to try to find the girl by scent. Louise honestly admitted she was not the strongest in scent tracking, but still decided to try. She carefully inhaled the aroma of the paper, lifted her snout, and quietly said she had caught a trail. Silier was surprised. How did she recognize it so quickly? Probably the princess used recognizable perfume. Louise added that the scent was so vivid that it was impossible to lose. And Silier, recalling the extraordinary sense of smell of dragons, decided to try it for the first time. He asked Louise to follow the scent. Louisa slowly climbed the slope, carefully inhaling the scent that led her to the goal, while Silier, settled on her back, intently scanned the surroundings, searching for the princess. He glanced over the height of the mountains and admitted that he could never have climbed here alone, admiring the ease with which the dragoness overcame the steep rocky slopes. The young man praised Louisa for her endurance and strength. Hearing this, she smiled proudly and laughed quietly, delighted by the compliment. The dragoness jokingly asked if that counted as work, and upon hearing an affirmative answer, immediately exclaimed that work must be paid for, so the master must reward her properly. Silier blinked in surprise. He had not expected such a serious demand, but Louisa only nodded confidently. He asked what exactly she wanted. The dragoness slowly turned, smiled, and with a sly sparkle in her eyes, replied that she dreamed of lots of straw. In her imagination, a picture was already emerging. She spreads soft straw and sleeps peacefully on it after flights. Silier burst out laughing, touched by her simple desires, and promised to buy straw immediately after completing the task. Louisa remembered his promise well. She joyfully spread her wings and exclaimed excitedly, while the boy barely held on to avoid falling off her back. She wagged her tail so hard that a cloud of dust rose, assuring her master that she would do her best to fulfill the assignment. Silier looked at her with a slight smile, but suddenly his thoughts plunged into the past. He recalled colleagues from the Lindworm Guild who said that a knight has no compassion for his tool, and his gaze darkened. By then he was fully convinced. Those people never understood dragons, they saw them only as weapons, not living beings, and would hardly believe in his journey today. Suddenly Louisa stopped abruptly as if rooted to the spot, and the knight, completely bewildered, asked what had happened. They stood at the very edge of the city. The dragoness lowered her head and asked him to look there. She explained that the princess's scent led straight to the foot of a steep, dangerous cliff. Silier leaned forward and saw below a steep slope littered with rock fragments. It seemed to him that the princess could have fallen from there, and Louisa looked down and noticed a strange scene. At the foot lay an overturned carriage. Around it, the bodies of white horses and motionless figures of armed guards among puddles of dried blood. Silier asked if the princess was inside, and Louisa nodded affirmatively, while the dragoness suggested descending after a brief, tense glance. They cautiously began to lower themselves to the site of the tragedy. When they reached the bottom, Silier jumped off Louisa's back and carefully circled the scene. Before him, fallen guards, frozen in eternal silence. He passed by and approached the carriage. Before he could pull back the curtain, his hand suddenly touched a small leather pouch. Taking it out, he saw a coat of arms that exactly matched the seal on the princess's letter. There was no doubt. This was her carriage. Looking back at the dead, he took a deep breath and hopefully reached for the curtain. But suddenly, an invisible force pushed him back. Louisa explained that a protective barrier surrounded the carriage. It was impossible to touch. Silier was confused and did not know how to proceed. The dragoness thoughtfully suggested trying to destroy the barrier. The young man agreed and reminded that Louisa herself had a special power that could break such obstacles. She nodded and focused. Gathering all her strength, Louisa let out a powerful roar, and a bright bolt of lightning struck the barrier, shattering it to pieces. Only sparks remained from it. Silier sincerely thanked the dragoness, confessing that without her he would never have managed. Louisa laughed with pleasure. Now he could touch the curtain. Carefully pulling back the fabric, the young man looked inside and saw a motionless figure on the seat. On the soft sofa lay a young girl. Silier leaned over, checked her breathing, and with relief confirmed that she was alive. He noticed no serious injuries and said with relief that the princess was safe. Louisa explained that the protective barrier had shielded her from the blow, so she remained unharmed. Silier gently touched her shoulder, trying to wake the girl, and called her name in a quiet voice, hoping she would regain consciousness. The girl slowly opened her eyes and carefully sat up, while Silier silently watched her every movement, not daring to break the silence. She looked around confusedly, not understanding where she was, until her gaze fell on the unfamiliar young man. Out of fear, she suddenly screamed. The princess recoiled, trying to keep her distance, but still demanded explanations who he was and why he was in her carriage. Silier calmly raised his hands and assured her he was not a criminal. He explained that he had been sent to find her. The girl looked surprised, but, calming down a little, averted her gaze to the side and assessed the situation around her. Around lay the bodies of guards and horses, a sad and painful sight. She lowered her head, holding back her emotions, and silently inhaled. Silier was impressed by her restraint. He had not expected such a cold reaction. The princess only asked if anyone else had survived, and unfortunately, no. The boy turned away and suggested immediately leaving the carriage, going downstairs, and finding a doctor, but the girl asked to first examine the fallen warriors. Silier replied that he understood her feelings, but firmly insisted. The most important thing now is to save her life, and people will be sent later for the bodies. He extended his hand and helped her down, and the princess sighed, accepting his help. As soon as she stepped on the ground, she immediately noticed something unusual. Nearby stood a majestic dragoness, patiently waiting for her master, and the princess froze. She was overwhelmed with surprise at such a companion. Silier approached Louise and, a little nervously, asked if she could carry 2 people on her back. The dragoness briefly replied that she would help, but only if she received the promised straw. Silier, with a smile on his lips, promised to buy her a whole field. The princess watched their conversation with amazement and curiosity. Louise crouched down and allowed Silier and the princess to climb onto her back. They settled more comfortably, and the dragoness smoothly rose into the air, beginning the journey home. Silier gently explained to the girl that Balori are calm and reliable dragons, so she had nothing to fear, and asked if she was injured. The princess silently looked at him, not hiding her surprise. When he repeated the question, the girl shyly looked away, a little embarrassed, and answered in a softer voice than before. This only intrigued the knight more. The princess looked over his shoulder, her eyes admiring the dragoness they were flying on. She instantly guessed that Silier was a dragon rider, and the boy confirmed it with a smile. She asked which guild he belonged to, and upon learning that he belonged to none, was utterly stunned and confused. How could such a master be alone? Silier, stunned by the compliment, looked at her confusedly and reminded her that they had only known each other for a few minutes. The princess awkwardly looked away and hastily changed the subject. She glanced at Louise and immediately noticed. The dragon completely trusts its master, and a sincere smile appeared on her face. The knight was struck by her sharp attention. The princess said she had heard that riders who earned the trust of their dragons were considered the best among knights. That was why she was surprised that Silier did not belong to any guild. He only smiled and replied that he had his own reasons to stay aside. The princess nodded and asked no more questions, accepting his answer with quiet respect. Returning to the city, they headed to the city administration, where Rose ran out to meet them with eyes full of surprise. She was stunned that he had found the princess so quickly. She, addressing her informally, hurriedly apologized for the familiarity and asked if the princess had really disappeared right before her eyes. Then Rose asked them to wait in place, and she herself immediately rushed to call the authorities. The princess, blushing, looked at Silier and quietly whispered that she wanted to thank him personally, asking how she could repay him. The knight answered simply, no need, he had already received a reward from the client. But the girl insisted. She could not leave without leaving at least the smallest sign of gratitude. She carefully took out her handkerchief, embroidered with the family crest, and handed it to him. The princess whispered that she wanted him to accept this gift as a sign of her gratitude, and that, if ever needing help, he could show the handkerchief to her guard to be immediately admitted to her. The princess smiled sincerely, and with warmth in her voice promised that if Silier ever needed help, she would do everything possible to repay him. The young man bowed his head before her and thanked her for this priceless gift, while behind them Louisa stood watching the scene with a warm smile. The task was completed, they said their goodbyes, and Silier set off for the reward, as he really wanted to thank Louisa for her help. For successfully completing the important mission, the knight received 1,000 lira. Examining the heavy purse, he smiled contentedly when he heard Louisa call him. The dragoness, smiling slyly, reminded him not to forget to buy the promised hay for her. Silier turned to her. But instead of an answer, he only sighed deeply and became thoughtful. This immediately aroused Louisa's suspicion. She muttered offendedly that he had promised a reward and now probably forgot about it. Seeing her indignant look, Silier instantly came to his senses and hurried to explain that she misunderstood him. He emphasized that 1,000 lira could last a whole month without worrying about expenses, so they could afford something better than simple hay or straw. When Louisa heard this, she instantly beamed with joy. She asked in surprise what could be better than hay, and the boy smiled and promised to buy her a real dragon bedsoft as a featherbed. He was about to describe what it would look like, but suddenly changed his mind and said, "It's better to see it with your own eyes." He suggested going together to the city market to choose a gift for Louisa, and the dragoness happily agreed. They immediately set off there. After walking a few streets, they came out onto the bustling market stalls. Silier, settled on Louisa's back, said that they had arrived. Louise, with her mouth open, was looking at the shop window where everything needed for dragon care was sold. She was carefully studying special equipment and ammunition. Silier glanced over the counters and even noticed bright toys for young dragons. He doubted that Louise would need them. They stopped near one of the shops and, unable to resist curiosity, decided to first examine its counters. Just as Silier was about to go inside, someone called him from the side. He turned around and saw a stranger. In front of him appeared a fair-haired man in a fur cloak. He was the first to recognize Silier and was a little surprised by the meeting. The knight calmly replied, naming him Louis. Louis turned out to be a former acquaintance of Silier, a knight from the Lindworm guild, and the dragoness behind her master was watchfully observing their conversation. He mockingly asked if Silier was surprised by such a meeting. Without waiting for an answer, the blonde said that he was not surprised by the chance meeting. He was just returning from a mission, and then pointedly added that Silier was once expelled from the guild, to which he coldly replied. He left on his own. Louis smiled indulgently and offered to help the old acquaintance return to the organization, but only if he said good words about him to the leadership. Silier was stunned by such generosity. It was hard for him to believe that Louis could really help selflessly. In his soul, he already knew. He no longer wanted to have anything to do with the Lindworm. Louis, hearing this, set a condition Silier must abandon his principles. He became wary and asked what exactly he meant. The blonde, with a sly smile, replied, "Your senseless compassion for dragons. If Silier leaves his naive habits, he can return to the guild." Louis even admitted that they regretted losing such a talented knight, but Silier only smiled ironically. He instantly rejected the offer and said firmly that he would never renounce his beliefs. Louis frowned and advised not to resist in vain. He added that without the guild, Silier would achieve nothing, sincerely assured that he just wants to help a colleague, but the words froze on his lips when Louisa approached them. Barely yawning and with a tired look, she asked the host what they had been talking about for so long and when they would finally go choose a featherbed. Silier, embarrassed, apologized for forgetting about the matter. He said succinctly that Louis only advised to reduce her sleep to 6 hours, and the dragoness blinked in surprise. She could not believe what she heard. Then she turned to the blond man, amazed at his impudence, and asked sternly what he had just said in response. Only her loud growl was heard. Louis sharply recoiled, frightened by the sight of the enraged dragon, and loudly shouted at Silier, demanding an explanation for why she was behaving so aggressively. He firmly insisted that Silier immediately calm his beast, but the young man only stepped aside and quietly replied that he had given no orders and did not want to provoke her, and directly asked if Louis had even said a word about the attack. The blonde clicked his tongue in irritation and coldly admitted that Silier really had not given any orders to his dragoness, and with a quiet smirk added that he always skillfully chooses the right magic. Silier cut in. "This is not magic, but respect. He simply values dragons." Louis disdainfully waved his hand and turned away, unwilling to continue the argument. Sighing, he muttered that he was not going to listen to more nonsense about the dragon soul, and walked away, ending this unsuccessful conversation. Louisa, now calmer, addressed the host and asked who that strange man was, and Silier briefly explained. "Just an old acquaintance with whom they have long been at odds, so there is no need to worry." Walking up the stairs to the shop, he smiled and reminded Louisa that as long as she was with him, she could sleep all 12 hours as agreed. She blossomed with joy and, entering inside, exclaimed approvingly. Inside, they were greeted by the friendly shop owner. Seeing the dragon slayer knight, he bowed and kindly asked what exactly they were looking for among the goods, to which Silier replied that they needed a soft bed for his dragoness. The seller carefully listened to their wishes and offered to lead them to the warehouse, where they could choose something suitable. There was already another buyer with a dragon, who was also selecting equipment. When Louisa saw a multitude of different soft mattresses and pillows, her eyes sparkled with delight. She could hardly believe her eyes. There are entire stores created for dragons. Unable to contain her excitement, she rushed to the row of fluffy featherbeds and giant pillows. She jumped onto one of them, buried her snout in the fluffy fabric, and sighed contentedly. Silier called her anxiously. Seeing how she settled with such a happy smile, he just smiled and did not disturb her. Louisa slowly turned around, as if already ready to fall asleep right there. Silier shyly apologized to the seller, not understanding if such behavior was allowed, but the seller just laughed and explained that every customer has the right to try the product. The knight sighed with relief and thanked him. While Louisa meanwhile was looking through bed after Beduntle, she came across something quite unusual. She stopped at a pillow that bounced elastically under her paws. Silier became interested and asked the seller what it was, and he replied, "Slug pillow." The seller explained, "Such pillows are suitable even for people that have the elasticity of a slug, so they provide an incredibly soft but supportive sleep." Louisa settled on it with pleasure and refused to even get up. Silier saw how much she was enjoying it and smiled warmly. He asked if she really liked the bed that much, and Louisa joyfully replied that it was 1,000 times better than any hay. The boy quietly laughed, decided not to spare money, and turned to the seller to find out the price. The slug bed cost 1,200 lira. He glanced at the purchase with an appraising look. The item really looked expensive, but still asked Louisa if she really wanted exactly this, and the dragoness, shining, replied that she did. Suddenly she realized that the item was too expensive, and asked if the owner was really sure about the decision. Silier nodded and quietly said that he did not regret it. The main thing was that she would be well. Hearing this, Louisa exclaimed joyfully, sincerely thanked him, wagging her tail cheerfully. Silier approached the counter, confidently pointed at it, and said that he was taking this very bed, and the seller smiled and thanked him for the purchase. He admitted that such a purchase was a real rarity, and Silier, intrigued, immediately asked, "Why exactly?" The seller said that he had heard a few writers who could talk to dragons, and it seemed that Silier was one of them. He kindly replied that for him, Louisa was not just a partner, but part of the family, and after that placed a pouch of money on the table. The seller led them to the exit, bowed politely, wished them success, and invited them to visit again. The heroes left the shop. Walking down the street, Silier smiled and told Louisa that he was happy to see her so satisfied with her new purchase. He embarrassedly apologized that now he would have to carry the bed on her back and quietly asked if it was not hard for her. Louisa silently walked on, as if pondering something. Suddenly she froze and, almost whispering, addressed the owner. She suddenly asked if he was really happy. Silier at first did not understand the meaning of her question and looked at her in surprise. Louisa quietly said that it was already late to talk about it, but she was worried about how much the master had spent for her convenience. She added that 1,200 lira was much more than he had received for the previous task. She shyly admitted that she was probably too selfish when she wanted such an expensive bed. Silier just laughed, gently stroked her mane, and assured her not to worry. It was his promise of gratitude for help when he needed her support the most. He said that it was thanks to Louisa that they managed to save the princess and receive a reward, and Silier praised her, acknowledging that she had really done a great job. She deserved this bed, a real reward, he added. The dragoness's eyes widened in surprise, and she only silently nodded, moved by his words. A sincere smile blossomed on her muzzle. She gently thanked the master and contentedly snuggled up to him, after which they calmly headed home. A few days passed, and the heroes came again to the city administration, where the workers were busily handing out monetary rewards for completed tasks. The dark-haired knight smiled at Louisa and praised her. Today we really worked wonderfully. The dragoness did not react at all, and the boy was surprised by this. He touched her mane, trying to get her attention, but in vain. Louisa was completely exhausted after a hard day, so much that she could barely speak. She lazily muttered that she wanted to sleep, and Silier smiled, remembering her peculiarity, after which he calmed down. He sighed. Both had given all their strength today. She needed to rest. Scratching the back of his head, Silier thought about how to get paid without making Louisa wait, and suddenly an idea struck him. He remembered the promise to let her sleep as long as needed and quietly suggested that she fly home alone while he got the money. Louisa, still half asleep, quietly replied that she would manage. Silier did not detain her, let her go, promising to return soon. She asked again if he really meant it. He nodded, and she agreed. The boy sincerely thanked her for the work and wished her a good rest. The dragoness lazily nodded, turned around, and slowly walked down the street. Silier froze in place and watched her go until her dark figure disappeared behind the houses. The city breathed calmly, so he was not worried. The road home was supposed to be safe. However, once alone, the young man plunged into thoughts. Only he could send the dragon himself, because he knew the language of dragons. This opened new possibilities for him, and he pondered. Even to himself it seemed a miracle. Now he could communicate with them so deeply that they carried out tasks without his presence. This meant that dragons could act independently, without constant rider supervision. The boy watched the yawning Louisa, smiled, and involuntarily thought, maybe he should get another dragon. Meanwhile, a giant cart reinforced with iron bars passed by him down the street. Inside, shackled in chains, sat a dragon silently watching the passers-by, only occasionally turning its head. His gaze stopped on a girl at a table. She was eating a pie and sipping tea. The dragon's eyes narrowed. There was no malice in his look, only longing. Lonely in the cage, he whispered to himself, I just want to eat. Meanwhile, Silier entered a familiar shop where he once bought Louise, and the owner, seeing him again, asked in surprise if he had recently purchased Balor. Silier nodded and politely greeted him. The seller smiled and replied that on the contrary, he was the one who should thank the young man. He inquired how Balor was doing. Silier answered that he was fine, but noticed a shadow of worry on the man's face. Seeing that the seller was anxious about a possible return, Silier quickly reassured him he had not come to return the dragon at all. On the contrary, everything was fine with Louise, and she was working wonderfully, and he had come with another purpose. He wanted to buy another dragon. The man relaxed and smiled, sincerely thanking Silier for trusting their shop. The knight warned that he had little money now. He had recently spent a considerable sum on a rather expensive purchase. The seller nodded sympathetically and explained that they currently had no dragons that cost as cheaply as Balor, which he had bought earlier. Silier smiled awkwardly and cursed himself for his carelessness. He knew he had come unprepared and was hoping for a miracle, so he slowly took out his wallet and opened it. Taking out a pen and notebook, the boy asked the owner to inform him if a suitable option appeared. And at the very moment he said this, a handkerchief with a family crest slipped out of the wallet, a gift from the princess. The seller noticed this and immediately warned anxiously that something had fallen from him. Leaning closer, he recognized the embroidered royal coat of arms and froze in shock. Silier leaned down to pick up the handkerchief, but the seller was already calling him, looking excited, and the boy asked what had happened. He whispered in a trembling voice, "Is this really the coat of arms of the royal family on that fabric?" Silier confirmed and calmly explained that a few days ago he had completed a mission to rescue the princess, and this handkerchief was her personal token of gratitude. Upon hearing this, the seller sharply struck the table with his palm and immediately spoke in a solemn tone. His voice softened. He offered Silier a special discount. He was so surprised that he was at a loss at first. He simply did not believe what he heard. The seller smiled and assured that he always strives to help customers and has a flexible system for special buyers. Silier smiled and at that moment realized what was going on. Now, having noticed the coat of arms, the seller simply decided to establish good connections with a person acquainted with the princess, so he did him a favor. The young man gladly accepted the offer, sincerely thanked him, and shook the owner's hand. He led him to the dragon section to help him choose. While inspecting, Silier thoughtfully asked, "Are dragons of the Surush breed sold here?" The seller explained, "Surush are small dragons with 4 stomachs, 3 of which do not perform their function and form special air sacs. The more things they swallow, the more they swell up like balloons." The seller showed him one such creature. Behind the fence sat a sad dragoness, staring at the ground. When she noticed the guest, she raised her head. Silier sat opposite, introduced himself, and greeted her. The dragoness merely grimaced, irritated by the very fact that the man dared to speak to her, and muttered that he was probably just a fool. Silier was confused, realizing that she did not want to deal with people, and quietly asked, "Why?" She was about to cut him off, thinking he wouldn't understand her anyway, but suddenly realized the young man was speaking her language, and her eyes widened in surprise. She did not believe that an ordinary person could understand dragons, and immediately began to ask. Silier only replied that he had been able to do it since birth. Then he said that he wanted to buy her specifically, and not hiding his curiosity, asked what she thought about it. The dragoness did not understand why she should ask for permission, and coldly replied that she could simply buy it. Silier quietly asked again if she really didn't mind, and she lowered her gaze and said bitterly that she didn't care. People are terrible and vile creatures, even worse than the monsters they fear. The young man answered calmly, "Precisely because they can speak the same language, he wants her consent. If she is against it, he will not insist." This made the dragoness embarrassed. He added that if she agreed, they would go together. She could not understand where he had so much kindness and respect for her. Silier explained that he wants to work with her as a partner, and without holding back, confessed, "Her mind and beauty are impossible to take one's eyes off." The dragoness's cheeks softly blushed pink. She did not expect a compliment from a human at all and shyly looked away. Lowering her eyes, she quietly said that she had one condition if he really wanted to buy her. Silier asked with interest what exactly it was. She asked him, "Do not give me a new name." The dragoness, with a proud gleam in her eyes, explained that she was given her name before hatching, and she was not going to change it. She called herself Colette. Silier repeated her name and sincerely admitted it was very beautiful. He stood up, nodded in agreement with her condition, and invited her to go with him. Colette slightly nodded in agreement, but immediately added that he should not make a big deal out of it and not think that she felt even a drop of affection for him. Turning away, she still could not hide the pink blush on her cheeks. Colette said she agreed only because he promised to call her by her real name, and Silier smiled because he understood how important it was to her. He warmly thanked her for the trust and said hopefully that from now on they would be able to help each other. The documents were signed, and they stepped out of the shop together. The young man beamed with joy. It was still light outside. Before returning home, he suggested Colette stop by one place, the workplace where she was supposed to help. The dragoness asked in surprise if she really had to work. Their shelter became a steep mountainside, near the foot of which Silier stopped, and touching the stone with his palm, felt its coolness and strength. Pulling a fragment from a crack, he asked the dragoness to collect such ore. Colette looked at the stones in surprise, enchanted by their natural beauty. Silier explained that they were standing at the foot of Mount Milrif, the very one famous for deposits of rare Kibania. This stone is incredibly valued. It has unique properties, so it is used in many industries. He asked her to gather as much ore as she could and deliver it to the city, and Colette obediently nodded, accepting the task. Before leaving, he asked what she thought about the job. Colette smiled and assured that she would manage quickly. Silier sincerely thanked her for the help and said he appreciated her very much, and the dragoness calmly replied that it was not a difficult matter. Silier looked at her and said that among all dragons, she was the best suited for such a task, and asked if she could manage without his supervision. Colette hastily said yes, but then pondered. She was struck that he trusted her so much, leaving her alone. Silier, noticing her confusion, warned that the work was not easy. He explained that she needed to collect the ore and take it to the trading shop in the city, hoped she would manage on her own, but asked her not to overwork. The dragoness still could not believe that he was really leaving her alone. Silier repeated once more that he was not going to stand over her with supervision, and this surprised her even more. She asked with a sly smile what would happen if she decided to take a day off. The young man just smiled broadly and said, "I trust you," adding nothing more, and this embarrassed Colette. She mockingly asked if he was a fool to be so sure, and Silier calmly replied that he believed in her specifically. Colette wanted to object but bit her tongue and promised to do the job. Returning to the city, Silier offered ore to the merchants. They were not very surprised, but gladly agreed to cooperate. And Colette herself had already immersed herself in work, diligently collecting stones and carrying them to the city without any supervision. He gently stroked Colette's head, pleased that the task was completed and she had acted exactly as he asked. A quiet calm settled in her eyes, and the boy felt pride for his new companion. Soon Silier brought Colette to his home, modest but cozy. He asked if she minded spending the night in the garden, warning that it was not luxurious, but there was a place to rest. Colette replied that it was much better than spending the night in a cramped shop. Turning around, the dragoness noticed another sleeping creature under the tree and asked about it in surprise. Silier smiled and introduced Louise. Hearing the voices, she slowly got up and sleepily looked at the stranger. The boy quickly apologized for waking her. Louise replied that she woke not because of the noise, but because she felt the presence of another dragon, and she looked intently at Colette. Silier apologized again, explaining that he forgot to warn that he planned to take another partner. Colette politely nodded and gave her name. Louisa said warmly that she herself had recently appeared here and sincerely hoped that they would be able to understand each other. She looked at the garden and pondered. Now they will have to live together. Silier sighed with a slight smile, clasping his hands behind his back. There was barely enough space. The garden seemed cramped for 2 dragons, especially after Louisa's recent bed purchase. Colette did not object, and Louisa added that the main thing was to have somewhere to sleep. Colette was surprised by such a habit and called it strange, to which Louisa only blinked in surprise. Watching them, Silier mentally admitted that the garden was indeed cramped. Louisa yawned widely, and Colette smiled sincerely for the first time. Suddenly he realized, if he ever bought another dragon, he would have to look for a bigger house. When they set off for the city, Colette noticed how Louisa began to doze off right on the move, and again was surprised by her sleepiness. The dragoness muttered lazily, "She still wants to sleep." Silier hastily explained to Colette that this was her natural trait. Colette did not hide her surprise. It was strange to her that the knight took such a partner. Silier smiled and said that he promised Louisa to let her sleep 12 hours a day, and the rest of the time she does the work. He glanced at Louisa and added that if he did not understand the dragon language, he would also consider her too lazy, but now he knows that it is not so simple. He noted that the same applies to Colette, so he did not change her name, and added that perhaps fate itself brought all 3 of them together. Colette blushed, looked away, and muttered that he just bought her cheaply. The guy laughed and replied that this was exactly her charm, but suddenly she noticed something. Stopping, she cautiously stared ahead, and this instantly intrigued Silier. The boy carefully asked what was bothering her, but the dragoness seemed as if she had just awakened from numbness. She shook her head and asked not to pay attention, but Silier insisted he noticed that she was looking somewhere too intently. Colette turned away and sharply said that she hadn't noticed anything, and asked to stop the questioning. When they turned the corner, Colette quickly glanced at Louise and Silier and asked if she was supposed to do the next job here. Without waiting for an answer, she rushed forward, leaving behind her confused companions. Louise lazily waved after her. Silier smiled, wished Colette good luck, and did not stop her, although he felt a strange tension in the air. He saw Colette was looking somewhere with anxiety. Turning around, the boy noticed the source of her attention. Nearby stood a small shop full of pastries and sweets, and it was they that immediately caught her eye. Silier smiled and sincerely praised Louise for a good job. Then he asked her to wait outside a little. He had one more matter. The dragoness obeyed, sat down on the ground, and closed her eyes, patiently waiting for her master. Meanwhile, the young man opened the door and stepped into the shop, where the air was filled with the sweet smell of fresh baking and warm vanilla. This was not a confectionery at all, but a shop where dragons were traded. The seller tore his gaze away from the papers, raised his head, and nodded kindly to Silier when he entered. The knight immediately blurted out, "Was Colette here?" The man said that the dragoness really did come. She grabbed a pouch of lyres from the counter and left, and Silier blossomed with joy. It meant she had completed the task. He explained that he had asked Colette to bring her first paycheck here. The amount was small, but the boy wanted to pay for the purchase in installments. Silier informed the seller that Colette would bring money little by little until she paid off completely. The seller did not hide his surprise. How could a knight trust a dragon with such a responsible matter? Moreover, she did it completely without any supervision, The seller praised Silier's talent, and he laughed and thanked him for the kind words. The man added that Silier was not only an excellent dragon rider, but also a good person. The boy asked in surprise what he meant. The seller explained that he did not expect such a quick payment. Most customers delay payments, and it causes a lot of trouble. Silier understood the hint and smiled, replying that it was the least he could do to repay the shopkeeper's kindness, and added that he hoped for further cooperation. In turn, the latter enthusiastically noted his sincere relationship with dragons and the tenderness with which he nurtures them, confessing that it made a deep impression on him. The smiling seller said that dragons were his greatest pride and most valuable treasure. Then he thoughtfully asked if the knight would have enough space to keep 2 dragons at once. Silier replied that the small garden could still accommodate them, although he could not help but notice the piercing observance of the interlocutor. The seller enthusiastically told that there were several stables in the city that could be rented specifically for dragons. Some of them housed dozens of creatures, but only 2 were found to be free. Silier was quite surprised at how well he knew the local offers. The seller offered to show a nice house with a stable, but only on one condition. The knight was interested and asked to tell more details, and the seller, barely smiling, admitted that he had already guessed about his interest. It was new, but for some reason dragons did not like to enter there. The stable was simple but spacious, so much space that it was no wonder many riders would like to settle here with their pets. Silier, with Louise and Colette, set off to see this place. Before them stood a tall stable, surrounded by a sturdy fence, but for some reason dragons were not in a hurry to go inside. Both dragonesses looked at the building and noticed that from the outside it looked quite decent. Silier explained that people rarely stayed here for long, practically no one dared to buy it, so the rent cost next to nothing. But first of all, he wanted to hear the opinion of his dragons, what exactly they did not like. Upon entering inside, they immediately began an inspection, and the small room nearby was intended for himself. When they approached the large building, Silier said that this would be their shared stable. Louisa looked up at the high ceiling in surprise, and he suggested they both go inside, and as soon as they stepped in, they immediately felt something. To an ordinary person, the barn seemed quite ordinary, nothing suspicious, but the dragons' faces instantly twisted. They were overcome with disgust. Silier saw their mood suddenly drop and immediately asked what had happened. The answer was brief. They did not like this place. The dragons exclaimed that they could no longer endure the smell coming from inside. Silier guessed that it was some special smell, perceptible only to dragons, and asked where it came from. Louisa answered from the ground. The knight bent down to check, but felt only a faint chill. Meanwhile, the dragons could not stand the stench and hurried back outside, gasping with revulsion. Following the dragons outside, Silier asked them to describe the smell in more detail. Colette was silent and could not find the words, so Louisa answered. Perhaps dragons had once been killed in this stable, and the ground absorbed their scent. The knight sighed heavily. He finally understood why his companions were so troubled, and thought that something terrible could indeed have happened here. After a short pause, Silier decided to try to change the soil itself to get rid of the spoiled smell. He asked Colette to bring some soil from the surrounding fields, and the dragoness nodded, assuring that she could easily carry it in her belly. He ordered Louisa to rest. The old soil needed to be dug up, so Silier took this task upon himself. Louisa apologized for not being able to help. For several hours the barn buzzed with work. The knight dug up the spoiled soil. Colette returned with new earth. They together filled in fresh, clean soil, and Silier tamped it down in place with a shovel. The work dragged on almost all day. Exhausted, Silier sat down to rest, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, and smiled, finally finished. He asked the dragons how they felt now. Both spread their wings and began to carefully inspect the renovated stable. Their tails curled with joy, and Louisa whispered with relief that it was now so pleasant and cozy here. Colette nodded in agreement and added that their work was not in vain. Silier gladly noticed that the matter was indeed in the soil. It concealed a frozen spirit of death, which had only now disappeared. Rising, he decided, from now on they would live right here in this new home. The stable spread so wide that it even resembled a small palace. Louisa, happy, immediately exclaimed that now she could finally sleep peacefully. When everything was finished, Silier hitched up the cart and thanked his dragons for their help. He especially thanked Colette, praising her for her diligence. The dragoness blushed and lowered her gaze, hiding a smile. The boy took out a small package, smiled, and asked her to unwrap it. It was a gift. Colette's cheeks instantly flushed, and her eyes widened when she saw what was inside. Before her unfolded a real sweet fairy tale, a huge cake, a pile of pastries and cookies, countless small desserts that smelled intoxicatingly of vanilla and caramel. Louisa immediately recognized these were human treats. Silier glanced at Colette and asked if she had seen such things in the city because he suspected. The dragoness was fond of sweets, so he ordered the cake especially for her. Colette could not believe her ears when she learned that all these sweets were her gift. Louise jokingly teased her friend, "I didn't think you were such a sweet tooth." Colette blushed and moved closer to the desserts. She quietly muttered that she actually didn't like such things, but her tail wagged happily and revealed her true emotions. Silier just smiled silently. Eventually, Colette couldn't resist and confessed refusing such a treat would be a crime. A happy smile lit up her face. Later, Silier went to the city administration, leaving Louise waiting outside. He handed the documents to Rose, and she sincerely thanked him for the help. She noticed that he had acquired another dragon and heard a firm yes. Rose smiled and remarked that not every free knight could afford even one, but he kept two a true hard worker. Silier thanked her for the kind words. The girl asked if he still planned to work as a free knight, and cautiously suggested joining one of the guilds. Silier replied that after being expelled from the Lindworm Guild, he had reconsidered everything. Guilds see dragons only as tools, and he did not want to return to such a life. Rose apologized for her carelessness and still offered another idea that interested him. She asked him to imagine something he might never have even thought about. Don't join a guild, create your own. Rose explained that a guild is an officially state-recognized organization, so he could found a community of dragon riders, and added that such knights hold a special place in the world and enjoy deep respect. Silier asked to give an example to better understand the essence, and the girl replied that the main advantage of such guilds is the tax benefits, which significantly distinguish them from other organizations. The knight clarified whether it was about the toll for passage. Rose nodded and added that the tax on dragon maintenance is also reduced if the rider has several. The difference is very noticeable. Silier was surprised to learn that even dragons are taxed. Rose explained that as the guild level increases, the dragons themselves can also become a bit stronger, and this impressed him greatly. Seeing his surprise, she hurried to clarify. At the highest levels of guild power, dragons become a bit tougher, as if under the effect of a blessing. Silier admitted that this is quite an advantage and asked how it works, and Rose confessed that she does not have exact information. She only added that it is related to an ancient pact between the king of gods, Romanzier, and the king of dragons' men, Nerum, at least that's what the legend says. Silier pondered, realizing that creating his own guild really makes sense, and asked what is needed for this. Rose replied that first an official observer is required. She herself volunteered to help and assured that it would not be a problem at all. The boy thanked her, but the girl warned a deposit must be made. The amount is considerable 10,000 lyres, she said. Silier thought for a moment, then suddenly it dawned on him. He remembered one case. Opening his wallet, he suddenly recalled the reward for the previous job and, taking out a pouch, poured its contents onto the table. He excitedly explained that Colette recently found a rare stone.
Trotty asked what would happen now to the conquered lands, such as the Intish Hills. The minister quietly explained that the kingdom can dispose of the new territories at its discretion, so from now on all...
Surprised, the knight decided to show his find to an appraiser. He carefully examined the stone and said it was a four-colored palolite, and in response to Silier's question, said that it is an extremely rare mineral. Pushing up his glasses, the appraiser unexpectedly offered him a whole 10,000 lyres. The young man was stunned. Turning back to Rose and counting out the required amount, Silier placed the coins on the table, neatly gathered in an even pile. The girl looked at it in surprise and wished him luck, and he only smiled awkwardly. He hadn't thought he would spend the money so quickly. Rose asked if he wanted to apply right now, and Silier, full of confidence, answered, yes. She carefully prepared the documents and handed him a sheet for signing. The knight grabbed the pen and carefully wrote his name, address, and the number of his dragons. Rose reminded him. He needed to specify the name of the guild, otherwise it would not be registered. Without hesitation, he wrote, "Dragons first." When the girl read it, she raised her eyes in surprise. Silier just nodded and explained this name conveys the very essence, primacy and loyalty to dragons. Rose smiled, signed the document on her side, and placed the official seal. The seal suddenly shone, tiny wings grew from it, and right before Silier's eyes, a small fairy appeared over the paper. "This is the guild fairy, a sign of your identification," Rose explained. Silier leaned closer and stared at her. The fairy silently stared at him, blinking her eyes. The boy asked what to do with her and heard in response she would accompany him herself. The little creature smoothly flew up and hid in his bag. Rose smiled and asked that she be taken care of, then placed a small box on the table. Inside rested bracelets and collars. She explained that these devices measure the strength of dragons, and the guild's rank would depend on their readings. Silier recalled how in the Lindworm Guild, all dragons were given the same bracelets.
She could not believe that the girl really did that. In response, the girl asked not to humiliate.
He whispered that he no longer wanted to put on his dragons what resembled shackles. The girl, seeing the shadow of sadness on his face, quietly suggested visiting a workshop for dragon ornaments, where bracelets could be chosen according to their character and color. Soon Silier appeared before Louise and Colette with a box of colorful ornaments. The girls looked at him with open, surprised eyes. He smiled and said that the workshop had not only bracelets but also earrings, bows, and other decorations, so they should choose whatever they liked. The dragons froze, interested by the boy's offer, exchanging glances and thinking about what each of them would like to receive. Louise was the first to speak. She said she would like a sleeping bag. Silier raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding what that had to do with ornaments. He smiled awkwardly, admitting that sleeping bags for dragons were rare and by no means an ornament, and Louise seriously added that a sleep mask would suit her. The knight promised to order it from the workshop and asked again if that was really all she wanted. Louise nodded, smiling contentedly. Leaning closer, Silier warned that such a thing was only suitable for the knight. But the dragoness was not bothered at all. She noted that he himself always wore a mask, and the boy was surprised, saying he had none, but did not argue. Then turning to Colette, he asked, what kind of ornament would she like? The dragoness averted her gaze and was silent for a long time, not daring to answer. Finally, a little embarrassed, she whispered her thought. She wanted a ribbon simple but beautiful. Silier smiled gently and asked which one exactly she had in mind. Colette blushed even more and briefly replied that she just wanted a beautiful one. The boy mentally noted her femininity, but remained silent. He did not want to lose her trust. He promised that he would place the order at the workshop tomorrow. The next day, the master carefully measured Louise's head while she obediently sat still, and the woman from the workshop assured Silier that the mask would be made exactly to the shape of the dragon. The order cost 100 lyres. Silier asked to make 2 masks at once, one as a spare, and the craftswoman agreed, saying the work would be ready in a few days. Leaving the workshop, the knight and Louise were satisfied, another task completed. The boy looked at her warmly. The dragon temporarily had a collar on her neck, which resembled more a decoration than a means of control. Both dragons put on their collars without any resistance, although Silier still did not like it. Louise, noticing his thoughts, spoke up. She admitted that she did not expect him to really allow her to have a mask, and Silier, a little surprised, smiled and replied that he had no reason to deny her such a small joy. Louise quietly thanked her master with a soft smile. Suddenly, a soft glow burst from his bag. Silier looked down in surprise. Opening the pouch, he pulled out a glowing guild card. Something had changed on it. It turned out the guild level had risen. Now it was 2nd rank. Silier instantly rushed to Rose to find out the reason, and she, looking closely at the map, was no less surprised. Usually promotions do not happen so quickly. She explained that a guild with 1 knight and 2 dragons simply could not reach the 2nd level earlier than a month. But the system does not make mistakes. The more participants, the faster the level grows. Silier suddenly doubted, could there have been some mistake? Rose, asked to wait, left the office, reviewed the registers, and returned with the conclusion, everything is in order. She explained that sometimes this happens. Riders temporarily rent dragons, register them in the guild, artificially raise the level, and then return them. So some fraudsters profit dishonestly. Rose folded her arms and seriously summarized that in this case everything is clean. The guild grew naturally. She sincerely congratulated Silier on the level promotion and handed over the document that he was supposed to take to the ferry. A small creature peeked out of the bag, touched the sheet with magical glow, and unfolded it on the table right before the eyes of those present. It began to draw. When the ferry finished, a map appeared before them, alive and detailed, with barely noticeable flickering moving lights. Silier saw a bright dot in the middle of the city. Rose explained that this was the designation of his registered dragons. She pointed to a place near the administration. There was Louisa. Remembering that he had 2 female dragons, the girl noticed only 1 dot on the map. Silier immediately explained that Colette was now on Mount Milrif and therefore not visible, and Rose noted with surprise that he really sends dragons to perform tasks independently. She pulled the map closer and gently touched Mount Milrif with her finger. The image enlarged, and Silier suddenly saw a 2nd dot light up on the surface. It was Colette moving along the slope. Rose explained that as the guild level increased, new convenient features would appear and wished Silier to work even harder, while the boy carefully examined the map, admiring its amazing magic, and before leaving asked why the level had risen so quickly this time. The girl just shrugged, even she did not know exactly how the system worked. Returning home, Silier saw Colette, who was just coming back from work. Both dragons froze in surprise. They did not expect him to be standing by the entrance. The young man smiled and explained that he had something interesting for her. He pulled a small package from his back. At first Colette looked indifferent, but as soon as she saw what was inside, her eyes lit up. There lay a beautiful ribbon, exactly the kind she had asked for. Silier smiled and added that masks for Louise were still being made, but there were plenty of ribbons available for sale. The dragoness could not take her eyes off the gift. Her little face was glowing with joy. Silier carefully helped her attach the ribbon to her head. Colette did not expect him to do it himself and was a little embarrassed. When he finished, the boy smiled contentedly. The ribbon suited her perfectly. Colette turned away and quietly asked if he really thought so. Silier sincerely praised her, saying that she looked simply incredible. The dragoness, without raising her eyes, replied, feigning confidence that she knew that herself. The boy just laughed and did not argue. Colette looked at him gratefully, and this time something warm flashed in her eyes. Suddenly his bag shone again. The guild map flashed with a new light. Silier pulled it out but did not see the level increase. Raising his eyes, he saw Colette. She was shining with joy because of the gift and was spinning around, admiring the ribbon. And then Silier guessed, perhaps when dragons are happy, the guild gains experience and grows. Morning light had just appeared, but there were many worries. He had to think everything through. He looked at the map. It seemed to come alive and responded to each of his emotions. Louisa, who was standing nearby, sleepily joked that perhaps even the fairy missed her master. Smiling with a spark in his eyes, Silier asked if they were really that happy. He noticed that their harmony brought not only pleasure, but also profit, and remembered how the ribbon on Colette's head shone brightly. When the map reacted, maybe his assumption was correct. He also recalled how Louisa happily tried on her mask, and his heart filled with calm. When they reached the administration, he said he would go get a new task, but as soon as he approached the bulletin board, his gaze fell on the Lindworm Guild certificate. In it, the kingdom sincerely thanked them for impressive achievements this year. The boy examined the document with interest, and although there were old images, he could not help but admit the guild was truly strong and resilient, and he really wanted to have such a distinction someday. Suddenly, behind him came the same mocking giggle. Someone sarcastically advised not to dream too much. It was Louis. With irony in his voice, he said he had heard about Silier's new guild and mockingly added that they would never see such diplomas. He mockingly boasted that after receiving the certificate, many knights of rank B joined Lindworm, saying reputation works wonders. Silier calmly replied that it was good that way, and without malice recalled how he himself was once part of that system. Louis gave a crooked smile, said, "If only you had stayed, you would have peace," and left, and the boy was not even angry. He only sighed. He was not drawn back to the past at all. Pushing through the crowd, Silier heard the noise and asked what had happened. People around were excitedly discussing the news. He was told, somewhere in the city a dragon had broken loose, and now everyone was looking for it. No one knew exactly where it was, so the streets instantly filled with panic. Thanking them, Silier thoughtfully considered he had heard about the runaway dragon for the first time. He glanced at Louise, who was sleepily shaking her head, and quietly decided not to disturb her with unnecessary matters. Leaving her near the square, he promised to quickly check the situation at the administration, but suddenly something sharply struck his shoulder. Flying back, Silier stunnedly saw before him a dragoness begging for mercy. Her wings trembled, and her voice sobbed with despair. Sobbing, she said she could no longer stay here. Her life was in danger. The knight quietly said that it was indeed dangerous here and ordered her to follow him. Together they hid in a cozy alley, away from prying eyes. He calmly asked, "Are you Emma?" The dragoness raised her head in surprise. She did not expect him to recognize her, but confirmed it. Silier replied that he remembered everyone he had ever talked to. It flashed in his mind that she was of the some breed, small but strong battle dragons often used in guilds, and she had previously been listed in Lindworm. The boy asked with pain in his voice why she had fled. Emma, confused, told that recently she had been feeling unwell and asked to rest, but she was still forced to keep working, no matter what. Because of this, she almost died. With tears in her eyes, she added that she heard the guildmaster telling another, "If the dragon is guilty, it is no longer needed, and after the next mistake, it should be written off as scrap." Silier clenched his fist bitterly. Nothing had changed. Even knowing that dragons understand human language, people still continued to say this to their faces, and Emma quietly said that she was waiting for him because she remembered how he always defended dragons. She begged for shelter, her voice trembling. Silier silently looked at her, and in his head there was only one thought: whether Lindworm would agree to transfer the dragon to another guild. Suddenly there was a knock at the gate. Emma flinched in fear, thinking they had come for her, but Silier put his hand on her neck, calmed her, and quietly said that everything was under control. He promised to trust her, and nodded as if he was about to settle everything. A familiar man was already waiting in the yard, and irritably declared that he knew about the dragon's escape and demanded its return. Silier calmly confirmed, "Yes, the dragon is with him now." The man immediately gave the order to bring her out and return her to the guild. The young man firmly replied that he wanted to ransom Emma. The messenger did not believe and asked again if he was serious, and upon hearing the affirmative answer, mockingly asked if he thought he would get away with it. The man suddenly remembered. The guildmaster ordered to drive this dragoness to death. Silier asked in surprise how he knew that. "There is no smoke without fire," the man cut short. Silier refused to return the dragoness and asked to convey his proposal. He only grumbled that no one would listen to such nonsense, and irritably pushed Silier away roughly. Throwing him aside, he brazenly broke inside and shouted for the dragoness to come out immediately. "Let's go, we're going home," he exclaimed, approaching. Waking up from the shout, Emma instantly decided that this was another enemy of her master. Without hesitation, she opened her jaws and fired a powerful stream of flame, attacking with all her might. The man behind just shrugged and said, "What did you expect? Uninvited guests are received the same everywhere." Snorting hostilely, he left the room, not hiding his contempt, and his boss only calmly looked after him and ordered to pass everything to the guildmaster. Soon Silier was already sitting at the long table, directly opposite the head of Lindworm himself, Dicky Rash. He coldly said that he had already heard about that proposal, crossed his arms, and directly asked, "Does Silier really intend to buy back the dragoness?" The answer came out without hesitation, yes. He could not calmly watch how they were tormenting a creature already on the verge of exhaustion. The guildmaster sighed, pretending to understand everything, and said as if everything was clear. Silier sharply added, "If the dragon is no longer fit for service, keeping it is simply stubbornness." But Dicky Rash cut him off. Although she was called unfit, this dragon still legally belongs to Lindworm, and no one has the right to take her away without a valid reason. When directly asked about the price, he only smiled fiercely. "Money does not interest me." Guildmaster coldly added that if someone asks for too much, they must remember exactly where they are, and his tone sounded both mocking and warning at the same time. Having listened to this without any objection, Silier calmly stood up, then, without losing dignity, fell to his knees and bowed his head low. His request no longer sounded like a plea, it was a decision spoken firmly and definitively. This gesture seemed to move even the cold guildmaster. He stood silently for a few seconds, then sighed, spread his hands, and said tiredly, "Let it be your way," after which he waved his hand, allowing him to do as he wished. When Silier slowly got up, he noticed. The dragons were already standing nearby. They had quietly turned around and were silently watching everything. One dragoness was cautiously looking around for threats. Another anxiously looked at the master, trying to understand if everything had ended well. And only a brief nod from Silier became a sign for them that the danger had passed. He approached the runaway dragoness, gently ran his palm over her head, and quietly whispered that now she was free. Emma looked at him with sincere relief and thanked him. Her breathing finally evened out. When he asked what she would do next and where she intended to go, she answered without hesitation, "Nowhere, she just wanted to stay close to him." Silier smiled sincerely and greeted her not as a captive, but as a free companion. At that very moment, a miracle happened. All three dragons shone with a soft light, as if something ancient had responded in them, called by an invisible force. The knight did not understand the reason, but felt a call not from outside, but from within. It turned out that the source was the ring he wore. Unfolding his palm, he saw the ring flash with the same glow, and in the next moment the dragons seemed to understand everything. They froze. Something ancient and rare had just awakened, a true relic of past epochs. The artifact hidden in the ring awoke. Stunned by what he saw, Silier looked confusedly at his companions and asked what this thing was, and the fugitive dragoness, without taking her eyes off the ring, whispered that it was the secret treasure of the dragons, a relic wrapped in legends. She explained that once the dragon lord himself, alongside the king of the gods, created this artifact, and according to legend, it appears only in the hands of one truly loved by dragons. Embarrassed, Silier admitted that he had only heard the name of the dragon lord, and asked to be told more. They quietly confessed that they knew little. In ancient times, this dragon ruled the world. His voice could enchant any creature, and the god King Romanzier admired him above all. Approaching, the dragons admitted that they saw the artifact for the first time. To his question of how they were sure it was that very ring, they simply answered instinct that needs no proof. Silier looked more closely at the ring, simple, without decorations, but the dragon's gaze left no doubt. Before him was a true treasure. He extended his hand, jokingly saying that since this was a draconic relic, it was logical for one of them to wear it, maybe even attach it to the belly. Louisa with the red ribbon instantly objected, exclaiming indignantly that if she accidentally swallowed the artifact, God forbid it would bring a curse. The other dragons agreed for many reasons they could not take this thing, even if they really wanted to, so Silier firmly decided, let the ring remain with him. Curiosity seized him. He wanted to understand the effect of the artifact. Slowly, he put the ring on his finger under the watchful gaze of the dragons. He listened to himself and felt no changes. But suddenly, when he looked at his companions, strange, bright signs appeared near them, and an instant understanding struck his head. The artifact had activated. Colette, slightly irritated, asked, "What does this mean?" Silier approached closer and inquired if she was feeling well. The dragoness, blushing, assured that everything was fine. Then he explained. The artifact shows him the state of the dragons, and above their heads flickered two symbols. One reflected the physical state, the other the mental. Turning to the dragoness with the ribbon, Silier gently reminded her that she constantly works alone and probably hasn't given herself rest for a long time, and sincerely apologized for this, admitting his inattentiveness. She lowered her eyes and whispered softly that she was fine, and he, looking seriously, replied that he appreciated her efforts but asked for at least one day of peace so she wouldn't exhaust herself. Staring at the ring, Silier held his breath. Perhaps this artifact did not accidentally end up in his hands. Its true purpose, it seemed, was not power but caring for the dragons. When the dragoness finally agreed to rest, he fully realized. This ring is not a weapon nor a source of power, but a true blessing. For the dragons, it is the most precious of all gifts. Several days passed. In the deep night, when the whole world was drowned in silence, suddenly there was a knock at the door, persistent, sharp, with a sense of anxiety. Opening the door, Silier froze. Before him stood a stranger in glasses, who politely bowed and apologized for the late visit, calling him by name, Mr. Silier Larose. Having made sure he was not mistaken, the guest apologized once again for the intrusion. He slightly tilted his head and introduced himself as Loraflori. His voice was restrained, but there was an urgent need felt in it. He had come with a request. When Silier asked about the reason for the visit, the guest immediately named Madame Mario, the very woman whose letter Silier remembered verbatim, and the past painfully echoed in his heart. Having led the stranger to the room, he asked what he was requesting. He sat down, lowered his voice, and whispered that one of the Dragon Knights guilds had suffered a devastating defeat in a recent campaign. Silier knew such expeditions usually lead into the very dens of monsters. The risk is incredible, and victory brings glory and wealth. But behind this shine, there are always hidden sacrifices. He asked how tragic the situation was. This news stunned him. The first squad was completely destroyed. No one survived. Silier froze. He had not heard such news for many years. Loraflori continued. According to guild rules, each participant leaves a will before the expedition, and now, since no one returned, these letters lie among the ashes, no one to collect them. That is why he was here. Silier froze in thought, and admitted that he was not sure if he had the strength to go where entire squads perish. But the guest immediately reassured him. There would be no danger. A second, reinforced squad had already been assembled for the cleanup. They just needed someone to find the wills. Loraflori added that the tragedy happened in the Danzig Valley, and the reward was 5,000 lira. After a brief reflection, Silier agreed. He thanked him, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered one more important detail. While gathering the wills, he explained, "Everything you find can be kept for yourself. The law allows it." Silier nodded as if to say understood. The next day, having gathered his gear, he solemnly announced to the dragons that their new goal was the Danzig Valley. The one-way journey would take 3 days, counting time for sleep. One of the dragonesses asked in surprise what exactly the man meant when he said, "All found items can be disposed of at one's own discretion." Silier blushed with embarrassment and asked if she had overheard their conversation. She proudly said that she has excellent hearing. He sighed heavily and explained that the battlefield is not only ashes and death, but also mountains of armor and treasures. They go into battle in expensive armor and with quality weapons, so it is common to take them from the fallen and sell them. That is the harsh truth. Another dragoness, gripped by horror, asked, "Do people really do that?" Silier, a bit embarrassed, confirmed. He added that he heard a story about a poor fellow who was killed by the residual magic of a trophy sword. It is truly a dangerous thing. After all, the armor of dragon knights costs significantly more than ordinary ones, so any found item is sometimes considered a reward. But he did not like the very thought of it. It seemed too close to looting. After a long journey through fields and forests, under the relentless heat, the travelers finally found themselves in the valley of Danzig. Before them opened a terrible sight, a hill of bodies of people and dragons, over 50 dead. Silier said sadly that this was not a valley, but a river of death. Turning to the new dragoness, Silier said that she was best suited to spot the enemy and asked if everything was calm around. She confidently replied, "No hostility felt, all is quiet." He opened his palm, showed a small capsule, and said firmly that everyone fallen should have one. He asked the dragons to split up and search for them. All nodded briefly, agreeing with the order. The dragoness who stayed nearby sighed and said sadly that this work was disgusting. Silier tried to encourage her and allowed her to rest a bit if needed. But she stubbornly objected. I will work too, I cannot stand aside. Silier only smiled gratefully and sincerely thanked her for her dedication. When the bag was finally filled with a dozen capsules, the dragons gladly announced that all were found. Then Silier addressed Colette, preparing to give a new task. She asked hopefully if this was the end, and suggested returning home immediately. It was unbearable for her to stay in this place of death. But the knight pleaded to wait a little longer. He had one more request. He fell silent, and though timidly, firmly asked the dragons to bury the fallen knights and dragons. They asked in surprise if he really wanted that. Silier nodded. Leaving the bodies in the open air was too cruel. The dragons fell silent, not understanding why this was so important to him. He asked confusedly if it was wrong, but they denied it was not about right or wrong. They clarified if graves should be made for the dragons as well. Silier answered briefly and confidently, yes, for all. Then one of them sighed and said that he was strange, although she had known it for a long time. The other dragons burst out laughing and nodded in agreement. Silier smiled in response, asked not to be angry, and honestly admitted that it was probably not easy for them with such an odd fellow. They looked at him warmly, repeated that he was indeed strange but kind, and sincerely thanked him. Returning home, he saw Rose. She was a little worried and immediately apologized for the urgent summons. Silier felt immediately, if she used a letter, then something important had happened. And indeed, Rose announced. His guild had risen to the 3rd level, although it usually takes months. He did it incredibly fast. Silier instantly understood what she was hinting at. His guild fairy flew up to him, light as a ray with a playful smile, but in her eyes shone not only joy but also a shadow of anxiety. She laughed quietly, as if she knew in advance what would happen, but in her gaze there was not just amusement, there was something restless. When he asked if everything was all right, the fairy sighed and admitted that she was simply surprised. His guild, with only one knight, had achieved results already compared to legendary records. He repeated her words with a tremor in his voice, as if not believing that it concerned him. It still did not seem to him that this was his story. When asked about the reason for his success, he answered simply, I just follow the principle of my guild, dragons above all. He simply cares about them, but the fairy looked differently. She felt that there was something more here. Rose informed him that he now had access to the back room, a special storage, tightly protected by spells and accessible only to guild members and their dragons, and Silier pondered how to combine this place with the powers of his companions. While he was pondering, voices of other knights sounded from outside. They were actively discussing his rapid rise. Some spoke with respect, others with outright envy, and this troubled him a little. It was then that he noticed a carriage near the gates, decorated with a coat of arms. From it emerged a young princess, radiant with joy, with a smile shining like the sun. She appeared out of nowhere, and in her gaze there was only one thing visible. She had come specifically to him. Approaching closer, she sincerely could not hide her admiration. In such a short time, he had become one of the most talked-about knights of the kingdom, perhaps even too quickly. To avoid attracting unnecessary attention, Silier politely invited the princess inside. The doors quietly closed behind them and cut off the surprised looks of passers-by. Inside, she immediately got down to business. Her request turned out to be special, to entrust Silier with the care of a creature of exceptional value, and he immediately became wary. A request from the princess herself is never simple. At first, hearing dragon child, he just shrugged and did not give it much importance. But as soon as the word phoenix was spoken, the knight froze as if petrified. He asked again if it was really about the divine child, and the princess, embarrassed, barely nodded. He did not understand why such a rare creature was entrusted to him. The girl, blushing, tried to hide the importance of the moment, saying it was just a test of his skill or a contribution to the development of a new guild. He sincerely thanked her for the trust, and soon they set off together on the road. The princess watched with fascination as he gently handled his dragon, and how an effortless bond instantly formed between them, one that is hard to explain with words. When he asked whether to travel by carriage or to fly, she answered without hesitation, the wind and the sky are the best companions for such a journey. But his dragoness, sensing hidden tension, quietly warned him, do not try to impress the princess with excessive diligence. Silier only gently ran his hand along her neck, thanking without words. In flight, he began to tell about phoenixes. Once this species was considered completely extinct, and only legends preserved mentions of their immortality. The princess confirmed. According to tradition, phoenixes do not bear offspring. They resurrect themselves by dying to be reborn stronger, and this thought struck him to the core of his heart. Hearing the conversation, the dragons Intervenedevan, the proudest and mightiest among them, admitted that phoenixes stand above them. Phoenixes do not know death in the usual sense. Their life is an endless circle of fire and rebirth. The princess added that whole centuries can pass between two of their reincarnations, and perhaps right now is that rare moment when a phoenix has appeared again in the world to fulfill its destiny. Silier did not know where this would lead, but he felt in his heart something extraordinary lies ahead. Thus passed 2 days of their shared journey. At this moment, the narrative becomes smooth and quiet, enveloping the atmosphere of an ancient place and filling with a lingering expectation of revelation. They stopped before a massive gate that opened the way deep into an ancient temple. Silier noticed with surprise. A carriage cannot reach Hareth's stairs are too narrow, and the slopes too steep and dangerous. They were met by a knight in a silver cloak, who solemnly bowed to the princess and informed her that everything was ready. She briefly thanked him and ordered to be immediately led to the divine child. The knight briefly replied that the condition remained unchanged, after which he ordered the heavy gates to be opened. The princess signaled Silier to follow her. The knight asked the dragons to wait outside, and he himself followed the princess deeper into the dim passage. They were met by a majestic corridor. Stone columns with carved figures of ancient creatures framed the path, and the flickering of torches on the mosaic floor made the silence even heavier and more solemn. Finally, they reached the great hall. In its center, on a marble pedestal, rested a huge skeleton, snow-white mighty, with outstretched wings and an elongated skull. Silier froze, not hiding his amazement. Before him truly lay only remains, and the princess stepped closer, saying that this was the divine child, or rather, all that was left of it. She explained that this skeleton had lain here for many centuries, and the whole country had guarded it, believing that one day it would live again. She turned to Silier and asked if he understood what exactly stood before him. He silently began to walk around the pedestal, intently examining every curve of the bones, every crack, every trace of time frozen on the marble. When he touched the skull, he pressed his palm to the cold bone and sighed heavily. There were no answers, only deep questions, and at that very moment something changed. A barely audible, ancient voice whispered into his consciousness, calling him a human child, and said that many centuries had passed since a human foot had stepped here. Then it added that the girl nearby smelled of royal blood, and Silier looked silently in amazement at the skeleton. The voice did not hesitate, it knew without error who stood before it, and, as if joking, it asked if the person understood whom they were speaking to. The next moment, the silence of the temple was shattered by a deep, heavy laugh that echoed off the stone walls. Silier barely restrained himself from responding in kind with laughter filled with both wonder and anxiety. The skeleton continued speaking, mockingly calling his thinking too human, too ordinary, and then immediately asked why he had come here, to a place where no living beings remained long ago. In a calm voice, the knight said he had come to help the divine child be reborn, for this legend still lives among people. Hearing this, the skeleton spoke ambiguously and bitterly. Once people themselves knew how to return life, but they forgot what faith is. Then Silier turned to the princess and quietly, almost in a whisper, asked if she knew a way to resurrect the dragon. She silently shook her head. The ancient voice laughed again. Its laughter was dry but warm, like a fire barely glowing under the ashes. He spoke about the fragility of human memory and how books become unreliable when their pages depend on the will of kings. Then he called Silier closer. In a whisper, as if revealing the secret of the ages, the voice said, "It's simple to be reborn, fire is needed. Just a flame is enough, and it will return infinitely many times." Silier could not believe it. How could one burn what was considered a national shrine, a treasure guarded for centuries? He froze for a moment before stepping forward and again turned to the princess. "I warned her that I would try to resurrect the child, but how it would end is unknown." She looked calmly, and in her eyes burned boundless trust. Silier thanked and struck a match. A small flame appeared instantly. The tiny flame was almost imperceptible in the dark, majestic hall, where even a breath echoed like a reverberation between the pillars. But when he threw fire on the bones, the flame instantly flared up bright, insatiable, as if alive. It wrapped around the entire skeleton. And then the incredible happened. The fire began to change, as if dancing to the rhythm of an invisible melody born in the very heart of the flame. The light grew and dazzled, the heat squeezed the chest, and suddenly a hum sounded from the flame, not angry but victorious, triumphant. And before the eyes of those present, a living creature began to rise from the ashes, from the fire, from the very bones. The dragon spread its wings, shining like gold, and its gaze flared in it burned the power of rebirth. He proudly declared that he had finally regained his life. Silier, looking closely, noticed that the dragon was smaller than he expected and thought to himself, "Is this really a child of the gods?" The princess froze in place, not believing her eyes. She barely whispered an apology, for she could not find the words. The dragon cheerfully told him that it was all his fault. He had forgotten to restrain his own power after a century-long sleep. Silier quietly smiled and called him a rascal. In response, the dragon gently placed a paw on his head and good-naturedly tousled his hair. He smiled and said that Silier was the first mortal who dared to call him a rascal. The princess looked at them with surprise. They got along as if they had known each other for years. The dragon asked his name, and the knight replied with a question, "And yours?" He shrugged and said that he had no name. He was the only son of the deity, so he did not need a name, because there was no one like him. Silier thoughtfully said that it was somehow inconvenient to be without a name, and offered to give him a name himself. At first the dragon was surprised, then asked, "Which one exactly?" and suddenly burst into loud, ringing laughter. His laughter grew, becoming louder and deeper. The princess even shuddered, and dust began to fall from the ceiling, as if after a light earthquake. The princess looked around in confusion, and Silier gently reassured her. Everything was fine, nothing terrible had happened. When they left the temple, everyone outside froze in horror and amazement. The guards immediately rushed to the princess and begged her to move away because what had awakened inside no longer belonged to the past. The dragons and guards stood frozen in surprise, not taking their eyes off the reborn phoenix, and the princess calmly assured everyone that she was fine and ordered them not to interfere. Silier stepped forward and announced that before them was the child of God. The dragon, smiling contentedly, reminded him of the promise to give a name. Silier was confused and apologized for the delay. The knight realized that he had imagined the divine being quite differently, and with lively curiosity asked whether it was male or female. The dragon answered calmly, "Phoenixes have no gender, as they do not need to give birth." Then Silier suggested the name Chris. The dragon blossomed with joy, repeated it aloud, and, laughing, solemnly acknowledged himself by this name, and the knight hurried to stop him so that he would not cause another collapse of laughter. Silier loudly announced to all present that he was the one who gave a name to this divine creature. He carefully asked the princess if she would consider it impudence, but Chris, interrupting, replied that there was no need to worry. He accepted the name with gratitude. Then the phoenix asked, "Is he free now?" Without waiting for an answer, Chris immediately proposed to make a contract, but Silier was stunned and did not understand what it was about. The dragon, shocked by his ignorance, asked if he was even a dragon knight. Hearing the affirmative answer, he became even more confused. Even the princess knew nothing about the ancient ritual. Silier turned to his comrades, but none of them had any idea what a contract was. Chris muttered irritably that over several centuries people had completely forgotten what a sacred union between a dragon and a human was. The knight asked for an explanation, but the phoenix replied, "Better to show than to tell," and asked for some of his blood. Silier made a small cut. A drop of blood hung in the air, lifted by the magic of the phoenix. The dragon created his own drop, then joined them into a glowing circle. A soft light enveloped the knight's body, and the phoenix loudly proclaimed that from now on they were bound. The one who makes a contract with a dragon can use part of his power. Chris spread his wings and his voice became firm. His gift was the ability to control fire, but to activate it, a rite of initiation was needed. One must ignite oneself not for destruction, but for awakening. The next moment the flame engulfed the youth. The princess, frightened, rushed forward, but Silier stood calmly, without pain, without fear, as if immersed in tranquility. The flame did not burn him, it only flickered around, like a second glow on the skin. The knight smiled and said he felt wonderful. Now finally, he understood what it meant to control fire. The dragon laughed and said that such power is not for everyone, and that the boy proved his resilience. Silier thanked him, and the phoenix whispered in response that he himself was grateful for the name, for the trust, and for the awakening. The princess, impressed by what she saw, clasped her hands and made a decision. She approached the knight and offered to invest money in his guild. Embarrassed, Silier asked if she really wanted that. When the princess confirmed, he could hardly believe it. He had never dreamed that a member of the royal family would become a patron of his cause. She pleaded, bowing her head, and he, blushing, replied that he should rather be the one asking for such an honor, but still accepted her offer. The princess beamed with a happy smile and thanked him. Time passed. After the events in the temple, Silier learned that he could make a contract with 3 more dragons and decided to do so with his companions. At first, they were wary of the fiery phoenix, but later a friendly harmony blossomed among them. Chris explained that now the knight can connect with any dragon, but how many connections he will have depends on his inner capacity. Silier did not understand and awkwardly asked what that meant. The phoenix smiled and jokingly replied, It's like writing words on a sheet, there isn't enough space for everything. The confident fire dragon proudly boasted of his greatness, until an irritated dragoness shouted at him, and a noisy, funny quarrel broke out between them, making everyone laugh. The fire dragon, giggling, began to imitate her, so she couldn't stand it and bit him hard on the neck. Their antics again turned into a loud but friendly scuffle, which quickly ended in laughter. The fun was suddenly interrupted by Silier's voice. He asked the fire dragon how to find out how much space was left in his inner realm. The dragon smiled slyly and ordered a glass of water to be prepared. The dragon said, "Take the glass in your hands, close your eyes, and imagine yourself in an empty room that he is filling with water up to the very ceiling, to the last breath of space." Then he ordered to imagine that the room begins to expand, as if the walls are retreating and dissolving into the air, and suddenly this sensation materialized the glass before him filled by itself, as if an invisible hand was pouring a stream of water into it. Frightened Silier abruptly stood up, not understanding what was happening, while the fire dragon, watching with satisfaction, laughed loudly. Laughing, he admitted, the knight was right, his vessel was amazing, the strongest of all he had ever encountered. Embarrassed, Silier asked, "Is this my inner space?" The dragon briefly confirmed that now he could make deals with any number of dragons, as many as fit in his inner world, and jokingly added that in such a space there would be room even for the imperial square, although he admitted the example was not the best. The other dragons, hearing this, only smiled. If there was so much space, then that was only for the better. After the conversation, a dragoness with a bow approached Silier. She hesitated, shifting from paw to paw, as if unsure how to start the conversation. Meanwhile, the fire dragon kept teasing her, smiling and saying that this was a sign of a true woman's heart. She blushed with anger and sharply ordered him to be quiet. He immediately began to apologize, but without waiting for her to listen, he only apologized with feigned humility, which caused quiet laughter among the others. Silier decisively turned the conversation to business and asked if fire can heal wounds. The dragon nodded yes, it is possible. Then the knight decided to make the next contract with her, and the fiery phoenix advised to spill blood drop by drop. A magical circle flared beneath them, and the dragoness whispered anxiously that something strangely tickled her throat, as if fire was touching it from inside, and Silier was convinced that she was not in pain. She, blushing, quietly confessed that now he looked even cooler than before, almost like a god. The knight smiled awkwardly and asked if she was really serious, and at that moment the fiery dragon declared, "Contract completed." Suddenly Silier felt new knowledge bursting into his consciousness, power inherited from his partner. The phoenix explained that some abilities are available to all, while others are inherent only to certain dragons. Her power belonged to that second category. Silier sat down to concentrate and feel the new ability, but as soon as he closed his eyes, he almost immediately dozed off for a few seconds. The dragon noticed this, and jokingly said that his drowsiness strangely resembled her own, and the knight raised the finger where the wound had just been, and it was already completely healed. He realized the new ability restores through sleep and does it faster than any treatment. The fiery dragon nodded approvingly, calling this magic pleasantly useful. Silier sincerely thanked for the gift, and immediately called the next dragoness to make a new contract with her. During the ritual, she suddenly giggled quietly, and he, surprised, asked why, but she just waved it off and did not explain. When the ritual ended, the knight suddenly felt a fighting power ignite within him, a gift forged in battles, and the fire dragon immediately suggested testing it on himself. He assured that nothing terrible would happen, so Silier decisively took a fighting stance and promised not to hold back. Spreading his arms, he instantly created a fireball so easily that he himself was surprised. When the dragon asked if it was really her power, the knight confirmed. Then he couldn't resist and asked how the phoenix itself feels after such a trial. The one who burned with enthusiasm suggested trying again. Silier could not understand how he managed to create fireballs using only 9 fingers. He tried to ignite the flame with the right thumb, but this time the magic did not respond. The fire went out, and the knight anxiously wondered whether this was the limit of his power or if some part of the potential was still asleep. Then the fire dragon whispered to him that the right thumb is a symbol of power, and not without reason, he said. All rulers wear a ring on it, a sign of a concluded contract, a seal of authority. But Silier just shrugged. He had never noticed anything like that among rulers. The fire dragon only snorted, saying people have simply forgotten how to see what is right before their eyes. Then the knight called the third dragoness to make a new contract with her. When the ritual was completed, he felt a different energy within himself. But the dragoness quietly explained that her power would not manifest immediately. From now on, everything he ate would turn into energy, which would accumulate in his body and which he could use at any time. Satisfied, Silier smiled and said that such an ability would be invaluable during travels, sincerely thanking her. The fire dragon, laughing, added that the boy was incredibly lucky. Then he joked, if Silier started making mistakes, he would get fat like his dragoness. She growled indignantly and bit him on the neck, proving that she was not fat at all. Silier just smiled this time. He did not stop them, because the culprit undoubtedly deserved punishment. The next day, a new client came to the master, a tall man with refined manners who introduced himself as Sebastian Bernard. He bowed low and introduced himself formally, and this excessive politeness immediately made Silier wary. The guest handed over a letter and said that it was an invitation for Maestro Mourinho. Unfolding the message, Silier immediately recognized Lady Katarina's handwriting. Smiling, he mentally thanked her and asked Sebastian what his request was. He shyly admitted that he needed to obtain Daxit, a precious mineral no larger than a cocoon, and he needed at least 100 such stones. The fire dragon could not hold back. He laughed and exclaimed that it sounded interesting, so they would definitely take on the task. Silier apologized for his impulsiveness, and the client only smiled indulgently. Then the phoenix squinted and said that he knew where to look for Daxit and could show the way. Hearing this, Silier finally agreed to take the task. Sebastian sincerely thanked him and called his act truly brave. After that, Silier asked the dragon what exactly Daxit was. The fire dragon explained that it was a rare gem that often brought misfortune to people because they died trying to get it. And at that moment, the knight finally understood why this order was so highly valued. The dragon added that Daxit shines only under the full moon, when the beam of light falls directly on it, so it is also called the heart of the night dragon. And Silier, impressed, imagined how amazing this sight must be. He asked where exactly one could find this stone. The fiery phoenix only smiled slyly, and without uttering a word, led everyone to the scorching volcano. Approaching closer, he suddenly remembered. This is the Tonabit volcano. It is in its depths that Daxit is born. The dragon laughed. An ordinary person would never reach the stone, but Silier is a completely different matter. The knight recalled his new powers and instantly understood why he was entrusted with this task. The dragon jokingly suggested climbing inside, even without armor like in hot springs. Another dragoness, worried, asked if he was really not afraid, and Silier confidently replied, "Everything is fine. The phoenix does not deceive." He stepped into the crater. Inside, lava was boiling, but the heat did not burn him. On the contrary, he felt his body becoming part of this element. The fiery dragon joyfully exclaimed that he was proud of him and called his deed truly heroic. Silier pulled out the first piece of Daxit, dense, shiny, heavy, like molten metal itself, resisting the touch. 100 pieces no longer seemed an impossible goal. Move by move, he calmly collected stones. His body got used to the infernal heat, and contracts with dragons nourished him, not letting fatigue or heat overcome his will. Meanwhile, on the surface, dragons began to grumble. The heat was becoming unbearable, and the air near the crater thickened, like the breath of the earth itself. Silier did not stop working, feeling how much he had changed. Once he could not even approach such a place, but now he stood in the very heart of the volcano and worked calmly like one who has already gotten used to looking into the flame and not fearing it. When the work was finished, the bag was filled to the brim, exactly 100 pieces of Daxite, each the size of a cocoon, and the stones shone through the fabric with a soft glow, like frozen flames. The fire dragon slightly raised the corners of his lips and said that the human world is arranged just like that when you have power and recognition. Even the hardest work is valued very differently, and Silier thanked him, feeling the truth of these words. Late in the evening, in a bar with dim light and a hum of voices, a group of young men gathered around a table, eagerly discussing news about a mysterious guild that recently became famous for its lightning-fast success. Amid the clinking of beer glasses, rumors spread that the queen herself was taking care of that guild supposedly. That is why incredible luck smiles upon them, and they grow so rapidly. At that moment, a new visitor entered the room, a figure in a heavy cloak with a hood pulled deep over his face. Briefly introducing himself as Six, he approached Silier with a business proposal. The knight immediately sensed the strangeness of this name and noted that it was probably made up. The stranger did not even try to hide it. The guest continued and said he had a task for him to transport a certain cargo. The amount of reward he promised stunned Silier, 30,000 lira. They paid an unheard-of amount for a simple delivery. The knight cautiously asked what exactly needed to be transported, but the client evaded the answer and only said that the main thing was to deliver the item to a precisely defined place. His words made Silier tense. The client was too carefully hiding the true meaning of the order. He felt something vague and insidious, as if danger was hidden behind this task. Yet curiosity slowly overcame caution and ignited a desire to learn the truth. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the fire dragon. Hearing several fragments, he could not hold back and loudly intervened, burning with excitement because of the very mysterious atmosphere. The words of the stranger, smelling of danger, struck him, and he declared that he wanted to join. Silier, understanding that the matter was truly unusual, allowed him to participate. The dragon, brimming with confidence, proudly promised to extract the whole truth from the client himself. The boy tried to restrain him, but he only winked and asked to be trusted. Phoenix approached closely and emitted such a powerful pressure that the stranger instantly turned pale and, trembling with fear, fell to the floor. Silier leaned toward him, asking anxiously what the dragon had done. He replied smugly that he had only pressed lightly, and now the man would definitely say everything he knew. The knight asked again what exactly was being carried in that cargo. Trembling, the stranger whispered that it was necessary to transport dragon tears, a special fragrant distillate with a dangerous effect. Phoenix explained that these tears, if brought close to fire, induce a deep sleep and cause hallucinations, and Silier suggested that this effect seemingly immerses a person into the true world of dreams. The dragon said that this substance does not harm the body, but the king personally forbade it. Silier asked the client if the task was really secretan, instantly received confirmation. He turned back to the Phoenix and asked desperately, "Why is what does no harm forbidden?" He answered seriously, "The matter is different people have massively gotten hooked on these sleep perfumes, and the population was slowly declining, fleeing from reality and abandoning real life for the sake of illusions." Silier thoughtfully nodded as if to say, "There is probably nothing to be done here." And the dragon objected, "Perhaps the prohibition is too strict. There are those who truly need such dreams." The knight sharply asked who exactly, and the Phoenix gave an example of an old man who lost his wife and can now see her only in an artificial dream. Silier fell silent. He also thought, maybe the world is not so simple and the rules need to be more flexible. While the dragon laughed, he gathered his thoughts and agreed to take on the task. The stranger quickly pulled a map from under his cloak, pointed to the spot where the cargo lay, and briefly outlined the delivery conditions. Having received the instructions, Silier and the dragon set off, not suspecting that this trip would be the beginning of a completely different story. When Silier reached the required point, before him rose the dark community of Fort Nirko, looming over the houses like a giant shadow. And armed guards stood on the walls. There were too many of them for an ordinary warehouse. At the gates, he was met by a young guard with tired eyes, in which suspicion flickered. Silier handed him an official letter and calmly announced that he had arrived. After a brief glance at the papers, the youth ordered the gate to be opened. As soon as they entered, the fort seemed to come alive. People stirred. Glances met, whispered, and tension hung in the air. From the crowd emerged a thin, one-eyed man with a heavy gaze. He asked distrustfully if before him was truly a guild master, and upon hearing confirmation, coldly stated that before entrusting an important task, Silier must prove his strength. The knight tensed. He came here on a mission, not for a trial. However, hearing that the fort had already dealt with fraudsters, he felt he needed to show that he was serious. He took a deep breath, assumed a fighting stance, and activated the power of one of the contracts. With one motion, he released a stream of energy. A flaming arrow pierced the air and shot upwards, and at that moment a ring of fire exploded around. The flame, obediently subservient to his will, aroused surprise and respect. The one-eyed man smiled coldly and admitted that the master was not so bad after all. Silier asked if he was satisfied with the demonstration. The man only briefly nodded and ordered to follow him. Making his way through the fort's territory, the fire dragon whispered mockingly that everything had happened exactly as he predicted, and asked if Silier had exhausted his strength. He calmly replied that he had used only a third of his energy, and coldly reminded one of the contracts allows accumulating magical power. This duel, he added, will be an excellent preparation for real battles. The Phoenix snorted, full of self-satisfaction, and praised him for his prudence. Looking around, Silier felt numerous wary glances upon him. Those who had called them now doubted their own decision. Irritated, the dragon cast a predatory glance at the guards, and his magical pressure instantly silenced everyone. He found it amusing and laughed loudly. Silier only frowned. The dragon waved his hand, explained that it was just a joke, tousled the master's hair, and with a smile reminded him that now they were comrades. One-eyed man looked at him in surprise. He did not know that the master had such a beast. Silier did not drag out his words. With a cold voice, he asked where the cargo was. The man clicked his tongue, but still ordered his subordinates to prepare the boxes. While the people were bustling about, the dragons quietly whispered to each other, not understanding why everything was taking so long. Phoenix, pretending to be serious, said that the people simply understood who they were dealing with and now would not dare to tease them. Finally, the subordinates brought the boxes, The one-eyed man handed them to Silier and explained that the cargo had to be delivered to some jig in the city of Manhwa that was where he would receive payment. But he warned, at the entrance to Manhwa there was a checkpoint line the contents could be inspected, so the master would have to decide for himself how to avoid this. On the way, the dragons actively discussed the risks, and one of them suddenly froze with anxiety. If the spirits were exposed, the consequences would be catastrophic. The less experienced dragoness asked in surprise what a check was, and she was explained that in large cities it was a common procedure for controlling the outer perimeter. It turned out that one of the dragons had already experienced this in the city of Renterm. Silier listened carefully and decided that it was better to avoid any suspicion. He did not need problems with the authorities. Temporarily, they hid the cargo inside one of the dragons, but everyone knew a normal magical inspection would quickly reveal it. Silier began to suspect that the people in the fort might have already reported their journey, and now someone was watching them. When they were crossing a narrow river, suddenly a new idea flashed into his mind. He addressed one of his dragons, leaned closer and whispered that he had a plan and needed her help. The dragoness looked intently into his eyes and nodded silently. When they reached Manhwa, Silier and the dragons carefully looked around. The city rumbled with voices. The air was thick with the smell of spices and dust, and the streets were filled with merchants and guards. He quietly spoke to one of the dragons, whispering that he was counting on her help, but did not finish. The path was suddenly blocked by an armed knight in shining armor. He glanced at Silier and immediately asked, "Are you really a dragon rider?" Having received confirmation and seeing the seal of the dragon's Fruist guild, the guard still cautiously pointed to the dragoness of the Mushufushu type and inquired what exactly she was hiding in her belly. Silier evasively said that there was nothing unusual, but the knight sharply interrupted. It was not words that were checked, but inspectors. Replying briefly all, he gave the signal to prepare for inspection. At his master's signal, the dragoness opened her jaws wide, and a powerful stream of water burst out, flooding the entire courtyard in front of the guard. The knight, stunned, jumped aside, not expecting such a flood. Silier quietly and confidently explained that it was only a supply of camp water and asked if they could pass now. And the knight, all wet and confused, waved his hand and allowed them to proceed. One of the dragons joyfully remarked that they had passed the inspection without any difficulties. Silier agreed. Such tricks do not always work, but at the right moment they are invaluable. Although most of the water was already poured out, the dragons still hid secret capsules with dragon tears. Making their way through the crowded streets, Silier felt that Manhwa was much noisier than Borsal's. Life here was bustling day and night. One of the dragons noticed that rumors were spreading. Supposedly, the guild master himself founded this city. This thought took Silier's breath away. How can an entire city be built at all? And doesn't he himself dream of creating something similar, a refuge for dragons? Then another dragoness pointed to a sign with strange symbols. His curiosity flared up, and he decided to enter one of the shops. Inside, they were met by a long-haired man who instantly recognized the guild rider and immediately asked about the delivery. Silier silently gave a sign. The dragoness carefully pulled out the boxes with the cargo. The merchant carefully examined the contents, confirmed that everything was fine, and handed over the promised 30,000 lira. When Silier asked to count it, he coldly refused. If he is cheated, he simply will not take the next order. At the exit, one of the dragons even gaped in surprise. She could not believe that they had received such a huge sum so easily. Silier explained that such an amount is paid only for delivery. Fragrant incense is considered a rare and dangerous product, and added that those who make it probably earn several times more. After a short rest, they settled in a spacious house where there was even room for dragons, and Silier smiled contentedly, noticing that the city was truly built on a grand scale. The new dragoness with wide-open eyes watched with interest as merchants eagerly offered perfumes made from dragon tears. Silier replied that if they managed to bring this product into the city, then they could afford any business. When asked if it was okay to earn money from the forbidden, he shrugged indifferently and said, "Forbidden is just a word of power, and when people need it, demand justifies supply." The dragons agreed, though without much enthusiasm. Silier somewhat irritably noted that the recipe for making the perfumes is still unknown, and the phoenix just laughed and said there was no need to worry. With a surprised question whether he knew the method, he nodded and added, "Dragon tears are just a cover." Impressed, Silier asked again if these spirits really had no real connection to dragons. The dragon explained that the ingredients were only partially related to them. The base was an ordinary Garian fruit, which could even be found at the market. Interested, Silier went to the market and soon came across a shop where he saw this fruit for the first time, curved like a cow's horn. The saleswoman explained that only the pulp inside was edible, and Silier immediately bought a large batch. This greatly impressed her, and he immediately informed the fire dragon about it. He ordered 2 dragonesses to swallow the fruits and hold them firmly in their stomachs. The master clarified that only the pulp could be eaten, but the dragon explained for them this was not suitable. The fruits had to remain whole, and for Colette, with her specific anatomy, they had to be kept in the first stomach. Silier joked, asking, "What about himself?" The phoenix replied that he did not need food, he had no digestive system. One of the dragons called him useless, and he burst out laughing. When everyone, holding their breath, asked what was next, the dragon answered briefly, "Wait a month." This was the secret to creating dragon tears. Showing the Garian fruit, the phoenix explained, "When it is digested, its spikes are covered with a secretion and harden into a shell like a pearl. This is how incense is born." Silier could hardly believe his own eyes. The method turned out to be extremely simple. He sadly admitted, for dragons it really seemed easy, for humans such alchemy was unattainable. Turning to his companions, he apologized for the difficulty of the task. They only smiled and assured him they would manage. The master thanked them and, looking thoughtfully into the distance, said, "Perhaps this secret is known not only to them." But soon he realized constant buying up of the Garian will inevitably arouse suspicion. The dragon nodded and suggested growing the fruits independently, but the other warned anxiously, if someone sees it could cause trouble. The master agreed everything must be done in the strictest secrecy. Another dragoness added that for this they need a separate plot of land where no one can see them. Silier sincerely admitted that he could not manage alone, but knows a person who can help in such a matter. The next day he again set off back to Bazaar, the dragon market in Manhwa. Reaching the needed stall, Silier said he was looking for a gargoyle, and the merchant briefly nodded, leading him deeper into the market. There, near the stone-scaled creature, the master stopped, bowed respectfully, and introduced himself. Unexpectedly, he admitted that he understands the language of dragons and would like to talk, but the gargoyle's reaction was cold, even indifferent, only a brief glance from under heavy eyelids. An awkward silence hung in the air. Silier cautiously noted that the dragon seems not very talkative, and he briefly confirmed he just does not like to talk. Noticing his reserve, Silier did not hesitate, instantly got down to business, said he wanted to take him with him, and asked what he thought about it. The answer sounded dry. He can do as he sees fit. On the road, the master tried to start a conversation. He asked if the new companion had any suggestions, but he remained silent. When Silier asked again if he could hear him at all, the gargoyle simply explained. He was thinking they were not addressing him, and he added that dragons usually are not given names, so he did not care what they called him. The master threw out the name Yui, and, hearing no objections, understood the new companion did not mind. Although the answer was brief, it contained a hidden agreement. Silier smiled and said he was glad to meet him. Then he asked about the abilities of this type of dragon, and Yui, lowering his gaze, replied that it would be difficult to explain. The master gently reassured, "Tell me as you can." The dragon said he possessed 2 skills. The first, he can disappear along with whoever he touches. Impressed, Silier exclaimed enthusiastically that this was true invisibility. Yui clarified, not only sight, sound disappears too, everything until he is touched. The second ability, he said, is to change others' perception. The master never fully understood and asked to demonstrate in practice. They returned to the house where they were temporarily living. The dragons immediately asked the owner, "Who is this newcomer?" Embarrassed, he pointed to Yui. The dragons apologized in shock. It turned out they had not noticed him at all. Silier guessed it was because of his short stature, but the fire dragon laughed. At first, they only saw the master, the rest seemed not to exist. Not fully understanding the meaning of his words, Silier solemnly introduced the newcomer to everyone present and announced that he was now part of their team. Then he asked Yui to show his power, but he calmly replied that he had already done so. The fire dragon smiled and explained. When they first looked there, they saw only Silier, and Yui seemed not to exist. The master frowned and asked if that was his second ability. The newcomer confirmed this without any emotion and coldly explained. His power distorts perception. Because of it, others see him not as he is, or do not see him at all. Intrigued, Silier asked if he could make, say, a body lying on the road invisible. The answer was brief. Yes. The master, impressed by this power, said enthusiastically that with it one could even hide entire fields. The fire dragon became interested and noted that it would be very interesting if Silier made a contract with the newcomer. Without hesitation, the master turned to Yui and said directly that he wanted to create a magical bond. Hearing her quiet consent, he approached closer and carefully asked if he should explain the essence of the contract, since not everyone knows its subtleties. Yui slightly shrugged and said that such things did not bother him. After a short pause, he added that he was also interested in the rest of the team. Silier thanked him, and at that very moment the contract was sealed. A new sensation ran through his body, as if a source of fresh power flowed directly into his consciousness and opened another facet of magic. It was the power of perception, and Silier was eager to test it in action. The feeling of new magic pulsed within him like the breath of another world. The fire dragon suggested using this ability on him as a test. Silier agreed, closed his eyes, and concentrated, directing the flow of energy into the newly acquired power. Only a few seconds passed, and the master began to transform before their eyes. To the three dragons he became majestic, powerful, and ancient, like Bahamut himself, the king of all dragons. The fire dragon couldn't hold back and laughed, admiringly acknowledging that this was true power over perception. The others confirmed that the image of the Dragon Lord suited Silier remarkably well. A few days later in Borsel's office, he spoke about expanding the guild and directly told the girl that he wanted to create another base, to which she skeptically asked if the guild had already grown that much. Silier smiled. They were still small, but there were already 5 dragons, and the city had become cramped. In fact, he secretly desired to grow mysterious fruits, and Borsels, sensing seriousness in his voice, warned that it would be expensive and asked if he could cover the costs. The master replied that he needed a large territory. The girl clarified, almost the size of a military fort. Calculating in a moment, she blurted out the price, 50,000 lira per year for rent. Hearing the amount, Silier froze in silence. She explained that all the land belonged to the king, hence such a high fee, and the master regretfully admitted that he could not afford such expenses. Then Borsels gently reminded him of his acquaintance with the princess and suggested asking her for help. But Silier looked away and refused. He did not want to involve her in his affairs. He knew she would have unhesitatingly lent a hand, but he decided to manage on his own first. He thanked Borsels and, returning to the team, announced that for now they would have to do without their own plot. One of the dragons laughed, saying that now they would have a real household. Silier smiled awkwardly and agreed, adding that first they needed to complete the experiment with the fruits. Turning to the gargoyle, he entrusted him to plant the seeds and hide them when they grew strong. The fire dragon asked if the available grains would be enough, and the master confidently replied, "This is only a trial stage, and this is sufficient." Enian suggested not planting in the open air, but to do it indoors. Silier glanced sideways and doubted without light it will not sprout. The dragon only smiled and, raising his paw, gathered the glow in the air and turned it into a ball of fire. A soft light shone above their heads like a small sun. He explained, "This is Phoenix Flame, a living fire capable of nourishing life and accelerating plant growth." The master, with anxiety in his voice, asked if this would not exhaust the dragon himself, but he just laughed. Such a trifle will not tire him. Lowering himself closer, he warmly said that for the first time in 3,000 years he met a person who cares about him, called Silier a friend, and added that for him it was like standing up from a chair. The master looked him straight in the eyes and replied that he fully relies on his support. Everyone immersed themselves in their work when suddenly a female voice sounded in the air, calling Silier. It was the princess, anxious, barely breathing from haste. He invited her inside and, with curiosity in his voice, asked what mission she had come with. She objected. It was not about that. She reported that she had received a letter from the city administration. The guild needed a plot. Silier wanted to refuse, saying he did not want to bother her, but the princess indignantly interrupted. There was plenty of land, and she herself would give him as much as he needed. Embarrassed, the master quietly whispered, "This is too much." The princess thought for a moment, and firmly replied that she would do everything possible because she truly wanted to be useful to him and his team. Seeing her unwavering determination, Silier finally agreed. He smiled and said that he completely relied on her. She, full of enthusiasm, promised never to let him down. Only 3 days passed and the princess appeared before him again, this time with results. She reported that she had found a suitable territory. Silier, a little embarrassed, asked if it had caused her any trouble, and she smiled on the contrary. She had long been looking for someone to take care of this land, and now she was grateful to him for this opportunity. When the carriage stopped, the princess looked into the window and quietly said that they had already arrived. Silier did the same and, with sincere admiration, was confused. Before him stretched a huge, spacious plateau surrounded by hills and a river valley. Looking around the place, archival records flashed in my mind. Once a whole estate farm was spread here, so the land was already cultivated and could become ideal for growing crops. But now everything looked abandoned. The soil had long not known the plow, and only ruins remained from the old buildings, slowly settling into dust. The princess, not hiding her annoyance, admitted that she hoped to find them a place where they could immediately start working without any preparation. And Silier quickly hurried to reassure her, and sincerely thanked her for the help. He assured that the territory was simply wonderful. There was a river nearby, a bridge, and even remnants of warehouse everything to start construction from scratch. The princess, hearing this, blossomed with a smile and sighed with relief. She was so pleased that he liked it. Surveying the vast lands of the former estate, Silier sadly noticed that from the once wealthy village of the noble family, only the stone outlines of the foundations remained. Once workers lived here and grew grain and vegetables, but now everything stood empty. Yet despite the desolation, the master felt a wave of inspiration within himself. He decided that it was here he would plant Garion, the very fruit from which dragon tears are born. Filled with enthusiasm, he immediately suggested clearing the area. Clenching his hands, Silier summoned one of the powers obtained through the pact with the dragon and burned away all the excess with flame-dry thickets, debris, and remnants of old structures, and thus the cleansing of the land began. The princess, watching this, froze in amazement. She saw for the first time how his power unfolded. Silier explained that he had made pacts with dragons and now possessed part of their might. When he was preparing the fertilizer, he noticed that the princess was trembling. Her face seemed to hide some strong emotion. He, worried, asked what had happened, and she quickly waved it off and said that everything was fine. Then, lowering her eyes, she quietly confessed that she had long wanted to become part of their guild, but her status as a princess forbade her from doing so. Her voice trembled, and Silier felt compassion bloom within him. She truly wanted to help them, and he realized he had to respond with action. Asking her not to move, he deeply concentrated and used one of his new techniques, a power that distorts perception. In the next moment, her appearance was transformed. The royal posture disappeared, facial features changed. Before him stood a completely different girl. The princess, looking at her reflection in the mirror like water, could not believe her eyes, and Silier quietly explained that in her new form she could join the guild incognito. Blushing and smiling, she asked, "Does this mean she is no longer a princess?" Receiving confirmation, she smiled and jokingly said that now she needed a new name, and Silier, after a moment's thought, suggested the name Jean. She gladly accepted it, said she liked it very much, and thanked him with sincere warmth in her voice. The master only added that now, as a guild member, she must know one important thing. He proudly told that he understands the language of dragons and can speak with them directly, without intermediaries. Blushing slightly, he admitted that he understands well how strange such an ability might seem. The princess, now Jean, replied that she had never heard of anything like that, but there was no surprise in her voice, only sincere admiration. When they were returning to Borsel's, she was still turning over in her mind what she had seen, trying hard to understand exactly how this magic works. To her question, Silier evaded a direct answer and only asked to wait a little. Then he called one of the dragons, intending to show everything in practice. His plan was simple: to put the princess on the back of the dragoness and loudly convey her thoughts to prove to everyone that he really hears the voices of dragons. When he asked the dragoness for permission, she only sighed, lowered her head, and apologized. "Not sure if I have the right to transmit someone else's thoughts to a human." She clarified that she herself had never wanted to share her inner voice. Silier accepted her refusal with restrained respect and did not insist, then briefly retold the essence of her words to Jean. It turned out that during the previous journey, the princess had said something aloud that the dragoness did not want to reveal, and hearing this, Jean looked at her confusedly, not understanding what exactly was meant. Then Silier carefully asked if she had said anything unusual during the journey. The princess thought for a moment, and suddenly blushed. From her facial expression, it became clear. She recalled something she would have preferred never to remember. She was confused, lost her train of thought, and embarrassedly tried to explain that it was simply impossible to talk about it. The dragoness hurried to calm her down, making it clear that she did not intend to reveal anything. For her, it was just a chance observation, nothing more. Having felt this, the princess sincerely thanked him. Silier relayed the rest of the dragoness's words. She said that such matters are better discussed only among themselves if they are truly important. Jean's cheeks blushed again. She stumbled over her words, her voice trembled, and in the end she simply changed the subject, laughing uncertainly. In that laughter, something else flickered as if a confirmation. Now she knew without a shadow of a doubt that her mentor truly understood the language of dragons. Impressed, the princess was sincerely fascinated. She concluded that it was precisely because of this ability that dragons trust him unconditionally. That is why they follow him. She admitted that she had previously thought she was speaking only with a small dragon, and only now did it occur to her. All these conversations were the work of Silier's unique gift. The master quietly whispered that he once shared this truth with his former guild, and for that honesty he was expelled. The princess frowned and sincerely sympathized. She was amazed at how cruelly they could treat him. After all, that guild was considered one of the best. Silier sincerely thanked her for the kind words and admitted that now he was even grateful to those who rejected him, because it was through that trial that he found the path he walks now. Looking at his dragons, he suddenly realized, true strength is not in magic but in the trust of those nearby. He solemnly addressed Jean and announced that he accepted her into the guild and relied on her. She beamed with joy. After the conversation, they firmly shook hands, and the princess, looking him straight in the eyes, confidently said that he could fully count on her. Only a month had passed, but the territory already seemed different. Former thickets and ruins had turned into flat, cleared land, where one could run at full speed without fear of tripping over debris. The workers labored non-stop, and Silier, watching his plan come to life, summoned the guild members to discuss the next steps. The fire dragon, who was closely watching the process, reminded that 2 dragons still carry trial fruits of Garion in their stomachs, and suggested checking if they had time to ripen during this period. By the master's order, the dragons rose for the fruits and soon returned, carrying a neatly woven basket. Silier accepted it with noticeable excitement after all. These were the first samples. Looking inside, he saw fruits of rich color, even shape, and perfect ripeness. The dragons, with eyes shining with joy, exclaimed that they had managed to create real dragon tears, and they themselves were amazed at how Garion could change form inside their bodies. The master quietly thanked and admitted that keeping them inside for so long was truly not easy. But when he looked more closely, he felt that externally they were by no means attractive. The fire dragon snorted and said, "Dilettantes just don't get it. Quality is more important than appearance." He added that the Manhwa traders would definitely appreciate them, and even advised showing the goods in the local shop. Silier returned to Jigo's stall, greeted him, and awkwardly apologized for the sudden visit. The seller asked how he could help, and Silier said he would like to show his own goods and added that he created these fragrances himself. A bit shyly, he modestly explained that he only had a small batch for now, but could produce more if they were accepted. The seller carefully sat at the table and began examining the samples. His face slowly changed surprise, smoothly turned into admiration. He admitted that it was the first time he saw such a high-quality product and had no complaints, and asked if Silier really made it himself. He answered with a smile. He has friends who taught him the secret to keep the fruits in the dragon's stomach until they ripen. The seller whistled in surprise and exclaimed that he was extremely lucky, while Silier only smiled and said that his dragons were truly talented. He asked if the seller would take these fragrances, and the seller only inquired in response whether the master could continue to guarantee such quality. Silier glanced at his dragoness, and she, without hesitation, confidently replied, "Yes, if he asks." So he calmly turned back to the seller and confirmed there would be no problems. The merchant, after thinking a little, said he would buy them even at 1.5 times the price. Then, after exchanging glances, suddenly doubled the offer. Silier froze confused, and the seller smiled and said, "Such quality is truly worth every coin." The merchant opened the cash register, took out a neatly sealed document, and handed it to Silier, explaining that it was an invoice from the church bank. It could be exchanged for money at any temple. The nominal value was 10,000 lira, and this was only an advance for the delivery. Silier thanked him, accepted the invoice carefully as if it were a relic, and felt that for the first time in a long while his guild had finally received a real financial foundation. Later he sat at a new meeting with a young man who introduced himself as Rawson Laurent, a representative of the trading organization, Laurent, who greeted Silier as the head of a guild rapidly gaining fame. With a warm smile, Rawson smiled and said he believed in the guild's future prosperity and wanted to establish closer relations, and Silier thanked him for the compliment and directly asked about the real purpose of the visit. The guest did not argue and replied that he had brought him goods that might interest him. Pulling a small carved box from his bag, he placed it on the table and offered to look at one of the sacred relics. He claimed that usually such things turned out to be fakes, supposedly bones of sacred creatures, but this one, he assured, was genuine. What exactly was inside could only be understood by looking for oneself. Silier carefully opened the box and saw inside a small white bone that barely shimmered. He immediately recognized her the bone of the Dragon King, the ruler who once governed the entire dragon people. Rawson hastily added that over time her price would only increase, so buying her now was a great bargain, but Silier only replied that he would consider it later. Suddenly, a familiar voice of a fire dragon came from the window. Hearing the conversation, he decided to intervene and advised taking this item without hesitation, assuring that Silier would not regret it. Smiling and trusting his friend, Silier said, "I buy it." When he went out into the yard to show the acquired item to the dragon, he admitted that he himself did not quite understand what he had paid for. The dragon only smiled mysteriously. It was not just a bone. Touching the box, it burst into flames, and right before Silier's eyes the bone changed, transforming into a long blade hidden behind a magical illusion. The dragon explained. It was not a bone, but a phoenix horn, a true divine artifact. He added that inside the sword flickered a fragment of his own essence, and although it had already lost several lives, its power remained. People called such items sacred because once divine beings used them. He explained that such artifacts cannot be created or bought, they are born themselves, like incarnations of the god's memory. Silier asked confusedly what use this blade could have, and the dragon, with a sly smile, replied that it makes people cry with happiness. Then he seriously added the blade must be broken and absorbed. Stunned, Silier asked again if that meant to eat it, and if he would survive at all. The dragon calmly replied he would survive, but only after one death. The boy shuddered, staring at the blade, and realized it really belonged to the phoenix, a creature that can resurrect. The dragon laughed cheerfully and said that it tasted quite tolerable, but Silier seriously remarked, "This is a unique thing, and if it is destroyed, it cannot be restored." He jokingly said that he would like to have as many as one for each of his dragons, and the fiery friend burst out laughing. After calming down, he whispered that Silier is an amazing person, a mortal who always puts dragons above himself. There are few like that among humans, so the dragon decided to fulfill his wish as a sign of gratitude. He touched Silier's hand with his paw, burned the old blade with flame, and holding the heat in the air, forged a new blade from it, again the renewed horn of the phoenix. Handing it to Silier, the dragon solemnly declared that this is no longer just a weapon, it is a vow between them. He gently asked the boy to come down to the ground, assuring him that very soon the boy himself would see the result. When they stepped onto the guild's territory, Silier asked confusedly what exactly he should do. The dragon answered simply, "The center is here." Then he ordered to thrust the renewed horn of the phoenix into the ground. As soon as Silier did this, the sky was torn apart by dazzling light. A pillar of light, like a heavenly cylinder, cut through the clouds and rose upward. The air trembled as if the earth itself responded to the phoenix's call. The dragon solemnly said, "Now his wish has come true. As long as they remain on this land, none of his friends will die, and if danger befalls them, this place will become their refuge." Silier stood, stunned to the depths of his soul. It seemed incredible to him that such a thing could be, but the phoenix's light did not lie. Realizing the scale of the miracle, he quietly thanked his friend. Strange relief blossomed in his heart. Now he knew that no one would die on this land, and his gaze froze on the pillar of light stretching to the sky, like a promise of a new beginning. Thus began a new chapter of their story, the story of the guild born from fire and hope. When Silier showed the princess the territory, he explained that there were only 2 buildings so far, his own, and a large structure for dragons. He added that they had already completely moved from Borsal, and now had a new home called Passron. The princess noticed with surprise that his own house was much more modest than the dragon house. Silier just smiled. Without dragons, there would be no guild, so he simply set the priorities right. They were still talking about expanding the territory when suddenly an anxious dragoness flew up to them. A visitor had appeared near the gates. When Silier went out to meet the guest, a young man appeared before him who briefly asked him to come with him, and the master asked if something serious had happened. He just shrugged as if saying he did not know the details himself. Silier, hoping it was not trouble, agreed. Suddenly the princess declared that she would go with him. Silier agreed, understanding that in her new form hardly anyone would recognize her. Entering the city administration, he met a familiar official. She smiled kindly, apologized for the urgent summons, and asked who he had come with. Silier calmly replied that this was a new guild member named Jean, and the woman squinted skeptically and with a barely noticeable smile said, apparently, he did not waste time, he already found himself a lady. Looking more closely, she noticed that the newcomer had good manners and was probably a merchant's daughter. She even thought they had met somewhere before, but Silier sharply interrupted her guesses and asked to get to the point. The expression on her face changed. Now seriousness settled in it. She said she had come to ask for help to clean up the consequences of the disaster. The Lindworm Guild had failed in its task. Silier asked what happened, and the answer was shocking. There was an accident in the dragon pastures. The workers were taken to safety, but the dragons remained in danger. She sighed and said she sincerely regretted it. After all, Lindworm was entrusted with the rescue operation, and they failed. Silier exhaled. Now everything became clear. Just at that moment, 2 adventurers from the same guild that once expelled Silier burst into the office, and one of them, the commander of the 3rd squad, snorted disdainfully, as if to say, "Long time no see." They demanded to speak. They resolutely wanted to explain the situation. Their words instantly turned into excuses. They said that if the task was given to another guild, Lindworm would lose its reputation. But Silier cut them off. He cut off coldly that he was leaving immediately and that all necessary information should be passed through the office. When one of them began to object, Silier was already heading for the exit, throwing over his shoulder that they better deal with the papers if they so wanted fame. He added only one thing: now the lives of dragons are at stake, so he sets off immediately. When the commander tried to stop him, Silier flared with magic and touched his hand. Flames instantly engulfed the armor. While he, shouting, was putting out the fire, the other stood, stunned, watching. They could not believe that the one who was expelled now had such power. Leaving the administration, Silier called his dragons, briefly explained the situation, and assigned each their task, warning that anything could happen on sight, so they should be prepared. The dragons nodded. One of them asked what exact role she was supposed to play, and the master said that her goal was to save and fight, and also to guard the home. He allowed the other to rest, and quietly noted that her strength would soon be needed. Then he approached the gargoyle and, a bit tensely, said that there was something he would like to clarify. He guessed that he might have to sneak onto the territory unnoticed, and asked if the gargoyle could make them invisible. The gargoyle replied that it was difficult for humans, but possible for dragons. Then Silier asked to be turned into part of the wall himself. The gargoyle nodded, and in a moment Silier's body merged with the stone, becoming invisible. However, he warned, if he moved even slightly, the magic would disappear. Silier asked if the gargoyle could maintain the effect himself and heard in response. He could, but not for long. It was exhausting. The master gently stroked his stone head and promised not to let him overwork. This power would be used only in extreme cases. About an hour passed, and in the guild's courtyard there was already a large festive table, overflowing with dishes. The princess, surprised, asked why there was so much food. Silier calmly replied, all this was for him. One of the dragons had a contract that converted the eaten food into pure energy. Stunned, she inquired if he really needed so much strength. The master nodded and quietly said that a hard battle awaited ahead, so they should prepare as best as possible. She gave him water so he wouldn't choke from haste. The dragoness, watching, noticed. After such a feast, he wouldn't want to see food for a long time, but she couldn't help. The ritual was necessary. The gargoyle shook his head, clearly struck. Strange person, he suffocates himself, yet asks others not to strain. The dragoness addressed the others, strictly ordering them not to let their master down, and coldly added this was not a request, but a demand. The other dragons, fired up by her words, shouted in unison that they would give all their strength. The fire dragon roared approvingly and said that their master was a true leader, someone to trust even in the darkest times. Then he turned to Silier and said that this time he would not go with him, but would leave a gift for the journey. The dragon was already on the road, with the master riding on its back, and the dragon itself grumbled impatiently, asking how much longer was left. Silier, without losing his composure, unfolded the map and explained that if they crossed the River of Darkness, they would reach the outskirts of the Nuri Mountains in half a day. And the dragon snorted discontentedly, complaining that they could have flown straight there. The master decisively replied that the direct path was too dangerous, so it was better to choose a winding but safe road. The dragon sighed heavily and suggested sitting on its back so that he would not waste his strength in vain. Seeing the master's fatigue in his eyes, he quietly advised, do not overexert yourself. Silier thanked him and assured that he could manage, though he honestly admitted it was not easy for the dragon to carry him alone. The dragoness frowned slightly and reproachfully asked why he had not ordered another dragon to help, adding that even if that one refused, Silier could have forced him after all. He had power. He shook his head as if putting a full stop. He could but does not want to. True trust is not born from fear, and he would never use the ring of obedience. The dragoness laughed and said she understood him. It was precisely because of his stubbornness and honesty that she respected him. She was still laughing when suddenly the gargoyle ahead froze and raised its hand, a sign of danger. Another dragoness shouted a warning, and Silier managed to jump back. The explosion of a spell bit into the ground right in front of him. A man emerged from the fog, his former guild member. Silier burst out in anger. What are you doing? But the man only replied defiantly, ask yourself. He threatened that if Silier went further, he would have big problems after all. Their license was at stake. But Silier calmly replied that they should be saving dragons, not causing internal strife. But the adventurer only disdainfully threw that it was none of his business, and added that Silier had not changed at all, and his guild was just as pathetic. The master decisively said that he would save the dragons himself without the help of those who did not want to act. Then the opponent raised his hand and grimly ordered his dragons to attack. They glanced at each other, as if hesitating whether to obey the order. Dragoness Siliera firmly said, I trust him above all else. Her voice sounded like a sword striking stone. After a short pause, the other dragons agreed. They would not attack and would let Silier pass if his intention was to help. The master thanked them, and they quietly admitted that they had long been tired of their lord's tyranny. But they decided to stay not for him, but to watch so that he would not harm any more. The enraged adventurer roared at the top of his lungs, demanding obedience, but the dragons did not move. Then he resorted to extreme measures. With a sharp movement, he activated the rings of submission, and the dragons' bodies shuddered in pain. Their eyes dimmed there will vanished. Submitting to the power of the artifact, they were already on alert ready to launch an attack. The dragoness Silier, trembling, tried to calm them down. She did not want them to fight under someone else's control. The adventurer gave the order again, and at that moment Silier disappeared, dissolving into a smoke screen. The opponent noticed his movement and raised his hand. Again, the dragons lunged forward, tearing the ground with their claws. Their strength was incredible, and Silier realized there was only one way out: to use the forbidden ability that could turn the tide of the battle. Silier shouted to the gargoyle, "Hide us both immediately." And at that very moment the air vibrated. They disappeared without a trace, as if dissolved into the very space. The mage was caught off guard, looking around in confusion, could not understand where the opponents had gone. His eyes darted in the darkness, but no sound revealed the presence of Silier. Meanwhile, the master realized. As long as the rings of submission squeezed the dragons, they could not resist, and at that very moment the rings on their necks smoked. Silier was already standing right behind the adventurer. With one powerful blow, he knocked him off his feet and pinned him to the ground, not allowing him to move. His dragoness leaned towards her comrades and anxiously asked if they were injured. They, trembling, replied that their master had forced them to attack by the power of the ring, and they could not resist. The dragoness flared up with rage and wanted to punish the offender, but Silier restrained her, saying he was not worth its strength, must be saved for their own salvation. She bowed her head, but pride spoke in her voice. "I have a wonderful master." Meanwhile, at home, the fire dragon pressed another dragoness to himself and quietly assured her that there was no need to worry about the boy. She asked what exactly he had given to Silier, and the dragon replied that he had passed on his phoenix horn to him, and they immediately understood. As long as the fire dragon lives, this horn will not allow anyone to perish. They wondered when the moment would come when he would use the power of the horn, not suspecting that this moment was already approaching because Silier and his team had just reached the devastated pastures. Head towered massive iron gates wrapped in barbed wire. Silier felt as if he was not standing on a pasture, but in front of a prison. Rusty metal gates rose like a wall between worlds. The dragons exchanged glances, and as if by one feeling, quietly agreed with him. This place smelled of fear, captivity, and suffering. One of them whispered that at home everything was completely different: open space, open sky, freedom. Their voices trembled with anxiety. Silier felt it and immediately understood. Ahead was a danger that could not be explained in words. Suppressing his anxiety, he ordered to move forward and under no circumstances to fall behind. As soon as they crossed the threshold, true hell unfolded before them. Everywhere lay debris, ruined walls, and collapsed ceilings. The air grew heavier with dust, smoke, and magical heat, and as if the earth itself still remembered the battle that had raged here. Dragons raised their heads, the air filled with the presence of other dragons, their auras trembling like painful memories. Walking deeper, they came across deep claw marks on the stone, torn, chaotic, as if some creature in agony was trying to break out, and parts of the walls seemed to be gnawed from the inside. The prints spoke for themselves. At least 6 different species of dragons had been here. Some left wide tracks, others thin but deep and impressively precise. Suddenly, one of the dragonesses sharply shouted. Silier turned around, tensing every muscle. From the shadow, as if from the very earth, a monster burst forth, huge, winged, with a body distorted by magic. Its wings were of different shapes and colors, as if belonging to 2 different creatures. It had 2 heads, one with horns, the other with a toothy maw clicking in anticipation of blood. Its scales shimmered from green to purple, and its movements were smooth but threatening. Before them stood a chimera dragon, a monster sewn from fragments of different races, the embodiment of power, fury, and an ancient curse. Suddenly on Silier's and his dragon's path rose a 2-headed monster in one body, a true chimera. The master instantly realized, if the chimera was here, then the main pasture was nearby, but there was no time to think. The beast sensed their presence, roared, and prepared to charge into attack. Silier gathered magical energy, but the monster was faster. Flames burst from its maw and engulfed everything around. "To the shelter," he shouted, and the dragons instantly scattered, darting in different directions to dodge the fire that swept everything in its path. Streams of flame struck directly into the ground, raising pillars of ash into the sky. One of the bursts hit the dragoness. She fell, scorched, and her scream tore through the roar of battle. "Maya," shouted Silier and rushed to her. A pang passed through his chest. He felt the warmth of her body fading. The chimera, gathering all its strength, raised its head upwards. A new attack was already brewing. The dragons awaited their master's command, and Silier stood ready to use the phoenix horn, even if it would cost him his life. Cursing, Silier clenched the last fragments of power in his palm's flame, and magic merged into one flash. Focusing the energy forward, he unleashed a strike at the monster, and the explosion of flame and power scattered debris and raised a wall of dust into the air. Thick smoke enveloped everything around. "Yui, disperse it!" shouted Silier, and the dragon instantly flapped its wings, clearing the battlefield. Silier took advantage of the brief pause. The chimera was confused, and he retreated, trying to avoid another confrontation. Stopping at a safe distance, he and the dragons held their breath and watched as the creature prowled among the ruins, not noticing them. Emma whispered, somewhat embarrassed, "Why is this creature acting so strangely, as if it's searching for something, not just attacking?" Silier had no exact answer, but suggested that this chimera might be the key to solving the mystery of the pasture. Emma asked in surprise what he meant, and Silier, without hesitation, proposed to inspect the area. They walked among the ruined buildings, but found no living dragon. Silier froze near the tracks left by Emma and pointed out. The path turned back to the place where they first met the creature. "These are not 6 different dragons," he whispered. "This is one that combined 6 beings into itself. She herself is their alloy." Emma froze, realizing the meaning of his words. She asked if he meant that all those tracks were from the chimera. Silier confirmed. Emma turned away. Her lips trembling, she could not believe that such a thing could have happened to the dragons. She could not take her eyes off the creature, pitiful and terrifying at the same time. Once these were noble beings, and now a monster sown from their bodies. Yui bowed his head and quietly whispered, "What do we do now?" "We came to save them," he reminded. Silier froze, searching for a way out between duty and mercy. Finally, he sighed bitterly and said that maybe not all is lost, yet it is worth trying to talk. Emma and Yui exchanged worried glances. "Is it even possible to talk to such a creature?" Emma said anxiously. "We have to try everything," Silier replied decisively. He loudly ordered his comrades to stay aside to avoid getting hit and rushed forward himself. Emma tried to stop him but could not. "I hope everything will go well," he said, "and if not, I rely on you." Silier smiled and explained to Emma, "When he gives the signal, you must distract the monster. And you, Yui, watch everything." They agreed and once again firmly reminded him to be careful. Silier slowly moved forward, making his way through clouds of dust. Both heads of the chimera suddenly sensed movement. They turned to him, and 6 eyes instantly flashed with a sinister light. Silier raised his hand and tried to speak. "Do you hear me? I am not an enemy." But only a deafening roar responded. One head lunged forward, trying to grab him. He leaned back, feeling hot breath on his face. The other opened its jaws, gathering flames. Dodging the fire once again, he shouted, "Listen to me, you must not fight." The chimera froze, its eyes flashed for a moment. A shadow of consciousness flickered in them. Silier snapped his fingers, trying again to establish contact. Again, only growls and roars. He felt that perhaps they no longer heard him. Every previous time he found a way to the dragons' hearts, felt their pain and understood their language, but now only emptiness and unresponsive darkness. And then he realized a terrible truth. Before him stood not dragons, but creatures who had long lost themselves, their souls torn apart, and their bodies only fragments of former life. Yet Silier roared, asking if they wanted to return to that life, to the freedom they had lost. And suddenly, amid the roar and fire, he caught voices, weak, trembling, but real. They begged him, "Give us death." Silier froze. It was the first time the monster responded, and the plea stabbed him in the heart like a knife. Voices sounded again, "Please end this." He could not understand why. Why desire death after such painful survival? One of the dragons in the chimera's body whispered, "Unbearable pain, the flame tears the soul, and they only seek peace." Silier saw how the black fog fragments of demonic consciousness began to break out of the chimera's body. They begged again, and he stood silently, fists clenched, torn between pity and duty. Finally, steeling his will, he realized there was no other choice. This was their last will. He rushed forward straight into the gaping maw of the monster, knowing he might not return. Opening his palms, the flame wrapped around them, and he loudly shouted the name of his full technique, Phoenix Purification. A stream of flame burst into the very core of the chimera, tearing it from within. From inside, it exploded. The flame burst outwards, scattering fragments of bodies and mixing ash and glow. Before fading away, the voices whispered, "Thank you for keeping your word." Silier froze, stunned by witnessing the atonement. Finally, their souls were freed. Amid the fire, he noticed a glowing core, pure, like the heart of rebirth. He leapt forward, and with the tip of his dagger hooked the core, trying to retrieve the phoenix horn that remained inside. When the fire died out, only ruins and heavy smoke swirling over the ashes remained. Among the debris emerged a paw, then a head with small horns. From the ashes slowly rose one of the chimera heads, miraculously alive. It looked at them bewildered, not understanding how it had survived such a blow. Silier smiled and whispered, "Because that's exactly what I intended." But the dragon, whose form still showed features of other beasts, began losing consciousness, its body weakening. Emma, terrified, rushed forward and asked if it was all right. The dragon barely croaked that it was fine. Silier leaned in, checking its breath. He confidently told his companions that their lives were safe and asked them to calm down. Emma exhaled with relief when she made sure the creature was still breathing. She added that the strength of the phoenix horn helped her survive. It is the one that preserves life within the flame. Silier nodded. It was the only way to free the dragon from the terrible curse of the mixed body. Looking at the exhausted creature, he quietly whispered, "I can't promise a miracle, but if all goes well, nothing will threaten you anymore." Yui lowered her gaze and, as if enchanted, thoughtfully stared at the dragon lying before her. She quietly asked what kind of dragon it was. No one could figure out which race it belonged to. Emma was the first to understand what Yui was interested in, who this creature was before the fusion. Silier leaned over the creature and admitted that he had never seen anything like it. Emma confirmed his words, and Yui only nodded in agreement. An old likeness of this creature surfaced in the boy's memory, one of the parts of the chimera, connected with 6 others. At first, he thought the body might have changed during recovery, but after closely examining the dragon, he dismissed this thought. Emma looked closely, noticing that the dragon now looked quite ordinary, and anxiously asked what the next plan was. Silier decided to keep its existence hidden for now, and asked Yui to hide the dragon from outsiders, especially where there are people. Yui wondered if it was worth making it look like an ordinary creature. Silier gently stroked her head and confirmed. Yui nodded and accepted the order without objection. She was about to add something, but suddenly became alert. Her gaze ran over the ruins. "There are still dragons there, very weak," she whispered. Silier and Emma immediately shuddered, realizing the full weight of her words. "We must help them immediately," he replied. Yui stopped him and said that there were 31 dragons in this place, some of whom could no longer be saved. She sighed and reported that those who survived had already been taken to the doctors. Emma thanked her for the information, and genuine relief sounded in Emma's voice. Silier sincerely thanked for the help and promised to personally take care of the treatment of the wounded. The girl lowered her eyes for a moment but smiled. "You did a great job." She openly admitted that his method was risky and reckless, but the result exceeded all expectations. She also said that another group, unlike his team, suffered defeat. They failed to complete the task. "This will be talked about for a long time," she sighed, "but then everything will subside." Silier just shook his head and said, "Their team has already quarreled, so it doesn't matter." The girl asked to be given the details to understand the situation. Silier thanked her. She, already preparing to leave, froze. She wanted to say something. Turning her eyes away, she quietly asked if something was bothering him after the mission. He looked at her in surprise, not understanding the hint. But in her eyes, he instantly read the truth. It was about the destroyed territory. Silier quietly agreed. He would rather not tell others about it. He admitted that he destroyed everything that could pose a threat because he could not control his power. This place was no longer subject to restoration, he whispered, as if apologizing. Hearing this, the girl understood he confessed guilt. She only nodded, said she understood, and apologized for how everything happened. Silier smiled. "Then don't forget about the promised reward." Rose laughed and thanked him again. Later, Silier brought to the guild a dragon that had already fully regained its strength. Chris greeted the new guest with a joyful roar and called her Little Brave One. She was confused by the majestic dragon's address, and Chris enthusiastically praised Silier for the courage to bring the rescued creature to the guild. Silier added that this dragon was artificial, and all evidence of its creation had already been destroyed. Silier was confident in his theory, and the dragoness, hearing his words, was confused and could not believe what she heard. Chris sighed heavily. Even after so many years, people still conduct such experiments. Silier asked when exactly this species was created, and Chris thoughtfully replied that he did not know the exact time, and not all attempts were successful then either. Suddenly, Chris looked at Silier with eyes wide open in surprise. He did not understand the reason for such a reaction and looked questioningly at the dragon. Chris explained that he still could not determine to which species the surviving creature belonged. Hearing this, Silier fell silent and realized the appearance of the rescued dragoness was completely new, an unknown form. Chris added that it was exactly such a perfect likeness that people once tried to create. Silier could not hold back and blurted out, "How can such a species be created at all?" Chris slyly squinted, preparing to explain. He told that when Silier defeated the hybrid dragon and used the phoenix horn, 6 or 7 souls merged into one, that is how she appeared. Silier could not believe what he heard and asked if it was even possible. Chris replied that it was only his assumption, not a proven fact. He smiled and added, "You yourself used the power of the phoenix, so it is no wonder that a miracle happened." Silier looked at the dragoness and gently asked, "What should we do next?" She looked puzzled, but the boy assured her, "From now on I will protect you." The dragoness repeated his words, but fear and sadness flickered in her eyes. She timidly asked if they would now be cruel to her. Silier was surprised but listened carefully, and she added that she barely remembered her past life, only pain and darkness. He answered in a firm voice, "No one will dare to offend her while she is with him." Seeing her trembling, Silier understood her body and soul had gone through inhuman torments. The dragoness asked several times if he was really not lying, and each time he repeated, "Yes, I promise." Silier ran his hand over her head again, and she finally calmed down, smiling for the first time in a long while. "From now on you are part of our guild," he said. "May I give you a name?" The dragoness blossomed with joy and agreed, her eyes lit up with hope. Silier paused for a moment in thought. "Your name is Chanel," he said, smiling gently. The dragoness quietly repeated, "Chanel," and for the first time spoke her name with pride. Chris nodded approvingly and said that now Chanel would feel calmer next to him. Then he addressed her directly, trying to get her attention. "We can make a bond contract between you and Silier," he suggested. Silier asked Phoenix why this was necessary, and he only smiled mysteriously. "It will make your bond stronger," he replied, and Silier understood, nodding in agreement. They drew a magical symbol, and as soon as a drop of Silier's and Chanel's blood fell on it, the sign suddenly flared with a dazzling glow. A beam connected them, granting both a new power, and their souls seemed to beat in one rhythm. Chris smiled and asked, "So do you like your new power?" But before Silier could answer, his whole body was enveloped in a blinding light. He looked at his hand, and it was glowing. This was the power of transformation. The light suddenly enveloped the boy, blinding everything around, and his body began to transform right before his eyes. Bones cracked the skin, instantly covered with hard scales. A flexible tail grew on his back, and his fingers lengthened, ending in sharp, dragon-like claws. The changes hit so suddenly that Silier at first did not even realize what he had become. His breathing deepened, and his eyes gleamed with gold. Chris laughed excitedly, watching the boy transform into a creature half human, half dragon. Chanel froze. Silier was unrecognizable. "That's a dragon human," Chris exclaimed, describing what he saw. The dragoness froze, holding her breath in Silier's features, the human now intertwined with dragon majesty. Silier realized that this power came to him after he signed the contract with Chanel, and now he had become something greater, a living chimera. He could combine two essences in himself, human and dragon, shifting from one to the other. Glancing at his hands, he froze what power was now within him and how far his new abilities reached. When Chanel regained her human form, she was surprised to see that Silier had become human again on his own without effort or spells. Chris, noticing the confusion on his face, asked what had happened, and Silier just looked at his hands in bewilderment, still unaccustomed to the new power. "The energy vanished the moment I became human again," he explained. Chris laughed so loudly that his wings almost burst from laughter. "No wonder," he said. "This transformation requires colossal energy, but you must properly test the dragon form." Catching his breath, Silier decided to replenish his strength and was about to leave, but Chris stopped him with a single glance. "Wait here," said the dragon, spreading his wings and flying straight through the window, leaving the boy amazed. When Chris returned, he dragged the carcass of a dead bull and threw it right next to Silier. He looked at the prey and, sighing with relief, agreed. Such a supply would be enough to restore his strength. He ate the brought meat down to the last piece, leaving only the bones, and with obvious satisfaction placed the empty plate down. Chanel watched with her mouth open as he single-handedly emptied the entire meal. "Did you really eat it all?" she whispered. Silier smiled and said he had made many contracts with various dragons, so he truly had numerous abilities. Chanel widened her eyes in surprise. He said, "Another dragoness will return soon. I will introduce you." And Chanel smiled sincerely, confessing that she was eagerly awaiting this meeting. After a short pause, Silier took a deep breath and decided to test his new power to try the transformation again. They went outside very close to the guild house. The boy focused, and instantly his body was enveloped in a glow again. When he looked at himself, he felt the strength in his muscles had grown many times, and every movement became precise and lightning fast. Chris nodded approvingly. "Let's fight," said the dragon. "Let's see how strong you are." Silier hesitated. Attacking such a majestic dragon seemed audacious to him. Chris just laughed confidently and coldly. "Don't hold back. I am the strongest. To me, you are just a pebble on the road." Silier shrugged and accepted the challenge. He asked Chanel to step back far enough so she wouldn't get hurt, and turned to Chris, who was already standing ready, a fire burning in his pupils. Silier gathered himself, took a deep breath, and rushed forward ready to deliver the first blow. "Don't hold back," Chris shouted. "Show what a true dragon is capable of." The first blow hit the majestic dragon right in the face, and he only smiled fiercely, feeling the true strength of his student. After the blow, Chris only slightly leaned to the side, as if acknowledging that this boy had really learned to hit hard. Silier warned, "This is not all yet," and focusing, prepared for a new attack. Straightening his legs, he took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on Chris, who was also closely watching every move he made. In a moment, Silier unleashed a series of quick and precise strikes on the dragon's torso. Chris did not dodge instead. He took every blow, testing the technique and endurance of his student. "Not bad," he said with a slight smile. "You don't even give me time to regenerate." With a slight smile, he asked if Silier had enough strength to continue, and the boy only replied tersely, "We'll see," and prepared to attack again. But suddenly, the human figure turned on its own. Silier did not have time to use any other abolitite energy, vanished instantly. He checked himself and said irritably, "Again, everything, exhausted." Chris stopped the attack, seeing that the boy was barely standing on his feet. Even after a hearty lunch, there was only enough strength for a few minutest energy expenditure was enormous. But the fight was excellent, Chris smiled, drawing Silier's attention. "You stunned main dragon form. You can become the strongest human among all." Silier smiled in response. He liked Chris's confidence, and he thought that such power would really come in handy when serious danger arises. Turning around, he approached Chanel to thank her for the gift, and immediately noticed that something was wrong. Chanel was standing, barely holding on. Her eyes trembling from tension, she could no longer keep up with the fast movements during the fight. She felt a little nauseous, her gaze unfocused, and Chris couldn't hold back. He quietly laughed, observing her confusion. "You wouldn't say that your master has such power," he teased. "No matter how much he cares for you, he himself is a real monster." A few days passed, and Silier was walking through the city with Jan, a princess who was still impressed by the transformation she had seen. She did not hide her amazement, and said with admiration that his dragon form looked majestic, almost divine. Silier smiled and asked what exactly she meant by the word divine. In the city, he showed her some of his abilities, and since then the girl could not erase from her memory the glow that surrounded him during the transformation. She looked him straight in the eyes and said, "It's incredible that a human can possess such power." Then smiling warmly, she added, "You are the best dragon knight among all I have seen." Silier blushed awkwardly and quietly thanked her for the words, feeling a slight embarrassment. He recalled the days when he only spoke with dragons. Now he himself could take their form. But something was bothering him, and Jan immediately noticed it. He confessed with a heavy sigh. Now he had to eat much more to keep his energy longer for transformations. Now he needed a whole mountain of food, 3 times more than all the other guild members combined. Jan, with wide eyes, looked at him, not believing that such power required such enormous expenses, and yet her gaze trembled with sincere admiration. Sighing heavily, Silier complained that he was already tired of the monotonous food he had to consume in huge quantities, and the girl agreed, understanding his fatigue. Smiling, Jan suddenly exclaimed that she had an idea to hire a cook. She even wanted to recommend a master she knew personally. Suddenly, the boy unexpectedly refused. The princess blinked in surprise and asked why he reacted that way, and Silier decided to explain his position. "If I ever choose someone to trust with cooking," he said quietly, "it will be a person I truly trust." Jan froze at these words. She suddenly turned away, trying to hide her emotions. Her cheeks flushed, and sparks of joy shone in her eyes. She could hardly believe that he could trust her like that, but these words filled her with joy, and she barely held back a smile. Silier, thinking he had offended her, touched her shoulder to get her attention and tilted his head questioningly. "I will remember this," Jan replied sharply, "and I will wait." Silier froze, confused, not understanding exactly what she meant. She added that proper nutrition directly affects his transformation strength, and then looked at him again with such admiration that the boy awkwardly looked away. "I will help you with this," she said decisively. Silier laughed, thanked her, and promised to try hard as well. He was about to respond when he suddenly noticed a group of armed men approaching them. One of the bandits mockingly said that the boy seemed strong and probably fought well. Another glanced at the princess nearby, smiled boldly, and called her an additional trophy after the victory, while Jan looked at him confused, not understanding such impudence. Silier, confused by their behavior, asked who they were but only heard a sneer in response. One of the attackers addressed him contemptuously, called him nameless, and mockingly asked if he was ready to work for money as a mercenary. The boy began to understand where they were leading. Their words carried hatred and contempt, but he still coldly asked who sent them. Then one burst out laughing and said, "Silier caused too many problems for some furious." Silier squinted and clarified, "You don't happen to mean Rintwold." The attacker nodded in response and smiled ominously. "You can curse us in the next life," he said, raising his weapon. "And his own stupidity for coming without reinforcements," shouted another. Silier instantly realized that they were waiting for this very moment to attack. Calming Jan, he quietly whispered, "This time I will use the dragon form." The girl caught her breath. It required incredible energy. "It's okay enough." He smiled and began to transform. His body flared with light, and within a second a creature with scales, wings, and burning eyes appeared before the people. The bandits froze in fear, and Silier said coldly, "For people like you, not even a second of mercy is worth it," and rushed forward like lightning. The fight lasted only a moment, and it was over. Silier returned to human form, sighing after the lightning victory, and Jan looked at him with sincere admiration. "Incredible, you are a true dragon knight," she said, and pride burned in her voice. Then she cautiously looked at the battlefield, making sure the enemies no longer posed a threat. A pile of neutralized attackers lay on the ground, and Jan tensely asked what to do with them, whether to call people to punish them. But Silier shook his head in denial. "No one was hurt. Let's leave everything as it is." But the princess did not agree. Her voice became icy. "They deserve death for attacking you." Her calm smile now seemed more dangerous than any weapon. When rage flared in her eyes, Silier glanced at the fallen bandits and hesitated whether to punish them or let them go, since even such people are sometimes needed for that dirty work no one wants to touch. Jan suggested calling Louise, let her decide what to do with the prisoners. Silier asked to wait. "Don't rush to call the dragon. I still need to do something before that." He confidently walked forward, and soon they found themselves where Silier was heading. Seeing the house, the girl even raised her eyebrows in surprise. Before them stood a large 2-story building, and above the entrance proudly fluttered the guild's coat of arms. "This is the rental guild?" she asked again, not hiding her surprise. Silier nodded. "Yes, exactly that one." He explained that this guild had more than once thrown gangs of thugs out onto the streets, and it was they who attacked today. Now that Jan was also in the crosshairs, he had no doubt left. He had to act. Silier decided he would protect the princess and fight for justice, even if he had to challenge the guild itself. They went inside. Silier politely apologized for the intrusion, but the man behind the counter immediately reacted sharply. It was Louis, the very guild member who recognized Silier at first sight. The guy also recognized him, but showed no surprise. "Silier, what are you doing here?" Louis said, noticeably nervous. Silier calmly put him under close watch and informed him that he was dealing with the guild leader. Louis sharply cut him off, trying to avoid the conversation. When the tension began to rise, Jan intervened and asked Silier not to escalate the conflict. Without revealing her true face, she said in a firm voice that she would tell everyone the truth about what happened on the street. When Louise turned pale, Silier instantly understood everything. A real princess was standing next to him. Louise froze, not believing his eyes. His voice trembled as he whispered, "Your Highness." Jan confirmed calmly without a trace of fear. She cast a stern look at him and warned that she would tell everything she had seen and heard. The man felt complete hopelessness. Louise wanted to object, but words slipped from him. His confusion only emphasized his guilt. Silier realized that he was unable to call the chief, so he decisively stated that then they would simply turn to the state administration, and Jan agreed without hesitation. She raised her head and firmly declared, "I will make sure that the truth about your affairs becomes known to everyone." Silier mentally noted everything was going exactly as he had planned. If not for his intervention, Jan would probably have already hit Louise or one of his associates. Louise continued to fidget, stammering, and Silier pressed again, warning that this was his last warning. "Either we meet with your supervisor or the guild will lose its honor," he said decisively. Louise lowered his head and agreed, asking to wait. He hurriedly rushed down another corridor, and within a few minutes they were led to a large office. They settled at the table. Opposite sat a gray-haired man who immediately apologized to the princess for the delay. It was Deputy Guildmaster Rintgom. Tension trembled on his face. Silier, noticing this, could not hold back. "I did not expect the elder himself to appear." He cautiously replied, "I have no right to be rude to the princess." Jan calmly, but with an icy voice, said, "What I experienced before was exactly rudeness." The deputy bowed his head low, as if acknowledging her words. "We should have mentioned your visit earlier," he added. Rintgom fell almost flat, apologizing once again and not daring to raise his eyes. Jan silently looked at him with merciless calmness. In her gaze was a determination she would not leave this unpunished. Straightening up and gathering confidence in his voice, the deputy reported that Louise had already confessed he was the one behind the attack on the heroes in the city streets. He apologized again for the behavior of the guild members and assured that Louise had already received the deserved punishment. Silier briefly replied, "That is not necessary," which made the interlocutor raise his head in surprise. "He threw people at me," Silier calmly continued, "and so be it. But the most important thing is that the princess herself was nearby then." He cast a glance at Jan, signaling her to tell what exactly those people said. The princess calmly repeated their offensive words, how they called her a bonus after the victory. They humiliated her highness, added Silier, and the deputy's face instantly went pale with shock. "This is a misunderstanding," he fervently justified himself. "They did not know who was before them." "Ignorance does not exempt from responsibility," Silier coldly interrupted. "When the truth comes out, all excuses will lose their weight." Rintgom pressed his lips, not knowing what to say. A heavy silence hung in the air. Silier understood mentally that if this reached the king's ears, the guild could lose its status forever. The deputy, realizing the consequences, began nervously rubbing his hands. He did not know how to get out of this situation. "And one more thing," Silier said. "Do not forget about that story with the herbs. If the truth comes out, the consequences will be much worse." Adjusting his glasses, Rintgom whispered for them to wait and got up from the sofa. Approaching the cabinet, he took out a small box and pushed it in front of them. Inside was a sum 100,000 lira. "I hope this will calm Her Highness's anger a bit." Jan cast a sly look at Silier and, smiling slightly, asked, "What do you say? A good deal?" The deputy looked at them tiredly, not understanding how this would end. Silier held his breath for a moment, then nodded. "Let it be so, we accept." Agreeing to a kind of compromise, they left the guild building. Silier made sure the organization received its punishment and noticed Jan did not look satisfied. "What happened?" he asked quietly. She apologized and said quietly that she had an urgent matter she could not postpone. "Urgent?" Silier asked again, but she only nodded briefly. She addressed him now as the senior partner. "Will you allow me to leave?" Receiving consent, she thanked him and added that now the city's affairs were safe. Silier smiled with understanding and said goodbye to her. He was already about to take the incident report to the government office, when suddenly, something else instantly caught his attention. On one of the streets, he noticed a shop selling materials for dragons. He looked into his bag, saw that he had enough money, and wondered whether to buy something. The next day, the main work on the territory was completed, and Silier sincerely thanked the workers for their efforts. Soon, 3 dragons appeared from around the corner, politely asking for permission to enter. Silier invited them inside. Emma, looking around with surprise, asked what the workers were doing and what exactly they were building. Silier just smiled. "See for yourself." Chris was the first to look inside and burst out laughing loudly. Before them unfolded a renovated, spacious patch with soft green grass. Now it was a cozy place where dragons could rest. At first, they could not believe their eyes and looked around confusedly. Louisa quietly admitted that she still did not quite understand how all this became possible, but her eyes shone with sincere admiration. Mix felt a gentle glow around, smiled, and said with pleasure that it was now much more comfortable here, and the other dragons immediately agreed with her. When Pris touched the ground with his paws, he immediately realized. The surface was completely covered with a new layer of soil. The dragons noticed. The soil here was different, not ordinary at all. Silier explained that he had deliberately asked the workers to replace it precisely in this zone. The ground was covered with soft blue grass, and Emma looked around in amazement. Louisa addressed her with a note of curiosity. "You seem to know something about such a herb." "Of course," exclaimed Emma, barely containing her surprise. She explained that the blue earth with dragon grass is an extremely valuable material found only in the estates of ancient dragons. Her eyes widened. "Is the entire plot made of this?" Silier smiled slightly and confirmed. Emma still could not believe it, and Louisa asked how much such grass costs. "About 20,000 lire per hour," Silier replied calmly. The dragons exchanged surprised glances, and Chris, laughing cheerfully, said that this was a true gesture of generosity from their master. This place became their refuge. Here they would now spend most of their time, and Silier did everything to make them as comfortable as possible, even if it meant spending money, and Chris, although he considered such thinking strange for a dragon, sincerely appreciated his care. The guest dragon noted that Silier spent money not only on land. The boy just nodded in confirmation. A large crystal shone on the wall, and its sparkle immediately captivated the gazes of all present. "This is a magic stabilizer," said Silier. "It maintains an optimal level of energy around it." The dragons began to examine it with interest. Chris came closer and felt the air saturated with magicas, if a young dragon had just been born nearby. "Interesting, he is probably expensive too," Emma asked awkwardly. 80,000 lira, Silier replied calmly. "I have long wanted to acquire it, so I decided to fulfill the wish." Although what they heard stunned them, the dragons sincerely rejoiced and thanked their master for the care and the trust he showed them. Silier did not fully understand if he had done everything correctly, but his heart calmed down. He was investing not in luxury, but in the well-being of those he considered family. Suddenly, voices sounded from the street. Someone was talking about a noble man. Another confirmed it, and Silier looked around. Jan and an unfamiliar elderly woman were approaching them. Noticing the guests, he immediately apologized to the princess for not meeting her properly. She just waved her hand. "Don't worry, it's all right. Instead, allow me to introduce my companion," she said, stepping forward. "Countess Jurel." The name struck the air, and Silier froze because he recognized it. He bowed and introduced himself, and the woman with a slight smile politely replied, "Clara Jurel, pleased to meet you, young man." He raised his eyes and looked at Jan with surprise. She, noticing his reaction, calmly explained, "I told the Countess everything," and just smiled quietly. "I have long been cooperating with the rental guild," Clara said, "and almost no aristocrats support dragon affairs, although they are the ones who bring money to the guilds." When they spoke about the recent incident with the guild, a bitter note of disappointment sounded in her voice, and Silier felt awkward. "I have already begun to doubt whether it is worth continuing the cooperation," the Countess confessed quietly. She looked at Silier with a warm smile and said softly, "Tell me about the Dragonlands, please." Silier shuddered from surprise. Now he understood the Countess was not just interested, she wanted to become their ally. Jan confessed coldly that she was still angry at the guild and did not intend to forgive it. Her gaze was icy, and her voice calm but resolute. Silier immediately understood this was exactly what she wanted, to weaken Rintgum's influence and shake his authority at court. Her determination and ability to attract even Countess Jurel spoke for themselves, and Silier only noticed her barely noticeable but dangerous smile. Inside, he felt, such a girl is not someone to be enemies with, and he secretly hoped he would never become her opponent. "And what will happen with the deal with Rintgum?" he asked timidly, trying to understand how far she was willing to go. "It would be good if it were something I could handle myself," Silier added. His words interested the princess. She called him closer. The boy leaned in, and Jan whispered, "Don't worry, everything will go as it should." Her voice was confident and a little playful. Smiling, she knew. She had made the right choice. Only Silier could deal a real blow to Rintgum's guild's reputation. The boy nodded hesitantly, trying to convince himself that everything was going according to plan as long as Jan did not overestimate his own strength. Realizing that his influence could not compare to the guild, Silier politely asked Countess Jurel to tell him more about the proposed deal. But the Countess only smiled mysteriously and said that she first wanted to show him something. She pointed to the carriage, the very one from which they had just stepped out together with the princess. Silier looked and immediately understood. The Countess had brought something with her. She called him and Jan to come closer. When Silier peeked behind the carriage, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Inside stood a real dragon. Phoenix looked out the window, his eyes carefully assessing the arriving beast, a rare Raon, known for its exquisite beauty. Silier immediately turned to Chris, asking about the characteristics of this species, and the Countess smiled, noting that the boy was well versed in the nature of dragons. "Yes, Raon," she confirmed. "Not the strongest among dragons, but unmatched in beauty." Heavy shackles were visible on the beast's paws, clinking with every movement, and that sound pierced the boy's heart with pain. "What do you think of him?" asked the Countess, a smile never leaving her face. Silier replied sadly, "He is beautiful, but he is in pain." "So," Clara agreed, "my family above all prides itself on this dragon." Jan leaned toward him and whispered, "Among aristocrats, it is customary to keep several Raon dragons as a symbol of the family." Silier understood keeping such creatures costs an enormous fortune. Chris added that, for the nobility, it had already turned into a tradition, almost a fashion. "Earlier I entrusted him to the care of the Rintgum Guild," said the Countess, "but now I ask you, young man, to take care of him." Looking at her, Silier felt a clear sensation she truly trusts him. Then he looked at the dragon, bound by chains, and understood. He was ready to take this responsibility. He asked, "Allow me to touch him first." The Countess nodded. Silier approached closer, carefully bent down, and quietly asked, "I am Silier, and what is your name?" The dragon did not raise his head. "I was not named. As a family ornament, I have no name," he said hoarsely. The boy sat beside him and leaned in with sincere sympathy. "I'm sorry. You deserve life, not a cage." In his gaze, sadness and anger shone simultaneously because before him stood a creature deprived of its own will. The dragon noticed that Silier truly understood her words, and Chris immediately intervened, proudly exclaiming that Silier was his best friend and a truly extraordinary person. Unlike Chris, she reacted restrainedly, quietly surprised that such people even existed in this world. When Silier cautiously asked if he could care for her, The dragoness was silently confused. She was struck that he asked for permission, although he could have simply ordered, and he added that in the Rentwalm Guild she was considered special. "It doesn't matter," she whispered softly. "I am chained like a bird in a cage." Silier felt her despair and asked if she wanted freedom. "We, my kind, cannot survive alone," the dragoness whispered. "In this world there is no place for us except chains." He silently looked at her, eyes full of sorrow. She continued without raising her gaze. "These chains cannot be broken unless you have extraordinary strength," she said, pointing at the shackles. Silier froze. A magical glow flickered in the metal. The enchanted seal held the dragoness's power, depriving her of freedom. He realized she had long accepted captivity. His fists clenched. Such treatment of a living being ignited anger in him. The boy took a deep breath, gathered himself, and decided to transform to solve this problem. The guests watched in amazement as his body was flooded with the light of transformation. "Silier, what are you doing?" Jan exclaimed. But he did not stop. His claws dug into the shackles, and with one strike they shattered into pieces. The dragoness was free. The countess clicked her tongue angrily. "What have you done?" But Jan raised her hand, stopping her. "Trust him," she said calmly. "He knows what he is doing." Having become human again, Silier smiled. "Now you are free." The dragoness looked at her paws for the first time without shackles and could not believe her eyes. "Do what you have always dreamed of," he advised, and the dragoness raised her head in surprise, her wings trembling. Raising her eyes to the sky, she spread her wings and sharply took off, feeling the cold air wrap around her for the first time in many years. Her eyes were no longer dull. Happiness and freedom shone in them, the freedom she had waited for all her life. Silier, Jan, and the countess stood, enchanted, watching her flight. She moved lightly, almost gracefully. Landing before them, the dragoness smiled relaxedly. "I haven't felt such relief in a long time." She thanked Silier for her liberation. He simply replied, "Don't thank me. Everyone has the right to freedom." Looking at her, the young man could not help but notice how beautiful she was without chains. He sharply turned to the countess and with a challenge in his voice said, "Isn't that so? Look at what she has become." Clara froze in surprise. Before her was no longer a slave, but a proud being shining with joy. "Dragons were not made for chains," said Silier in a firm voice. "Their place is in the sky. And only then are they truly beautiful," he added more quietly. Jan nodded approvingly, and warmth spread in her eyes. Countess Jurel also agreed, her eyes fixed on the freed being. "Now I understand why His Highness is so favorably disposed towards you," she said, and these words made the young man raise his head in surprise. "I hope we will work together more than once," she added. Silier bowed. "Thank you for your trust, Countess." Jan smiled contentedly. The deal was made, and the Countess said that the payment for the contract would arrive tomorrow. "Your Grace," said Silier, "I have a small request." The Countess looked at him attentively and replied, "I am listening." "Who will supply food for the dragons?" he asked seriously. "If we are creating a new home for them, this must also be taken care of." The woman, surprised that this was the young man's only request, promised to personally instruct the person responsible for food supplies to appear before the mayor, and Silier sincerely thanked the Countess for her concern. She looked closely with interest and said that this boy was not ordinary at all. Meanwhile, Jan called him because she wanted to ask a question. "Why did you do this?" she asked, while nearby the Countess gently stroked the freed dragoness, admiring how her scales shone brightly. "I just want the dragons to have proper nutrition," Silier answered calmly. Jan laughed. "That's what really worries you." She smiled and jokingly said that now she had no doubts about Faust's dragon obsession. Silier only sighed and gently said, "I dream that caring for dragons will one day become a usual matter for this world, not an exception." The next day the boy appeared in the city, and Rose, apologizing for summoning him to the office, informed him that a new assignment had arrived specifically about Faust's dragons, and the client insisted that only they provide assistance. Silier was surprised, "Only us?" and smiled gratefully. Rose joked that this already looked like a separate bureau for his team, although pride was audible in her voice. The boy laughed in response. "What needs to be done?" he asked. Rose took out the paper sand instead of one task, a whole list unfolded before her. "List?" Silier asked again, holding her breath. She explained, "It is a list of all the missions that the Dragon Master must now complete." "And how many of them are there?" he asked cautiously. "I don't know exactly," the girl admitted and slowly unfolded the document before him. On the sheet, a list unfolded. 46 active tasks and another 97 educational ones, and that's not all. Silier, blushing, asked what the essence of these missions was. The girl was a little confused. Rose suddenly realized that the boy did not understand at all how much his situation had changed. People in the office were already whispering and smiling. It turned out that the news about the contract with Countess Jurel, who had previously supported Rintgum, quickly spread throughout the city, and everyone already knew. She had chosen Silier instead of the guild. Because of this, a mountain of duties that the guild used to carry fell on the boy's shoulders. Silier decided to take on several specific tasks, and Rose, sensing his intentions, sternly warned, "Don't sell your strength cheaply." She insisted that he completely cut off some clients who most only came to establish contact with him, and Silier even exclaimed in surprise, "Are there really such people?" Then he crossed his arms and admitted, "I don't want to take too much. This will affect not only me but also my dragons." The girl understood him. He always acted cautiously, seeking neither fame nor excessive gain. "All right, then show me the list," Silier asked. "I'll choose what I can accomplish myself." Rose handed him the sheet and, frowning slightly, said that most tasks lacked details. The boy took the list and began scanning it, running his eyes over the lines. Many tasks seemed meaningless, but one immediately caught his attention. "What's there?" Rose inquired, and her voice showed genuine curiosity. Silier pointed to a line, "Rescue of a small dragon stuck on a cliff." Rose raised her eyebrows in surprise. "That happens very rarely. Dragons usually rescue themselves. It's like a kitten that can't get down from a tree." "All the more reason to help," he replied. Rose warned, "The reward is only 5 lira." "It doesn't matter," Silier said decisively. "It's a baby. It needs to be saved." The girl only sighed, smiled, and did not object. "Typical of you," she said. Meanwhile, far away on the mountain cliff, a small dragon trembled with fear, waiting for its rescuer. Reaching the cliff, the dragoness cautiously moved forward, feeling her way to find exactly where the baby dragon was stuck, while below the wind roared, blending with the sound of the sea. Looking around, Louisa suddenly whispered that this place seemed familiar to her. Silier nodded. He too felt a strange déjà vu. "So," he added, "according to the task, this is exactly the place where we once saved the princess." Louisa smiled and asked, "So maybe we'll have to save someone from the dragons again?" Silier jokingly replied that this time she could rest. She knows the area, and he will take care of everything else. "The main thing is that this time the transformation goes without glitches," the boy said. Louisa smiled and nodded approvingly. Looking around, she asked which baby they were looking for, and Silier recalled. The task specified that it was a representative of a rare species of ballers. Louisa held her breath. Ballers are incredibly valuable creatures, so she advised moving faster before anything happened to the baby. They climbed higher, and at the very edge of the cliff noticed a tiny figure. Louisa instantly realized that this was the baby dragon. She pointed upward. "Look, do you see? There it is." The tiny dragon stood trembling and looked scared, not taking its eyes off the ground. Silier frowned. "Can you reach it?" Louisa flew around the cliff and, hovering in the air, did not notice any ledge to stand on. "It's too small. I won't risk flying close," she said. Silier nodded. "All right, I'll do it myself." With a light flick of his fingers, he transformed into a dragon. His wings tore through the air, raising a powerful wave of dust. He swiftly flew to the edge where the frightened baby stood. The little dragon froze in confusion, looking at the giant figure that suddenly appeared before him, but hope flashed in his eyes. Silier gently caught the baby with his paws and softly descended down, where Louisa was waiting. When he regained his human form, Louisa exclaimed excitedly, "I didn't even have time to blink and you already managed." The little dragon looked at them with wide-open eyes. Louisa sat down nearby. Her voice was soft and warm. "Are you hurt? How do you feel?" The baby answered hesitantly, pronouncing the word sister. Louisa wanted to reply, but suddenly froze, gazing mesmerized at the baby, and Silier immediately noticed a change in her expression. "What happened?" he asked. Louisa, without taking her eyes off the little dragon, whispered, "He is not a baller." The boy whispered in surprise, "What do you mean?" and heard her add, "He is a primal species." Suddenly he was overwhelmed with amazement. Before him stood a descendant of an ancient breed, unseen for centuries, and the baby looked at him with childlike trust. Silier recalled, "Most modern dragons are artificially bred, obedient and controlled, whereas the primal ones are free, wild, with pure blood. Their appearance is only one chance in 10,000. I have never seen a real dragon of this kind before," he whispered, not taking his eyes off the little one. The little creature carefully studied his face, and curiosity shone in its eyes. "What?" Silier asked, embarrassed and confused under her watchful gaze. "Are you my dad?" she whispered uncertainly. Silier was stunned. "No, I am just a human," he began, but the little one did not let him finish. "Why did you become human? You used to be different," she exclaimed, genuinely surprised. Silier blinked confusedly, trying to understand what she meant, but Louisa had already guessed. "She's talking about you in dragon form," Louisa explained. "For her, you are not a human, but a great dragon who became a father." Silier smiled, deciding to transform again, and the little one clapped its paws with joy. The little dragoness happily jumped onto his chest and clung tightly in an embrace. She had no doubt. Before her was her dad. Her eyes shone with happiness, and boundless trust reigned in the embrace. But Silier again took on his human form and gently apologized. "If I keep this form any longer, I will spend too much energy." The little one just laughed, not upset at all. She liked him and his warm aura. She did not care who exactly he was, human or dragon. She simply continued to hug him, shining with a smile, and Louisa said emotionally that the little one was probably seeing someone for the first time who reminded her of a real dragon. Silier nodded. Suddenly everything became clear. For the little one, he was the first to come in dragon form, so in her eyes he was the father. Strange, Louisa admitted with a tremor in her voice, for a dragon to immediately be drawn to a human. That almost never happens. Silier only smiled slightly. "It means I was just lucky." Louisa suddenly suspected that the real parents of the little one might still be nearby. Silier agreed and decided to check. He sat down to be at the same level as the little one and gently asked where she was born. The little one did not quite understand the question, so he said it differently. "Do you remember where you woke up for the first time?" Rejoicing, she wagged her tail cheerfully and rushed forward, showing the way. Silier froze, and Surprise was running incredibly fast. The little one was gradually moving away, and the boy hurriedly rushed after, calling Louise not to fall behind. But even Louisa could not catch up with her. "She is moving too fast," she exclaimed, straining not to lose sight of the little creature. Catching her breath, she said, "Primitive species always had phenomenal speed. People deliberately did not develop this trait in bred dragons, otherwise they would not be able to control them." She asked Silier to look after the child, while she herself tried not to lose her bearings. "Rest a little," he whispered. "I will catch up with her myself." Louisa sighed gratefully. The young man turned into a dragon again and soared into the sky, cutting through the wind with his wings. But even in this form, he could not catch up with the original cub. She was rushing like lightning between the rocky outcrops. "Stop, don't run so far," he shouted to her because he was afraid the little one might fall. Suddenly she stopped abruptly, turned to him, and cheerfully shouted, "We have arrived. This is the place where I was born." Silier became human again, stepped closer, and saw a large cracked egg on the ground wrapped in dry grass. "Did you hatch from here?" he asked. The little one nodded proudly. Her voice sounded with gentle pride. "Yes." "After that, there was no one nearby," she whispered. "I went to look for Mom and Dad and ended up on that cliff. It was scary." Silier lowered his gaze and noticed a shiny fragment nearby. When he picked it up, his heart clenched. It was a part of his father's claw. The little dragoness also noticed that strange glow around it. Louise was no longer nearby. The little one anxiously asked, "Where is sister?" Silier explained that she was tired and stayed to rest. The child exclaimed fearfully, "I'm coming now," and ignoring everyone rushed back, shouting sorry, so loudly that Louise heard her. Silier only sighed, preparing to chase after the troublemaker again. He transformed into a dragon. But at that moment, the claw fragment in his paw began to glow softly. A stream of light poured from the claw, gently wrapping around Silier's legs, as if filling them with strength. The boy instantly felt that something had changed. His body was filled with an amazing lightness, almost like before flight. He guessed that the fragment not only gave shape, it changed the very structure of his legs, enhancing their power. Suddenly it occurred to him that this tiny piece of claw had passed on to him, part of the power of the primordial dragons. "Let's see what you can do," he whispered and sharply lunged forward, feeling the ground slip away beneath his feet and his body rushing like lightning. Now he could move at incredible speed. The air around turned into wild gusts of wind, and the ground beneath his feet blurred into a single continuous line. Silier raced faster than horses, his heart pounding wildly in his chest, and from what he saw he himself was bewildered. He had never felt anything like this before. Turning into human form, the young man realized that such speed requires colossal energy expenditure, and now he was breathing hard, trying to recover his strength. Exhausted, Silier leaned his back against the tree trunk, lowered his eyes, and quietly caught his breath, grateful for a brief moment of rest after today's trials. Nearby, a small dragon cub approached. Seeing how Dad sat with a tired look, she tilted her head and asked what had happened. Silier barely smiled, steadied his breath, and assured her, "Everything is fine, just a little tired." The little one nodded contentedly, believing every word. Louisa ran up nearby, breathing heavily after a long run. It was clear that she was also quite tired, chasing after the agile little one. Seeing them, Silier burst out laughing. "This cub has exhausted all of us." But his gaze suddenly fell on something unusual behind Louisa's back. The dragoness was dragging the carcass of a dead bear. "I thought you were exhausted, so I brought you lunch," she said, barely smiling. The boy smiled and sincerely thanked her for the care. "You are a true salvation." Having eaten his fill, Silier noticed that claws had appeared on his hand, strong and flexible, capable of rapidly closing distance in battle. "Time to return to the city," he suggested. Louisa agreed, wearily spreading her wings. But even before setting off, little Leia had not yet named her so, but already felt a connection between them, grabbed his hand and asked, "Where are we going?" Silier smiled. "Home, do you want to come with us?" The little one joyfully exclaimed, "Yes." Before leaving, the young man wanted to give her a name. "How do you like the name Leia?" he asked quietly, leaning towards her. "You won't mind if I call you that." The little one lit up, her wings trembling with joy. "Leia, I like it," she exclaimed, hugging him. Returning home, they met Chris, and he immediately greeted the travelers. When Chris saw that Silier was not alone but holding a baby, his eyebrow shot up sharply and he muttered, "A new team member." He immediately recognized in her a primal creature, a true rarity. Leia, chirping, politely introduced herself. "My name is Leia. I came here with my dad." Chris snorted and cast a long glance at Silier. "Dad, you say?" he asked, smiling. Silier only awkwardly shrugged. "I'll explain everything later." Chris looked more closely and felt changes in the young man. His aura had become noticeably stronger and his gaze much deeper. Silier addressed him in a determined tone. "Give me the phoenix horn." Chris raised his head. "You mean that one? The phoenix horn?" Silier confirmed, while Louisa was meanwhile playing with Leia, trying to teach her how to flap her wings properly. Silier knew exactly why he needed this artifact. By combining the power of the phoenix horn and the claw of the primal, he hoped to unlock a new level of transformation, almost immortality. After a few hours, dragons and their master stood in the middle of a wide field, and the sun fell on his bare shoulders as he prepared for the trial. The dragons' gazes burned with tension and curiosity. Yui couldn't hold back and voiced her doubt aloud about the boy's plan, and Louisa, with anxiety in her voice, asked, "Are you sure about your decision?" Silier decisively nodded and ordered Louisa to start preparing for the training. The dragoness, still uncertain, lowered her gaze, but Chris intervened and encouraged her. "Don't hesitate, act." Chris laughed and jokingly added, "For a tiger with new claws, this won't hurt more than a light bite." Silier didn't understand the joke but smiled in response. Gathering courage, Louisa took a step forward. Her eyes lit up, and she rushed into action. It was time for the real test. When Silier began to accumulate fiery power within himself, he stood calmly in place, preparing to take the blow. But even before the training started, a guest unexpectedly approached them, Princess Jane, who chose the worst moment to visit. She stopped and, with surprise in her voice, asked what they were doing here. Her voice distracted Silier and Louisa, but it was already too late. The dragoness had gathered too much energy to stop. A powerful flame strike pierced the young man's abdomen through and through. The princess froze, unable to believe her eyes. It looked as if he had died. Clenching his teeth in pain, Silier suddenly burst into light and transformed into a dragon. Jane rushed to him, but seeing the transformation, she abruptly stopped. Before her stood a majestic creature, and there was no trace left of the wound. The regeneration activated by itself, and when he regained his human form again, he was simply sitting on the grass, surrounded by his dragons and the stunned princess. In Silier's hand was the phoenix horn. It was what gave him the ability to be reborn, and he explained that he wanted to check if the immortality power worked in dragon form. Jane only sighed with relief. Good that it all ended this way. She leaned closer, examined his body, and was surprised to notice that not even a scar remained. "So," agreed Silier, touching the place of the blow. "The strike was precise, but now there is no trace of it left." He explained, "In dragon form, I am almost invulnerable. If I get injured, it is enough to transform instantly, and everything heals." Jane looked at him with admiration. Louisa was a little upset hearing this. "Then my power is no longer needed?" she asked with a note of sadness. But Silier immediately assured her that he could not manage without her. He bitterly added that immortality has a price, and he was already feeling its consequences. "Energy consumption has increased tenfold," he said, clenching his fist. Jane nodded. It was obvious even without measurements. "So, Louisa, your power of sleep and recovery will still be needed by me. Without it, I won't last long." Hearing this, the dragoness sighed with relief and smiled. But Silier seriously added, "We need to find a way to reduce energy expenditure, otherwise, during battle, it will become my weakness." These words suddenly reminded Jane why she had come at all. She straightened up and said, "By the way, I was supposed to talk to you about an interesting find." In the castle library, she accidentally came across old records about an incredible spice. Silier, interested, asked, "About what exactly?" "Rainbow salt," said Jane. "It is also called arkanzil." This word was new even to Silier. The princess explained that this salt is extremely rare and very difficult to process, so ordinary cooks do not use it. Silier immediately understood. If she came specifically for it, then the matter was serious. "They say," Jane continued, "the taste of this salt is constantly changing. It is never the same." This instantly sparked the boy's curiosity. "But how exactly does the taste change?" he asked, not hiding his curiosity. The princess shrugged. No one knows, sometimes it is sweet, sometimes bitter. Silier understood. This spice was not for an ordinary table, it was unpredictable, almost magical. For me, he smiled, this is really interesting. I have long been tired of monotonous flavors. Jane also smiled, seeing his sincere enthusiasm. Thank you for this idea, he said, grabbing her hands. She shyly looked away. I am just glad to be helpful, Jane whispered, her cheeks flushed from his straightforwardness. And where can one find this archangel? He asked, his voice trembling with hope. The princess sighed. It is not easy, it is hardly sold. She explained. Salt is either harvested by hand or ordered through guilds, and her voice faltered a little. The process turned out to be complicated. But Jane suddenly lit up. I know where it can be found, although it is far, and Silier immediately offered his help. Then let's set off tomorrow if you are free, he said, smiling. The princess smiled back and said, agreed. The next morning they set out to find the rainbow salt. The princess rode on horseback, and Silier flew alongside on the back of the dragoness Collet, and in flight asked her to get some fruit. The dragoness pulled a banana right from her mouth and handed it to him. Silier took it without hesitation. Before the journey he had deliberately brought Collet with him, because she always knew how to get food on the road. Seeing the banana in Silier's hands, Jane called him. The boy, chewing the fruit, turned to her with an innocent look and asked, What's wrong? The princess, blushing, pointed at the banana that Collet had just touched with her lips, almost slipping up about an indirect kiss, but turning red, fell silent and looked away. Then, remembering that Collet was a dragon, not a human, Jane sighed and smiled at her own inappropriate thought. But I have once again realized how kind and amazing you are, she said, but Silier did not quite understand what she meant. She explained that few would dare to eat food taken from a dragon's mouth without hesitation. The boy laughed and assured her that dragons' spare stomachs contained neither acid nor dirt, so there was nothing to fear. Jane agreed with relief. But she added, in ordinary society this would look very strange. Silier just shrugged, and she, smiling, said, If it doesn't bother you, then it really is something special. Collet quietly giggled and winked. Want another banana? Why not? He replied, but at that moment his ear caught a strange sound. From the other side of the field came a low rumble. Silier became alert and turned his head toward the source of the sound. Jane noticed that he had stopped and asked, What happened? I hear something, he replied briefly. The princess listened and caught the same dull hum. Maybe it's the wind, she suggested. No, Silier shook his head, this sound is unnatural. Without hesitation, he directed Collet in that direction, despite Jane's attempts to stop him. When he ran closer, a clay-mud beast burst from the ground, a giant golem that charged at the knight and her Naga dragon. The princess exclaimed fearfully, What to do? And Silier answered very calmly, Leave him to me. Without hesitating for a second, he transformed into a dragon and instantly launched an attack, striking from behind. His lightning-fast rush pierced the golem's torso through and through, and it froze from the unexpected attack. The girl knight he saved could not believe her eyes. Before her stood a true dragon warrior. Having spent his last strength, Silier returned to human form. He was barely breathing, and behind him remained only the fragments of the shattered monster. The knight looked at him with surprise. He defeated the golem with a single blow. She gratefully bowed her head and said, Thank you, my name is Rosalie Rain, and who are you? Silier, and this is Princess Jane, he introduced himself. As soon as their names were spoken, Rosalie opened her eyes in surprise. It seemed she recognized them. You are the very Silier who made a pact with the dragons of Faust, she exclaimed. The boy, surprised, asked, You heard about me? Of course, exclaimed Rosalie. The Faust Dragon Guild is now known throughout the continent. She trembled with embarrassment when she realized she was saved by the legendary Dragon Knight himself. And Silier laughed awkwardly. He did not expect such fame at all. Rosalie glanced at Jane and added, Not every horse can withstand the presence of a dragon. Yours is an exception. It has courage. Silier thought, The princess's horse is a true rarity, just like she is. Jane, as if hearing his thoughts, smiled. I did not expect less from my companion, and the boy blushed from her gaze. He looked at Rosalie and said, Nowadays, you rarely meet true dragon riders. The girl smiled in response, and her dragon proudly raised its head. I had to learn this myself, she said. In my guild, I am the only one. She explained that today almost no one flies on dragons. Most knights use them only as draft animals or scouts, not as partners in battle. Silier mentally noted that Rosalie's work was clearly not easy. She was preparing her dragon for departure, focused and attentive. I must return, she said, tightening the saddle. Sitting on her companion's back, Rosalie admitted that she was taken by surprise. She came here to destroy the monster, but did not expect the golem attack, which Silier eventually overcame. She thanked him sincerely once again for the help and smiled warmly in farewell. Silier wished her a safe journey and Jane watched the brave knight with her gaze. As they continued their way to the place where rainbow salt is mined, the princess could not hide her admiration for Rosalie. "She looked as if she were part of the dragon world herself," Jane said. "I would like to invite her to the palace." Silier only nodded awkwardly. The princess noticed his embarrassment and quietly asked, "What is bothering you?" "Rosalie is truly impressive," he agreed, "but her dragon seemed to me strange." Jane raised an eyebrow. "Are you hinting at some strange preferences?" "No, no," Silier began. "I just once saw something similar." But he was sharply interrupted by Colette, who exclaimed indignantly, "He is completely different." The boy looked at her embarrassed. "I'm not talking about you," he explained, "but about a wyvern I once rented for a journey." Hearing this, Colette became awkward, realizing she had interrupted for no reason. Silier did not understand why she suddenly thought he was talking about her. The dragoness blushed and, flapping her wings, feverishly tried to justify herself. She spoke the phrase slowly, syllable by syllable, to dispel any possible misunderstandings. Silier only slightly waved his hand and said, "I understand, all is well," after which he decided not to touch the subject anymore. After walking a little more, they finally reached the destination. Silier froze, holding his breath. The nature around was stunning. In the middle of Lake Gareth rose a huge tree stretched upwards with shiny leaves. "Here it is," said Jane, "the source of Exiled." Lake Gareth, surrounded by rare rainbow crystals, sparkled under the sun. Silier looked around, repeated the name aloud, and exclaimed with admiration, "The beauty is incredible," and the princess agreed with him. Looking intently at the shore, they noticed small crystals layered on top of each other. "Is this Exiled?" the boy asked. Jane nodded. "Yes, probably they appear when the water level changes." Colette offered to collect the crystals herself. Silier wanted to help, but the dragoness confidently replied that she could manage for her. It was no harder than hunting. The boy did not insist and entrusted her with the task, silently watching as she carefully absorbed the crystals into a spare stomach. Meanwhile, he suggested to Jane to go hunting to prepare meat with rainbow salt in the evening. The princess enthusiastically agreed. Deep in the forest, Jane suddenly noticed something moving in the bushes and quietly pointed to Silier. Suddenly, a wild boar appeared from there, a real prey for dinner. But sensing danger, the beast began to retreat, and Silier watched it closely. He surrounded the animal with a ring of fire, leaving it no chance to escape. The boar, feeling hopeless, glanced at the boy and rushed forward. "Careful," Jane shouted, but Silier remained motionless. As soon as the beast jumped, the boy grabbed it with his bare hands and instantly broke its neck. The boar fell without even managing to strike. Sighing contentedly, Silier glanced at his prey and began preparing the meat for roasting. The princess did not take her eyes off him. His lightning-fast reaction impressed her. "Incredible," she whispered. She felt that his strength in human form was now almost equal to that of a dragon, and Silier just smiled. He sensed the truth of her words. "I didn't even notice when I killed it," he whispered, looking at his hands. "An ordinary person wouldn't have done that." They made a fire and Silier started roasting the meat, adding the salt they had obtained. Jane leaned closer. "So, how does it taste?" After trying a piece, the boy nodded with satisfaction. "Divine." The princess laughed joyfully. Silier smiled and added that with each new bite, the taste changed from sweet to spicy. He sincerely thanked her for helping find a solution to the food problem. He did not forget about Colette either. She had brought many crystals. It was a usual task for her. But when she heard the words of thanks, the dragoness smiled proudly and wagged her tail contentedly. That evening, Silier thought about himself. He suddenly became curious about how much his body had changed after all these battles and transformations. Tensing his muscles, he felt an incredible strength growing within him. Colette looked at him attentively and asked if his eyesight had also improved. "So," he said, clenching his fist, "but only within human limits." It was a pleasant bonus. Now he would not have to transform into a dragon every time and waste his energy. Colette cautiously suggested changing and strengthening his dragon form so that he would spend less strength during battle. Silier sighed and admitted it would be wonderful, but it was hardly that simple to accomplish. Colette tilted her head. "Why do you think so?" "After awakening the power of immortality, Louisa and others gave me parts of their horns," he explained quietly, "but I could not fully accept them." After a short pause, he pondered, then voiced his assumption. "The claws of the ancient dragon come from the fallen, and the phoenix horn from Chris, who has an immortal body. Perhaps this power is connected not only with the body but also with the soul, the very essence of dragon life." Hearing his words, Colette suddenly doubted. Would she even be able to help him now? Jane, not quite understanding the complex theory, suggested, "Maybe you need the remains of real dragons to test this." Silier nodded. "Yes, it is only a hypothesis, but I want to try." The princess immediately offered to share materials from the royal treasury. I have several similar artifacts, she said, smiling. Then Silier remembered that Jane was from the royal family, and she proudly added, "Yes, the treasury has everything necessary." She pulled out a thin chain from her pocket that shone strange alike, very artifact she had mentioned. Silier looked closely and asked, "Is this a precious stone?" "No," she replied, "this is the scale of the mythical Midzuti." "I've never heard of such," he said in surprise. "They are also called ghost dragons," Jane explained, "an extremely rare species." She told that after special processing, this scale turns into an artifact that creates a protective barrier. Such are attached to carriages to protect noble persons, and Silier recalled their first meeting. Then Jane's carriage was blown off a cliff the knights died. The chariot was smashed, but its body miraculously remained intact. The princess understood he remembered that day and quietly whispered, "Since then I have worn this scale as a talisman." She handed him the artifact. Silier wanted to refuse. "It is supposed to protect you," but Jane insisted. "Even without it, I feel calm when you are near," she said, looking straight into his eyes. The boy smiled and took the gift. Holding the chain in his palm, he quietly vowed to himself from now on he would personally protect the princess, no matter what happens, and suddenly the artifact flared with light. Silier opened his palm, the hand shone, but the chain remained unchanged, and the glow quickly faded. "How do you feel?" Khaled asked, while Silier thoughtfully gazed into the distance as if he caught something else. "It seems the smell of fried meat has disappeared," he finally whispered. Jane sniffed and nodded. "Indeed." Silier prepared to check this and transform again. Suddenly the ground beneath their feet flashed with light, and a shining magical circle formed around them. Compressing the space around them, the heroes instantly became alert. Having become human again, Silier was breathing heavily. Jane immediately ran up to him, her eyes full of worry. "I can handle it," he said, though he admitted that his strength was rapidly depleting. "It's getting harder to recover each time." Jane looked into his eyes. He was not lying. "But now we know," he smiled, looking at his hands, "that the scale created a protective barrier around us." The light of the circle slowly faded, leaving them in the soft glow of the artifact. Jane, captivated by what she saw, guessed that this power could help Silier. The remnants of the dragon's energy had even seeped into his human body. That was why the smell of meat around simply disappeared. Now he just had to learn to control this power, so as not to accidentally harm others. Meanwhile, Khaled was molding several human figures from clay, and called Silier to look at the result. The boy, fascinated, praised the dragoness for her skill and, surprised, asked, "How did you make such precise figures?" Khaled just wagged her tail and barely said, "Nothing complicated." She explained that she simply ate enough earth. Everything stuck together in her stomach, and then she pushed it out in the form of sculptures. "Like molding from clay," Silier remarked, impressed and praising Khaled a second time. Her cheeks barely flushed, and Chris, hearing this, laughed, and Louisa called the boy to her. She asked with interest what he was going to do with these clay soldiers, and Silier replied that thanks to the rainbow salt he now had enough energy for a small training session. He decisively asked everyone to step back. Louisa and Jane agreed and retreated to a safe distance. And little Leia ran up to her father and asked what he was planning. Silier leaned down to her, gently asked her to step back, and explained that it could be dangerous nearby. The girl obediently smiled and ran to Louisa and Jane, who were waiting for her with warmth in their eyes. Colette, observing this tender scene, felt a strange excitement. Squinting her eyes, she looked at the boy. "What's wrong?" asked Silier. "Nothing," she replied, turning away. Chris could not hold back and laughed. "There's nothing wrong with being a little jealous," he teased Colette. "Do you want me to ask someone to cuddle you too?" The irritated dragoness jumped on him and bit his neck painfully. Silier tried to calm them down, but Chris just waved his paw and said, "Don't pay attention." The boy smiled. The scene was too funny and thanked the dragon for the support. Chris, with the locket from Colette still hanging around his neck, proudly straightened up and shot a stream of flame towards the clay figures. But Silier did not retreat, stood before them as if protecting the creature, spread his arms and focused. Transforming into a dragon, he molded a dense clay barrier around himself that swallowed the flames. Chris spewed flames, and Jane and the dragons watched this with anxiety. Finally, when the training ended, Silier became human again. Fortunately, everything turned out fine. Neither he nor the clay figures were harmed. The barrier created by Jane's artifact held firm even Chris's flame did not break through it. Silier said that the defense was incredibly strong. Jane sighed with relief and at the same time reproachfully said, "You scared me again with your experiments." The boy thanked Chris for the help. He proudly replied that Silier was the strongest person he knew, then thanked Khaled for the clay warriors. And the dragon, smiling, joked, "Or maybe we should test the barrier on the living." Silier firmly refused. "I can't put someone at risk for the sake of training." And Jane gently noted that he always cared for others but never for himself. The boy sighed deeply. My reincarnation lasts no more than 3 seconds even after a hearty meal, and for a real fight I need at least 30. Chris thoughtfully tilted his head. We need to recharge the body, replenish its energy reserves, he replied. There are several ways. Hearing this, Silier came alive. Really? Which ones exactly? The dragons nearby also pricked up their ears. The first option is to absorb a dragon, Chris said, and for a moment such silence fell that everyone froze, and Silier simply stood in mute shock. If you eat a dragon, you get its soul too, he said quietly, as if it were the simplest explanation in the world. It's effective. But Silier's face instantly petrified. Through his teeth he hissed, Shut up, Chris, don't even joke about that. Anger blazed in his eyes. After all, dragons were family to him, not prey. Chris laughed, raising his paws. Come on, it's a joke, he exclaimed, noticing how Silier's eyes flared. I hope it's really a joke, the boy replied coldly. Chris nodded and became more serious. Of course, but I see you really cherish your dragons. Anyone would be angry to hear such a proposal, Silier replied briefly. Through anger, you missed the main point, Chris snorted, but Louise intervened. Don't worry, it was just the first way to raise the energy level. Silier raised his eyebrows, so there were other methods. Collett sternly gave the order to stop these checks. Chris, laughing out loud, assured he had no ill intent. Silier only sighed wearily and rubbed his temple. So how do you really replenish the energy reserve? He asked. You need to use the power of the dragon sphere, Chris whispered, and silence fell around. Repeating the name, Silier turned to the dragons and asked with interest, And how is it created? Louise was embarrassed. She had heard of such power for the first time. Emma also shook her head. Collett asked Chris, What kind of ability is this anyway? He laughed. I won't explain for long, better to show and practice. Do we have to create the sphere ourselves? Silier asked again. Exactly, the dragon confirmed. We can make a test sphere right now, Chris added. Hearing so easily, Silier smiled skeptically. The dragon glanced over his companions, estimating who among them could help in the creation. Just not Collett, he said immediately. She was offended. Why me? Because you don't fit the characteristics, Chris laughed, and that only irritated her more. Collett grumbled irritably, but Chris had already turned to the rest. Who ate the least today? The question caught everyone by surprise. Collett could not contain her surprise and asked, Are you lacking energy to create the sphere? Chris answered quietly, Yes, without it the power will not be born. She just snorted and turned away. Silier mentally noted that Collett's lineage is one of the largest among dragons, so dealing with her would be too difficult. After a pause, he looked at Leia. Hearing her name, the little dragoness immediately raised her head and said, Yes, Dad. But realizing the danger, Silier instantly changed his mind and gently said, No, Leia, this is not for you. The child did not fully understand but obediently stepped back. To create a sphere, you need to eat something, Silier muttered. Chris agreed and asked again, Then who among you ate the least today? After a brief thought, the boy pointed to Louise. She is the best option. The dragoness nodded. I am herbivorous, so I accumulate less energy. Emma was slightly upset. So I won't be able to help again. Don't worry, Silier said gently. You just spend more energy because you need energy for flying. His words calmed the dragoness. Chris, full of trust in Louise, advised her to eat well before starting. Or maybe season it with rainbow salt. Jane joked, but Silier immediately objected. I'm not sure human spices are safe for dragons, he said, and looked at Emma and Collett, seeking confirmation. Collett suggested, If swallowed whole, nothing will happen, but Emma objected. It stings like sparks in the mouth. A ridiculous idea, summarized Silier, and Jane only agreed, not insisting. He added softly, It's not worth experimenting, our tastes are too different, and the princess only smiled because care was felt in his words. Dragons prefer raw meat, right? He asked. Yes, Emma nodded, and the princess quietly laughed. See, we are still not alike, Silier concluded with a slight smile, looking at his quirky but dear dragons. When Louisa finally ate her fill, she no longer wanted to eat more. Silier praised her for diligence and patience, and Chris, satisfied with the result, prepared her for the next stage, learning to create spheres. It's time to show how dragon energy is born, he said, and silence fell around. Chris carefully raised his paw to his forehead and slowly pulled out a glowing sphere, small but dazzlingly bright, and showed it to Louisa, who froze, holding her breath, enchanted by the spectacle. When the light of the sphere touched her chest, an invisible magical connection flared between them, thin as a thread, but filled with powerful force. As soon as the sphere entered Louisa's body, it flared inside, as if awakening a sleeping power. Chris again pressed the sphere to his forehead, smiled, and asked, Now do you understand how it works? Yes, it seems so, Louisa answered uncertainly. Silier looked at her with surprise. Her body glowed from within, as if she had absorbed a living sun. She decided to try to create a sphere herself. Silier nodded, as if encouraging her. Louisa spread her wings, took a deep breath, and gathered all the strength in her heart. Around her, a dazzling glow flared up. The air trembled, and a sphere of energy formed in her palms, pure, bright, alive. The sphere that was born shone incredibly brightly, though it was very small like a precious pearl of light. "Wonderful," exclaimed Chris, full of pride. "For the first time, perfect." Louise smiled, her face glowing with praise. Silier carefully took the sphere between two fingers as if touching a fragile treasure. Jane, enchanted, whispered that it resembled a transparent pearl. The boy agreed. "Indeed, so what should I do with it?" "Eat it," Chris said simply. "You can chew it, but it's better to swallow it whole the first time." Silier nodded briefly, looked once more at the glow in his palm, and without hesitation swallowed the sphere. Suddenly his body twitched. Chris leaned sharply. Has it started? A strange warmth rolled through his stomach, quickly spreading throughout his body. Jane leaned in worriedly. What happened? The sensation suddenly changed, as if something inside began to grow and formed a new core of power. Chris burst out laughing. "If you had bitten it, it would have grown right in your mouth." "Very funny," grumbled Silier, feeling the energy pulsing in his stomach. "So this is what I think, a lump of energy," he whispered in surprise. "Yes," confirmed Chris. "The dragon sphere is the compressed essence of dragon energy," he explained, "pure without impurities like the heart of flame. Dragons make it with a reserve," he added. "This will be enough for a person for a long time." Silier smiled. "So this is a reserve in case of battle." Finally, it became clear to him if his dragons create spheres, he will be able to store energy and not get exhausted. "Eat more of such spheres," Chris advised. "Then the body will get used to it and start producing energy faster on its own." Silier thanked him, but Louisa raised her head with doubt. "I can create only one sphere at a time," she whispered, "and after that there is no strength left at all." "That is enough," said Silier, smiling. "One sphere is already a huge help." Chris just laughed. "Then we will have no problems with the reserve." He winked at Silier. "Dragons are drawn to you, so new spheres will appear faster than you can count them." Louisa smiled in agreement, and Silier just shrugged. He thought Chris was exaggerating. "Let's check the reserve," he said, and at that moment transformed into a dragon. A stream of energy rushed through his body. He became stronger and more resilient. In a matter of seconds, he returned to human form so easily, as if he had not been tired at all. 5 seconds for transformation instead of 3, he counted aloud. If one sphere gives plus 2 seconds, this is already a huge progress. Silier sincerely thanked the dragon for the help and noted that although energy expenditure increased, the possibilities became many times greater, and Chris nodded approvingly, watching his master gain strength. With a huge paw, twice the size of the boy himself, he gently stroked his shoulder and said, "Now I am waiting for you to show something truly interesting with new powers." That same day, Silier set off southwest of Borsalato, the Marzan Valley. He stood all alone in the middle of the plain, facing a pack of predators. Wasting no time, the boy instantly transformed into a dragon and swiftly rushed towards the wolf pack. His mission was absolutely clear: to destroy 100 Tongban wolves that terrorized the surrounding villages. Hearing the roar of the winged beast, the predators growled, preparing to attack. But they did not even manage to rush forward. Silier swiftly cut off 2 heads, then several more, and the whole pack froze in fear. Feeling that the dragon form would last about 10 more seconds, he stepped aside and became human again. Louisa instantly rose to him, and a new energy sphere formed around her. Her body blazed as she created a glowing orb. Silier saw a glow so pure it seemed almost holy. Swallowing the sphere, he thanked Louisa and immediately transformed again. The dragon, with a roar, lunged at the rest of the wolves. Its movements became even faster, and its strikes even more precise. This gang was much more dangerous than ordinary bandits, and Silier received the task personally from Princess Jane. The dragons only watched from afar and did not intervene. When the energy began to run out, he noticed with horror that the 2 dragons left behind were surrounded by a pack of wolves. Dealing with the nearby predators, Silier suddenly realized these creatures act in concert, as if someone controls them. Turning back into human form, he exhaled heavily, as if feeling relief for a moment. Emma was already creating a new sphere. A ball of light grew under her hands. The boy smiled. Good thing his dragons were always on alert. When the last wolf fell, the mission was finally accomplished, and Silier with his companions returned to the city. By the walls of the government building Borsella, Rose was already waiting for them. Silier nodded to Colette, and she immediately understood the order to open her jaws. The first wolf's head fell from her mouth, and behind it dozens more. A small pile of bloody trophies grew right in front of the girl. "Enough," Rose raised her hand, and the air instantly filled with the iron scent of blood. She confirmed that the task was completed and praised Silier. He asked Colette to leave the heads, but the dragoness raised her eyes and whispered, "What should I do with the rest still inside me?" The boy thought for a moment and said, "If your stomach can handle it, you can eat the leftovers." "Easy," she replied, but Rose quickly stopped them. "The heads are needed as proof," she said. "This is Princess Jane's order." Princess's order. Silier opened his eyes wide in surprise. He had not expected Jane herself to take on such a minor mission. Rose clearly stated that this was an official task issued in the name of the princess herself. Silier thought it would have been simpler if she had addressed him directly, but decided not to doubt her motives. "Please carry the heads to the warehouse," Rose whispered. Khalid obeyed, carefully pulling the remains from her belly while Silier and Rose stood nearby. When the girl was about to leave, the boy asked, "What next?" "The state will conduct an investigation," she replied, and a surprised sparkle flashed in his eyes. "You know," Rose added, "that dragon knights are awarded titles." Silier shrugged. "No, I hear about this for the first time, and isn't it only the guild that can receive them?" "Yes, but usually it's just a formality," she explained. "The state handles this. But this time the title is awarded to you personally," she continued. "And believe me, it won't be that simple." Rose spoke calmly and solemnly. "If the investigation confirms that he honestly completed the task, the state will officially recognize his feat. You will be awarded the title of Knight Dragon of the First Star," she said, and these words sounded like thunder. Silier froze in surprise. He could hardly believe he would receive such an honorable title, seriously. He asked again, and Rose just quietly laughed. "You yourself destroyed 100 wolves. Tongbin, even the guild doesn't always handle such missions. This is a true feat worthy of recognition," she said with a smile. Silier slightly snorted, mentally acknowledging that even someone not in the know understood the meaning of star in the future title. Only those who accomplished a remarkable feat were awarded the title Knight Dragon of the Star. It was a state recognition of heroism. "So the criteria aren't very clear," Silier clarified. "Isn't the star known even to those outside the Order of Dragon Knights?" Rose nodded. "The first star for a feat in one matter, the second for contribution in several areas or for rank promotion, the third for an unprecedented act. Such knights in our history are few and far between. For commoners, this is even harder," she added. Silier agreed. "Receiving such a title is a true honor, even if it is only the first step." Rose said that the test results would arrive in a few days, and asked him to wait calmly. Silier broke into a smile and looked up at the sky for the first time. He was genuinely pleased that his efforts were noticed. In his thoughts, he sincerely thanked Princess Jane. It was she who gave him the chance to prove that he was worthy of being part of the new world. 3 days later, he was brought a letter. Inside was an official invitation to the government building. A red seal of the royal administration adorned the envelope, and inside was an invitation with a coat of arms, where his name gleamed in golden letters. In the reception room, he was greeted by a butler with impeccable manners. He bowed deeply and quietly asked him to wait a moment. Silier was led to a bright room with luxurious interior. The young man awkwardly plopped down on a soft sofa, feeling like a stranger in this room. Barely had he managed to examine the ornaments on the walls when there was a quiet knock at the door. "Enter," he allowed. A maid entered the room with a tray, politely bowing her head. She carefully placed the cup on the table and, apologizing for the wait, smiled, and Silier thanked her, feeling a bit embarrassed by such attention. Trying the drink, he immediately felt this was clearly an expensive variety of tea. "Why such an honor?" he said aloud in surprise. Just as the girl was about to answer, there was another knock at the door. "Enter," Silier repeated, as he did not know whom to expect this time. Rose appeared in the doorway. She entered with a slight smile and apologized for making him wait. Silier froze in surprise, did not expect to see her. Looking at the luxurious furniture, the boy quietly asked, "How am I supposed to take all this?" His voice showed surprise and embarrassment. Rose replied with playful warmth, "As befits the Dragon Knight of the First Dawn, such greatness cannot be hidden." Silier finally understood that this meeting was official, and he slightly smiled, although he felt strange inside because of such an attitude. He noticed with surprise how quickly people begin to treat those with a high title differently, and Rose nodded. "It's always like that power and fame change the way others see you." Having taken a few sips of tea, he admitted, "Now I understand why they say that the Knights of the Star are special people." Rose smiled and asked what brought him to the government today. "Sorry, that because of me you had to arrange a whole ceremony," Silier replied, a little embarrassed. Then more seriously, he added, "I came to find out if there is a new job for me." "Not yet," Rose said. "No specific requests for the night." This surprised Silier. "I thought that after the agreement with the Countess everything was already decided," he said. Rose explained. Most of the requests had to be rejected. He asked again, "Why?" The answer was brief, "Because now you are the Dragon Knight of the First Dawn." Seeing how surprised he was, the girl instantly clarified, "We just decided to pick tasks of the appropriate level for you." She, smiling, jokingly said, "We can't now send you to catch some supplier of the imperial kitchen for a loaf of bread." Silier laughed. "Oh, now I understand not every task suits such a title. From now on you will receive only important and honorable missions," Rose assured. When he told the dragons this news, they simply gasped in amazement. No work yet. Silier encouraged them. "But now our labor will truly be appreciated. We have achieved what I once left the guild for." The dragons read their lord's thoughts and proudly bowed their heads. Suddenly Louisa sharply pointed towards the square. A crowd was already gathering there. People stood around and looked at Silier. In their eyes there was both surprise and pride. He did not even expect such attention, and just then ringing children's voices sounded behind him. The little ones rushed to him, joyfully shouting his name. Their eyes shone with admiration. They sincerely admitted that they were his fans, and one boy shyly asked for permission to shake his hand. Silier, a little embarrassed but smiling, extended his hand. The boy beamed with happiness. "I dream of becoming a dragon knight like you together with a friend," the little one exclaimed. His comrade immediately caught on. "We will also be brave and noble like Silier." And these words pierced the young man to the very heart. He felt it himself. A title is not just an honor but also a responsibility, because adults see strength in him and children inspiration. "How can we become like you?" the boys asked, their voices trembling with admiration. Silier smiled, searching for the right words. And just then, a dark-haired man with a well-groomed face and a mole under his eye approached the children. Smiling gently, he addressed the young listeners. "Remember one truth that will become the main thing for you in the future." He said, "Dragons must be protected. They are not tools, but friends. Their loyalty is priceless." The girls standing nearby listened with reverence. As soon as he finished, the children burst into applause, and the man, a warrior instructor of the Royal Academy, added, "Only he who cares for his dragon will reach the heights of a true knight." His words ignited in the hearts of the girls. They, with sincere zeal, promised always to value and protect dragons, and determination shone in their eyes. They wanted to follow his instructions. The dark-haired warrior, watching them, froze in thought. For a moment it seemed to him that this was the best thing that had happened to him in a long time, and next to him sat a horned creature that looked at the man questioningly. He finally understood. Trying to change the thinking of adults is almost a futile thing, because their consciousness is bound by habits and beliefs. The children were completely different. In their eyes he saw openness and sincerity. They accepted the new without fear, and this gave him hope that one day dragons would not be considered weapons, but friends. In conversation with the stranger, the warrior admitted that he would remain faithful to his principles. Even if the world around changed, the stranger addressed him with the word, "Master," hinting at his high status and authority. Next, the story takes us to the heart of the trading company Exiled, which specialized in selling a product called Manhwa. The product was mysterious but extremely popular. Bottles gleamed on the shelves, and the air was filled with the scent of alchemy and money. A client with long, silvery hair entered the room. He approached the dark-haired seller and calmly said, "Dragon tears," adding that he was taking them as usual. His voice showed that this was not his first purchase. The seller politely nodded and began preparing the goods. Having received the vial, the buyer held it up to the light, examined it closely, and with noticeable satisfaction noted the excellent quality, then asked if the supply volume could be increased, and the seller thoughtfully frowned, considering the production possibilities. The buyer explained that the demand for their goods is growing wildly, but at the same time expressed concern that the quantity might not reduce the quality. His words sounded professional, as if he himself were a merchant or an aristocrat. The narrator said that the seller had only a few dragons, so mass production was out of the question, but he set up a special base where they made raw materials for dragon tears, and this became a real breakthrough in his business. The product had unique properties. It affected a person's consciousness and feelings, and it was said that the widow of a certain nobleman, having used it, was able to see the face of her deceased husband, proof of the extraordinary power of this remedy. The buyer asked if the company trades with aristocrats. The seller confirmed. Their quality is so high that they even cooperate with nobles of the highest rank. Despite the successes, the merchant could not shake off the anxiety. "I don't want our quality to ever decline," and his interlocutor nodded. He felt the weight of these words and promised to maintain the standards at the highest level. Then the man with long hair spoke more sternly. "There is a matter that does not concern the trade of dragon tears," and the seller instantly became interested. Guest's voice was too confident for it to be a trifle. "Do you know anything about the so-called dragon masters?" asked the visitor. The seller slightly tilted his head and replied, "I have heard of them. Rare creatures if the legends are to be believed." Then the guest explained that dragons can lay eggs even without mating, but the offspring born this way lose the ability to continue the lineage and are mostly females. and the merchant listened attentively, straining to understand this amazing biology. Why are most of them female? He asked again, not hiding his surprise. The guest replied that it was due to the peculiarities of their reproduction and long life cycle. Then he explained, when dragons are on the decline of their age and mate, special females appear master dragons capable of giving life to new generations. They are the heart and future of the dragon lineage. The seller smiled and admitted, even humans do not have such amazing laws of nature. How much does the master dragon's egg cost? Asked the merchant. The answer was stunning. The price was unheard of, as it was an extraordinary rarity. The seller tensed, trying to recall something important that stubbornly slipped from memory, but he could not. The interlocutor noticed his embarrassment and gently suggested returning to the topic later. On the story screen, a strange, dark-colored egg suddenly appeared, a rare artifact left by an unknown master dragon. It was this that needed to be protected. It was the beginning of a new quest. The guest explained the conditions. Your main task is to keep this egg until it hatches. The birth of a new dragon lineage depends on it, he said. I can entrust this mission only to someone reliable and experienced man who has already proven his strength, he added, hinting at the feat when he destroyed the Tongban wolves. The seller answered confidently, I will manage. He thought that rumors about his new title had already reached even here, so this trust was not accidental. The reward is 3 million lira, said the guest. The sum stunned the merchant, and after a brief reflection he agreed, feeling that he was taking part in a matter of extraordinary importance. Nearby sat a creature with a crest and tail. It smiled and whispered only one word, amazing, and its reaction enveloped the scene in mystery. All present felt 3 million lira was not just payment, it was proof of how important the task was, and even the creature grumbled approvingly, as if agreeing with the scale of the deal. The seller addressed her anxiously, call it, what happened? The dragoness suddenly blushed, whispered something, and averted her gaze. He admitted that he was hearing about master dragons for the first time and could not find words to describe this power. Call it, as if suddenly realizing something, quietly whispered, when a dragon dies, it leaves an egg, so it was with Leia. The words hung in the air. The mystery of the past came alive again. The merchant exclaimed in surprise, and at that moment a light flashed nearby. From it emerged a small, fluffy creature with wings. The merchant instantly recognized it and joyfully said, Leia, a meeting that will change everything. It turned out that a fluffy creature named Leia was found near the remains of a dead dragon. Only an empty egg was left from it, from which, it seems, she hatched. And so it became known that Leia is an ancient dragon, a creature of primal blood, connected with the most powerful spirits of the ancient world. The dark-haired merchant, realizing what he had just heard, turned to the creature with the crest and asked if a master dragon could be hiding among them. And in his voice, there was not only surprise but also a sincere desire to understand how deep this mysterious heritage was. The interlocutor shook his head, his eyes wide with amazement. He stretched out his hand and touched the object that gently glowed. His face froze in wonder, and his lips barely whispered, Leia. The conversation dragged on, and one of the men doubted the dragon's words. There was no proof, but everything looked too plausible. The dragon quietly remarked, compared to humans, we are purer. Our hearts are not clouded by self-interest. On the road stood a man and a small dragon. The dragon looked anxiously at his companion, catching something elusive in his mood. You are a master dragon, the man said. The dragon confirmed, naming his kind Balor. The warrior guessed, you are looking for a place to lay an egg, and heard a quiet affirmative nod. The man exclaimed in surprise, really, you are preparing for this? The dragon raised his head and asked why this surprised him. Don't you notice, he said, my body is changing. The young man looked at him more closely. You are too close, he said, not hiding his embarrassment. Doesn't it bother you? The dragon replied sharply, no, not at all. But nervousness was heard in his voice, and embarrassed, he hid his paws as if a child caught doing something secret. The man froze in amazement, not understanding what was happening. The dragon sighed. I was just thinking about children. His gaze became sad. The man quietly asked, what's wrong with you? 2 days passed, and the events moved to the mountain base Passron, where suddenly a small, fluffy creature ran out to the man and joyfully exclaimed, Dad. He smiled. Leia was nearby again. Finally, you have returned, he said. Home. The little fox dragon laughed, fluttering its wings. The man picked her up and asked, how do you feel? She replied that everything was fine, called him amazing dad, and he laughed. Leia enthusiastically suggested playing tag, but he only wearily shook his head and said, I need to rest a bit. Hearing this, the creature became sad and quietly whimpered. The man felt pangs of conscience. It is hard to refuse a being that never grows up. He smiled and, looking at her puffed cheeks, thought, you are an eternal child. Finally, he suggested, let's test your speedrun around the base. Leia jumped up instantly, and her eyes lit up with excitement. She took off, raising a cloud of dust. "Incredible," he exclaimed, barely keeping up with her even in dragon form. "What a pace," he said, laughing. Leia looked back and shouted, "You are still slow, Dad." Her voice echoed among the mountains. "Exactly," he replied, smiling. "This is the secret. Strength is not in speed." "But you have 5 dragon spheres," she exclaimed. He laughed and replied, "Yes, and I am grateful to you for them." Suddenly Leia froze cautiously and looked aside. A woman with long hair was approaching them from afar. She looked surprised at the carriage near the base, and turning to the princess standing nearby, said, "I have not seen it before." Approaching closer, the woman apologized for her sudden arrival. The man only nodded. "No problem," and she explained that she represented a merchant who had made a deal with the royal family and insisted on a meeting. "And what does he want to talk about?" asked Silier, noticeably concerned. "About a matter of great importance," she replied quietly. "He insisted on a face-to-face conversation." "I understand. This is suspicious, but I will listen," he replied, and in a moment found himself opposite the merchant. "It is a great honor for me to meet you, knight," said the merchant, who introduced himself as Pierre Gaunon. Silier briefly introduced himself in response. "Let's get to the point," he said. Pierre apologized for his bluntness and explained that it was the princess who asked to arrange the meeting, then added, "I recently dealt with a dragon," and Silier became alert. "Do you mean Leia?" he asked, barely containing his curiosity. The merchant nodded and asked to see her again, assuring that he had no ill intent. They all agreed. If the dragon gets agitated, it will be stopped immediately. When Silier called Leia, she came very close and the merchant froze, unable to move. "Incredible," he whispered. The dragon awkwardly looked away and the warrior explained, "Dragons are purer than humans. Their nature is instinct, not deceit." Finally, he briefly addressed Pierre. "You asked about Leia. What exactly are you looking for?" And the air tensed as if before revealing a great secret. 2 days later, Cyril returned to the Passron base, and the little fluffy Leia ran joyfully to him, shouting, "Daddy." And he, smiling, replied, "Yes, I am home," lifted her in his arms, made sure she was fine, and then allowed the merchant to examine the creature, assuring that everything was under control. During the examination, the dragon moved too close, and Cyril, squinting in surprise, asked if he was in the way. The dragon, hiding its paws and looking confused, denied it, then said, "We dragons are purer than humans," after which Cyril said his name, confirmed he was of the Belor breed, and suggested he was looking for a nesting place. The merchant stared at Leia for a long time, then, unable to contain his amazement, exclaimed, "This cannot be a mistake. This is a master dragon." His voice trembled with excitement, and he added that such a form was original, primordial. Cyril looked at him with wide-open eyes. "What are you talking about?" The merchant smiled quietly. Jig was not lying. He explained that he heard about this from a man named Jig, simply overheard their conversation near the shop entrance by chance. Suddenly Cyril realized what it was about and recalled that he had talked about this before. He was shaken when the merchant, looking at Leia, called her a witch. Finally, the merchant got to the point. "I want to buy this child," he said calmly, but his voice smoldered with greed. Cyril froze in shock when the merchant offered 1,000,000 lira, and the man sharply refused. Then the bearded trader, mumbling embarrassedly, raised the bid to 2,000,000. The dark-haired woman nearby replied coldly, "Even 5 won't be enough," and this finally threw the merchant off balance. The young man with the eye patch stepped forward and said decisively, "This is not merchandise. She is not for sale." There was no room for objections in his voice. The merchant tried to keep his dignity. He straightened up and arrogantly declared, "Do you know who I am? I am the strongest." He spoke with pride, hoping the title would impress. The man in the headdress looked at him in surprise. "And what is that supposed to mean?" And the young man with the patch sharply asked, "Name your guild." The merchant was momentarily embarrassed but answered, "The Guild of the First Dragons." "Do you really think dragons can be bought with money?" The young man asked again. The merchant lowered his head and, finally realizing how ridiculous it looked, apologized. "I acted foolishly." He sincerely apologized to everyone and thanked them for their patience. "Good that you understood," Cyril replied calmly. But the young man with the patch added sternly, "Still, I must warn you." He stroked Leia's head and said coldly, "If anything happens to the dragon, you will be the first suspect," and the merchant was confused. "What?" His face turned pale. The dark-haired woman confirmed that the warning was understood. The merchant nodded, trembling with fear. She reminded that he was a supplier for the royal family. The young man with the patch intervened. "But even such a person might try to take the dragon by force." "This is just a precaution," Cyril explained. "We will consider all options if something happens." The merchant took a deep breath and only nodded silently. "I hope you understand me," said Cyril. "Yes, of course," muttered the merchant, all sweaty. The dark-haired woman watched all this with surprise, and Leia, sitting nearby, listened attentively. The woman addressed Cyril. Mr. Cyril, forgive this ridiculous incident, and her voice sounded sincere. She said, if I had known what it was about, I would not have agreed to the meeting. Don't worry, he replied calmly. She blushed, I'm really sorry. In our world, it's just business, said the young man with the bandage, but this time he crossed the line. He let us down, but overall he can still be useful, added Cyril. The girl asked why he threatened the merchant and if he really had such influence. He just silently looked at her. With a slight smile, he explained, the merchant realized that Leia's not just a child. He thought she would become a wall. A wall? The girl asked, confused. Yes, he replied, not because I suspect him of betrayal, but if someone tries to kidnap her, he himself will become an obstacle. That was the meaning of my words. The girl smiled, feeling relieved. Mr. Cyril is wonderful, she exclaimed, folding her hands in admiration. Leia, understanding nothing, happily added, Dad is cool, and everyone laughed. Cyril stroked Leia's head and jokingly repeated, Yes, Dad is really cool. The girl nodded gratefully, and Leia purred something like, Thank you. Don't worry, I will protect you, Cyril whispered kindly. Leia blinked distrustfully but smiled sincerely. Then he looked at the large dragon and said, Chris, guard Leia while I watch the egg myself. The dragon thoughtfully tilted his head. Are you really addressing me? Yes, exactly you, said Cyril. You are our main strength. Chris smiled, baring his fangs. All right, but admit I went a bit too far when I scared the merchant. And they both laughed, easing the tension. The dragon confidently looked at Cyril and, as if reporting, said, The work is already done. What do you say? Cyril calmly replied that in any case he could have prevented the kidnapping, but Chris interrupted him with a smile. Don't worry, everything is already done. Cyril sincerely thanked him, and the dragon nodded, pleased with himself. Pausing for a moment in silence, Cyril ran his hand over his chin and admitted, I am not the smartest in the world. People do not always behave as you expect. But Chris suddenly turned around and roared, Enough philosophy! His formidable voice made Leia squeak fearfully. Cyril with the eye patch looked at the scene with a slight smile, and the dragon chuckled. Unlike humans, we need to rest. Sleep is also a weapon. Chris, purring with pleasure, thoughtfully muttered. Why are you laughing? Asked Cyril. Relief, replied the dragon. You acted wisely. I was just testing you once more. Cyril agreed. Most people are not that smart. The merchant could have helped, but he is not omnipotent. That is why I relied on you. He felt as if finally everything had fallen into place. As long as I am here, nothing will happen to Leia, Chris solemnly said, and you can calmly go on your mission. Thank you, friend, replied Cyril, and Chris grunted contentedly. The next day, the dark-haired warrior and his companion Colette set off to St. Simon by the mountain road, where the clouds touched the peaks. Setting off together again, huh? Chris smiled. Cyril nodded. Few could handle this task. Why me specifically? The dragon asked, eyes shining with curiosity. 2 reasons, Cyril answered briefly. First, we have so many spheres between us that we can withstand any fight. Chris nodded, and the second. If something happens, said Cyril, you will be able to swallow the egg and save it. The dragon frowned, then answered shortly and confidently, Understood. But it is dangerous for you, Cyril warned. I will manage, Chris assured. Count on me. His eyes shone with determination, and the young man with the eye patch only nodded. Cyril smiled. Then I truly count on you. Thank you, Colette. She laughed and proudly raised her head. Walking along the mountain path, Cyril pondered. Guarding the master dragon's egg is a huge responsibility. At first, I didn't realize it, but after yesterday's incident, I understood how valuable it is. Colette smiled warmly and whispered, We will do everything possible. Her tail gently wrapped around his waist, and behind them, clouds trembled as they slid down from the mountains. Soon they reached the postal town of St. Simon, and Colette sighed softly, gazing at the streets where even the buildings seemed adapted for dragons. The road is too narrow, muttered Cyril, but further on it will probably be more spacious. Colette nodded, and he noticed that most of the houses and stables here were made especially for dragon riders. Which hotel shall we go to? She asked, and he replied, Any will do, but his gaze had already fallen on several dragon knights. Colette pointed to the building ahead. Maybe this one? Cyril only nodded briefly and went inside. Wait here, he told Colette, and confidently headed to the door. The tavern was crowded. Conversations were taking place at the tables. Near the bar, he approached the owner and quietly said, I need a room for the night. I am with a dragon. She is still a baby, Cyril. How many of you? The man asked. And how much does a room for a dragon cost? Cyril asked. 50 lira for a regular one, 100 for the upper floor, 200 with a window, food included, the owner enumerated. Cyril nodded. Understood. I'll take the one by the window. Dragons deserve comfort. Even people say so, he smiled. Your name, please, the owner requested. Cyril Arrows, Guild First Dragons. Everyone in the tavern froze, alert. One of the visitors repeated aloud, Guild First Dragons, and the hall fell silent. Cyril felt the gazes. Is something wrong? A dark-haired man at the neighboring table leaned toward his companion and whispered, "That's a celebrity." "And the princess's favorite," added another. Cyril only sighed. "Do what you have to do." Then a drunken guest brazenly turned around and mockingly said, "So you're the one who got rich thanks to Baba," and laughed loudly. Cyril frowned. "What is that supposed to mean?" "Don't be angry, handsome," the man laughed. At the neighboring tables, the company was already loudly mocking. "They say he is the princess's favorite, but she is just naive." It echoed from the crowd. Someone raised a mug, and laughter burst around. People were banging on the tables, and in the corner, a young man in a strict suit silently watched. Another guest threw a joke, but his face suddenly changed. Tension hung in the room. One of the men addressed the dark-haired stranger who sat silently, not even suspecting that by doing so he was awakening something dangerous in him. "The princess is not so frivolous," the dark-haired man replied coldly. His voice broke, becoming low and trembling, his face twisted, and horns grew on his temples. In a moment he transformed into a demon, grabbed the offender by the hand. The latter screamed, beer mugs scattered on the floor. The demon's eyes flared with red fire, and a wave of fear covered the tavern. A horror sounded in the tavern. People ran off in all directions. Mugs flew to the floor and foam spilled. One man even jumped up in fear and screamed. And the one in the strict suit sitting aside only silently watched the bloody scene and did not utter a word. "What have you done?" A shout came from the crowd. The dark-haired demon, calmly wiping blood from his palm, answered, "Nothing special." The transformed man approached the counter and threw the keys to the tavern owner, who only sighed heavily and muttered, "Fights in the bar are nothing new." "So can I go?" the demon asked calmly. The owner only nodded, not daring to argue. Beaten visitors lay on the floor. One of them hoarsely whispered, "He is too strong. Good that we survived." The owner, wiping the counter, said with respect, "I love guys who defend a girl's honor," and the demon only looked at him confusedly. Handing over the keys, the host wished a pleasant rest. The dark-haired man briefly thanked and left, leaving behind a broken silence. He went up the stairs. In his room, he sighed deeply. He was bored. "I'll stay here. I need to regain strength. If I go downstairs, I'll end up in a fight again," he thought, raised his hand, looked at his palm, and remembered how easily he dealt with enemies. Suddenly, he felt someone's eyes on him. A stranger stood in the doorway. They both looked at each other with surprise. A girl with a warm smile appeared in the doorway. She gently said something, and the man only stepped back a step, not understanding why she was there. She stopped in the threshold. Her scent was like a dragon's breath, and he immediately became alert. "She is probably a dragon knight," he thought. The girl, without losing her smile, asked, "Do you want a drink with me?" "What is your purpose here?" he answered cautiously. She entered the room, thanked him, and placed the glass on the table. The man asked if there was an ambush waiting behind the door. The smile did not leave her lips, and he, tense, asked, "What is your name?" "Lisa," she answered, extending the glass. He took it, thanked her, but still did not look away. "To acquaintance," Lisa said, lightly touching her glass to his. He did the same, but did not drink. "Why aren't you drinking?" she asked, tilting her head. "I don't like to drink when I don't understand the situation," he replied, looking intently at her. "Did you see everything that happened downstairs?" he asked. "Yes, I was at the bar. Everyone says you are very strong," she smiled. "I am Cyril," he replied briefly. "I would like to feel the embrace of a strong man," she said without a trace of embarrassment. Cyril became alert. She spoke too directly. He noticed that she was a dragon knight closely connected to her beast. "Isn't that strange?" he asked. She sat on the bed and only smiled mysteriously. Cyril felt tension. The situation was becoming stranger. He felt that Lisa was looking not just for closeness, but for something deeper. She kept smiling, and he silently watched, trying to understand what she really wanted. Suddenly, noise rushed in from the street. "What is that?" Cyril asked. Lisa went to the window. He joined her, peered outside. The rumble and shouts were growing louder and louder. They saw a carriage stop in front of the tavern. "It seems some nobleman has arrived," Cyril said, and from below in the hall a man in a suit also looked out, trying to understand what was happening. Now all three were looking at the street, Cyril, Lisa, and the silent man downstairs. A crowd gathered near the carriage. Horses were stamping on the stone. Cyril narrowed his eyes cautiously, while Lisa remained calm. "Do you know this nobleman?" Lisa asked, not hiding her surprise. "Of course," Cyril replied. "Everyone knows him." Her eyes opened wide, and suddenly he noticed the guest was looking directly at his window. Footsteps approached. The door opened. A man in an expensive cloak appeared on the threshold. "Sorry for the trouble, sir," he said, bowing. Cyril froze, not understanding why this person had come to him specifically. The nobleman announced that he was looking for the room where someone from Dragon's first Mr. La Rose was staying. "That's me," Cyril replied, inviting him inside. The guest bowed politely and thanked him, and the man from the neighboring room looked out and almost dropped his glass. He could not believe that such a noble lord had come to Cyril. When the nobleman introduced himself as Charles Saber, his name struck like thunder, and Cyril and Lisa froze in amazement. "It's Saber himself," Lisa whispered, barely breathing. Cyril also froze, stunned, and the guest only smiled as if all this was usual for him. Lisa explained in a passionate voice that Charles Saber is the heir of an ancient and famous family, known for its connections with the Order of Dragons, and his presence in such a place caused general surprise. It turned out that his path led to St. Seymour, the capital of the Dragons, where the heart of their culture beats and the army of riders gathers. Charles only slightly smiled and confirmed this, while Cyril, stunned, fell silent and plunged into thoughts, trying to understand the true motives of the visit. Even the man in the suit nearby looked puzzled, and Lisa, glancing at Charles, did not hide her surprise. "I'm the very client whose mission you are fulfilling," Charles said calmly. Cyril, holding his chin, at first could not comprehend what he heard. "This is an order to guard the Master Dragon," Saber clarified. "You are a wonderful knight, but what are you doing in such a place?" Cyril guessed it was not just about acquaintance. They probably came to take him. "Exactly," Charles confirmed, remaining polite and calm. Cyril could not believe that the aristocrat himself had arrived to personally accompany him. It was incredible. Charles sincerely apologized for making Cyril stay at the inn longer than they had planned. "Don't worry, I'm comfortable here," Cyril replied, though surprise was evident in his eyes. "Why were so many people involved for an ordinary escort?" "Then why did you come yourself, sir?" he asked. "You are too influential a person." Charles only smiled, hiding his true intentions. His gaze remained calm and attentive. "You behaved too boldly by agreeing to show your strength," Saber remarked in a cold tone, "but only the Knights of the Third Star will go down in history." "I am just a Knight of the First Star," Cyril replied calmly. "Everyone started with the first," Charles said softly, and his words sounded like approval. Cyril was confused. He did not expect such a reaction. The man in the suit thought that Saber spoke wisely, and Cyril was not one to cling to titles. "We have already prepared a place for your rest," Charles said. "Allow me to accompany you." "There was no need to trouble yourself," Cyril replied, but still thanked him. Lisa stood nearby and smiled. "I have to go," said Lisa, suddenly gathering herself. Cyril awkwardly said goodbye, not expecting her to disappear so quickly. Saber remained impassive, and the man in the suit silently watched. "You are more interesting than I thought," said Lisa, smiling farewell. Cyril only blushed and scratched the back of his head, and she threw something over her shoulder and left, leaving him alone. "Sorry to interrupt," said Saber. "No problem," replied Cyril. "I see the conversation left a pleasant impression," smiled Charles. "Shall we leave now?" asked Saber. "No," replied Cyril. "My dragon is sleeping. We'll leave in the morning." Charles nodded and agreed, "Don't worry about the rest." Their conversation was strangely calm, and even a casual observer noticed the respect that appeared between them. "We also prepared something for your companion," said Saber. "Look down." Cyril looked out the window and saw the street. A large carriage was standing there. He couldn't believe his eyes. Next to the guard stood a huge wagon decorated with the Saber family crest. "Is this for us?" he thought, and he was filled with a premonition of something unusual. "For the dragon," said Charles. "It was specially modified to fly and carry creatures of your level." Cyril froze in amazement, and Saber only modestly bowed his head. "We know how you feel about dragons. This is our way of showing respect," he added. Cyril, pleasantly surprised, whispered, "You are too considerate." His embarrassment mixed with gratitude. "Thank you for caring," he said. "I'll pack my things in a minute." "No wonder your guild is called First Dragons," replied Saber. "You don't just talk, you act." As Cyril was packing, the innkeeper, with pity in his voice, exclaimed, "No need to rush. I'm sorry you're leaving." "Thank you for the hospitality," replied Cyril, still not believing how quickly everything had changed. Saber apologized for the inconvenience, but the host just waved his hand and said, "For such guests always open." And at that moment, a loud roar burst from below. The dragon woke up. "What's that noise?" he asked, looking out onto the street. "We're leaving earlier," replied Cyril. "Too sudden," grumbled the dragon, glancing around at the guards and the carriage. "Look over there," said Cyril, pointing at the giant cart. The dragon blinked. "Is this for me?" His voice trembled with disbelief. "I have a bad feeling," he whispered, his voice trembling. "Are they up to something?" "Everything is fine," Cyril reassured, though he himself felt anxious. "If anything happens, I will protect you," he said with a smile. The dragon sighed with relief and calmed down. "Please sit first," Saber said, opening the carriage door. "Thank you, sir," Cyril replied. He again remembered Lisa and her mysterious words and felt that the events were just beginning. Inside the carriage, a young dark-haired boy asked in surprise, "Who is this guy?" He was answered. If Saber himself invited him, then the reason is serious. The carriage stopped in a crowded square where merchants and horsemen gathered. "We have arrived," said the dark-haired youth, stepping out first. Next to him stood a blonde with a quiet smile, and behind, in a dark cloak, another traveler looked around in surprise. "So this is already Saint Seymour." The dark-haired youth and his light-haired companion froze before a magnificent building decorated with patterns and coats of arms. Cyril, impressed by the luxury, said in surprise that he did not expect to see such a palace in an ordinary postal town. The blonde smiled and explained that the hotel was fully rented just for them. Cyril said confusedly, "So the whole house is just for us?" And not knowing what to say, only nodded, and the companion with a good-natured smile added, "Don't worry, no uninvited guest will enter here." "Renting all this must cost an unheard-of amount of money," Cyril muttered. The blonde confirmed, "This is an inn for aristocrats, only for the chosen." "So can the dragon and I also stay here?" Cyril asked again. "Of course," he replied. The blonde pointed to an annex and said that it was specially rebuilt for the dragon's needs. "You can live there together with him. There is enough space." Cyril only blinked in surprise. "Did they really rebuild everything?" he whispered, passing by. "Yes, down to the last beam," the companion replied, a smile never leaving his face. Collet came out to meet them. The dragon solemnly bowed its head and said, "Here you can sleep peacefully. This is a true miracle." Cyril was so stunned that he could not utter a word. His companion just glanced at him and quietly thought, "A weirdo, but honest." Collet, carefully feeling the walls with her claw, grumbled that she probably wouldn't be able to sleep from excitement. "Head," the blonde invited. "Monsieur La Rose, please follow me." Cyril only sighed, "Aha." And when they entered the building, a long corridor opened before them, with maids standing on both sides who simultaneously bowed their heads and in unison said, "Welcome, Monsieur La Rose." Cyril froze in shock, while his companion confidently walked forward without looking back. Walking among the maids, Cyril noticed how they shyly lowered their eyes expecting to see Charles. "Professionals," he muttered aloud. The blonde from the end of the corridor waved his hand to him. "Let's go, don't stop." Two girls exchanged glances and quietly whispered that it looked like a masquerade. "I have never felt so important," Cyril said thoughtfully, "and all this just because Saber himself came for me." "Are you okay?" the blonde asked, noticing he was lost in thought. "Yes, just trying to grasp the scale of what happened," Cyril replied. "Nothing special happened," the blonde said with a slight smile. "Everything is planned. Probably it's not the first time they arrange such ceremonies." Cyril laughed loudly, "And they even get paid for it. Although I don't want to rely solely on someone else's care." "All right, tomorrow we move on," Cyril concluded, already addressing Charles by name. Outside the window, they showed their carriage leaving the yard. On the road, the blonde suddenly asked, "Do you like seeing dragon eggs in the wild?" Cyril looked at him in surprise and said, "Do you always ask such strange questions?" "Dragon eggs are truly special," Charles explained. "They do not have a fixed hatching time." "What do you mean?" Cyril asked again. "Some hatch in minutes, others after years." "Even within the same species, the difference is enormous," Collet, who was walking nearby, interrupted. "It all depends on the will of the mother." "The mother?" Cyril asked in surprise. "Yes," she nodded. "She left only a claw near the nest. Probably she did not wait for the hatchling." Her voice trembled, and Cyril silently looked out the window, wrapped in sadness. "Probably the first dragoness was completely alone," Charles explained. "She guarded the egg until the end. This happens more often than it seems. Their eggs withstand fire, flood, and earthquakes, but sometimes they don't hatch for years," Saber said. "Our task is to protect this egg until it chooses its own time." Cyril sighed. "A difficult task." "That's why we need your help, Monsieur La Rose," Charles said. "I will do all I can," Cyril replied, and at that moment he looked out the window and exclaimed, "What is that?" Before them stretched a magnificent city, and flying dragons soared above its towers. Above the city majestically flew a dragon with golden wings. "Saint-Simon," Charles said, "the capital of dragons." Cyril admired the facades decorated with bas-reliefs and the carts drawn by winged creatures. "Incredible," he whispered. The city seemed boundless. "Yes," Saber said, "when people learned to live alongside dragons, cities became larger." "Saint Simon is a different place. It is special," Charles continued. "Here the greatest minds and the strongest masters of this world have gathered." "And all the dragon masters are here too?" Cyril asked. "Yes, but there are no more than 10 of them," Saber clarified. Cyril nodded, feeling the scale of what he saw. "The city is flourishing, but because of its size it feels somewhat empty," Saber said. "Indeed, a strange feeling," Cyril agreed. "Here it is our goal," Charles said, pointing to a giant structure towering in the very center of the city. Cyril stood, mesmerized, looking at the palace in the heart of the capital. Armed knights stood at the gates in heavy armor, and when the carriage approached closer, they lined up without taking their eyes off the Saber coat of arms. Saber looked out of the carriage and said somewhat apologetically, Sorry for the inconvenience. This is Charles Saber. The soldiers immediately saluted, and Cyril was surprised by the excessive formality of the reception. After getting out of the carriage, he sincerely thanked his companion. "Follow me," Saber said. Someone called out to Cyril from behind, and another cart was already rumbling into the courtyard. "Call it, get out," Cyril shouted. "And you too, Chris, you can come down," he added. The dragons carefully jumped onto the stone platform, and the guards froze, looking at them in amazement. One of the dragons jumped heavily onto the stone courtyard. His claws rang on the tiles. He sighed deeply and said he was tired from the journey. The second, who remained in the carriage, grumbled that next time it was better to go on foot than to shake in the coach. Cyril looked at him in surprise and apologetically promised to talk about it later. "Monsieur La Rose, may I show you the egg storage?" asked the blond man ahead. Cyril, noticeably confused, whispered, "Yes, I am following you." They moved down the long corridor. Behind them were guards and a few servants who kept their distance. On the second floor balcony gathered a group of observers. Among them a tall man with golden hair, a girl in armor, and behind them 2 assistants. Below another group. A young blonde, a red-haired fighter, and a gray-haired elderall were intently watching the center of the hall. The air was almost solemn but wary. In the upper gallery stood the same observers. One of them quietly said he would not want to stay here long. And Cyril, standing next to Colette, felt a dense, heavy aura as if the very air breathed threat, and whispered, confirmed. "Yes, this is the true smell of death." In the middle of the hall, under the powerful glow of crystals, on a pedestal proudly stood a giant egg covered by a magical dome. Nearby a plaque. "Master Dragon's Egg, object under the protection of the Order." "So this is what we have to defend?" asked Cyril without looking away. "Yes," confirmed the blonde. Cyril nodded, cautiously approached, and asked for permission to take a closer look. "Of course," replied Charles, and as he took a few steps forward, the narrator recalled that the journey here had been long. After all the difficulties, Cyril and Colette had finally arrived at St. Simon to carry out their mission. Below, several people were tensely watching them. One of the guards whispered that the sentries had become even more vigilant. Another man in dark clothes silently observed, his gaze cold and resolute. Descending the stairs, Cyril thought that even with Saber's permission it was not worth relaxing. Guards were gripping their spears tighter. And on the nearby sofa, 2 girls and a man kept their eyes fixed on him. When he came closer, he was breathless. The egg looked completely ordinary, without any glow or magical signs. "I don't like it here," muttered Colette, clenching her tail. "Maybe wait outside," asked another dragon. "All right, but don't go far," replied Cyril. "If anything happens, call immediately." Cyril suddenly felt a wave of hostile energy ripple through the hall. "Someone here really wants to kill," he thought, and from the balcony a warrior in armor was watching them. At the upper level, the armored knight whispered, "It's like we're being boiled in a cauldron, but I want to finish the job." Tension gripped every breath. Cyril also decided it was time to end the inspection. "Who here spoke with the egg?" he whispered in surprise, hearing a quiet sound. He looked around. Another dark-haired boy stood nearby, just as confused. Their eyes met, both froze in amazement. "What is this?" said Cyril in surprise, poking the egg with his finger. "Do you see this too?" he asked his companion. He just nodded. "Do you think the baby is still inside?" "Yes," whispered the second, not taking his eyes off the shell. The guard by the pedestal clenched his spear and muttered, "Order is order, everyone out." Another added, "It's not worth disturbing the egg while the atmosphere here is so heavy." Cyril looked at them, and a strange wave of warmth washed over him from the shell. "What shall we do?" he asked Saber anxiously. "Maybe it will really hatch any moment now." "Maybe," Charles replied. "He could have done it earlier if not for that tension in the hall." "Is it all because of us?" Cyril asked, stunned. "What happened?" Saber turned around, hearing his voice. "Nothing. Just a strange feeling," Cyril replied. At that moment, one of the guards on the balcony asked if they could step away, but the comrades looked displeased. "Leaving the post is forbidden." "When will he hatch?" whispered Cyril. "When everyone leaves," Saber answered calmly. "On what grounds?" Cyril said, not hiding his surprise. Saber stepped aside. "You were with Colette all this time, yet never asked yourself why is it still sleeping." In the carriage waiting outside, Colette thoughtfully whispered, "Indeed, it's strange." "Is it still inside?" Cyril repeated. "Yes, the same egg," Saber confirmed. "All right, everyone out," he gave the order. Cyril nodded. "I trust you." The door suddenly burst open with a bang, and people began to come out. "Could this really happen now?" whispered one of the young men. From the upper floors, those who had previously stood on the balcony descended one by one. "Mr. Saber, you may enter," said one of the guards. "It seems everything is fine." Cyril hesitated for a moment but still followed Charles. Saber pressed his observation book to his chest and smiled. "Thank you all for your vigilance." And at that very moment the egg trembled, cracks began to spread across it. "It really hatched," exclaimed Cyril, feeling his breath tighten in his chest. Saber, still smiling, sincerely thanked everyone present. Meanwhile, Cyril, sitting on a soft sofa in the spacious living room near the fireplace, thoughtfully gazed into the fire after everything that had happened. The silence around seemed incredibly calm, almost unreal. He did not hide his amazement. The egg had hatched before the guards could react. "No one expected everything to happen so quickly," he said. Nearby, Colette, a little confused, whispered that she seemed to have heard some voice inside the egg. On the floor, among scattered pieces of shell, lay a tiny creature just born into the world. "Did you hear what was happening outside while you were in the egg?" asked Cyril, and the baby only blinked and quietly whispered, "Maybe." Colette whispered, eyes full of wonder. How could it speak while still inside the shell? Then she added that it probably sensed a kind presence nearby and therefore dared to speak. She gently explained that some hatchlings are afraid of the pressure of the outside world and cannot immediately understand the language of the elders, so the awakening process may take longer. Cyril nodded. "So it all depends on the dragon's own senses. Interesting." "Sorry to keep you waiting," said Saber, approaching closer. "Is everything all right?" "Yes, it seems everything is fine," replied Cyril, feeling relieved. Saber's smile blossomed even wider. "The baby is healthy, everything went wonderfully." Colette snorted with satisfaction and Cyril sighed with relief. "That's good." "Can you really talk to dragons?" Saber whispered in surprise. He closed his eyes and whispered, "Now I understand everything." Cyril nodded. Yes, the baby said the guards looked angry, so he didn't want to hatch. Cyril smiled, impressed by his calmness. "You take it so easily, as if it's a usual thing." "Exactly," Saber replied. "The best dragon riders always have a special gift." "Now I understand. Everything has fallen into place," Cyril nodded. Noticing that Saber frowned a little, Cyril asked worriedly, "Is something wrong?" "I just thought," Saber admitted, "if it weren't for you, we would have waited for weeks. The baby would have hidden even deeper and the guard would have had to be doubled." He looked at Cyril warmly. "It's good that you appeared just now. Now I am calm." Suddenly a heavy pouch slapped down on the table in front of Cyril. "Payment for your work," Saber said. Cyril looked up stunned. 6 million lira, he exclaimed, not hiding his shock. "Exactly," Saber smiled. "You are a true hero," he said. "Accept my gratitude." Cyril thought confusedly, twice as much as we agreed on. "I accept," he finally said, "and if I am needed again, I will help." "I hope you won't refuse," Saber smiled. They shook hands. Saber thought that the most valuable thing in this story was their meeting itself, and Cyril just looked at the coins and couldn't believe he was holding over 6 million lira. Saber solemnly thanked once again, and Cyril, saying goodbye, left the house. At the door, the guard asked once more if everything was all right, and reminded that La Rose promised to accompany them further. Cyril sighed. "I refused for nothing." Together with Colette, he set off through the city of Saint Simon. He wanted so much to look around, but at the same time the attention of people exhausted him. "This is too much attention," he muttered. "I don't want to be watched over like a child." Colette snorted indifferently. Cyril thought that even such care was not to her liking. "What kind of attention do you consider better?" he asked. "Tension?" Colette asked again. Cyril smiled. "Yes, exactly that. You are not one of those who are easy to understand. Probably that's for the best. It's important not only to speak, but also to feel," then quietly added. "No matter what, money definitely won't hurt." Colette grumbled that she needed a separate room where she could eat. "Why?" Cyril was surprised. "Because the carriage in which they took us is for cargo, not for food," she replied. "When there is noise around, taste is not felt." Cyril laughed. "I definitely did not expect that." "We chew food and store it in the second stomach," Colette said. "Then we can chew the pulp for a month if we want." Cyril looked at her with surprise and laughter. "Your life is more complicated than I thought." Colette suddenly asked if he was lonely eating alone, and Cyril smiled. A little sad, but better to chew now than starve later. Eventually he agreed with her and promised that as soon as they returned to Nightshade, he would arrange everything properly. Meanwhile, in the city where the streets bathed in golden evening light, a dark-haired man with a patch over his right eye appeared. He said he regretted that his interlocutor had not shared earlier, crossed his arms and smiled lightly. And his companion, a scaly creature with a bow on its neck, advised not to be shy and to turn to him if questions arose, after which both found themselves on a narrow street among old buildings. The man with the patch sincerely thanked his companion, looked up to the sky and whispered that mutual understanding is the most important thing, and one should not be afraid to speak frankly. The reptiloid nodded. "So it shall be," and they both smiled, agreeing that honesty is the key to a strong bond between humans and dragons. "Look, there are so many shops here for dragon riders," Yoroi said, examining the street. His companion confirmed. "Yes, the whole trading district is a real paradise for equipment masters." Yoroi thoughtfully suggested that among them there might be workshops with unique equipment he had not yet heard of. The reptiloid explained that most shops sell not armor but various odds and ends or decorations for dragons. Like in St. Simon, he added, but it's quieter here. So where is the best shop here? Yuri asked. The reptiloid tilted his head, pondered, then briefly exclaimed, over there, and pointed ahead. Great, replied the man with the patch. Had they noticed a small house? Strange, this shop looks old-fashioned, Yuri said. His partner nodded in surprise, as if it remained from ancient times. Let's go right here, Yuri exclaimed decisively. The reptiloid froze in surprise. Why? There are so many new shops around. Maybe it's a premonition, said the man with the patch, crossing his arms. The reptiloid only sighed and, without objecting, followed him. I don't know why, but I'm drawn here, Yuri said, touching his chin, his gaze stubbornly fixed on the old sign. As if something is calling me. His boots firmly stepped onto the threshold. Close-up feet frozen before the door. Sorry for the delay, Yuri whispered quietly and pushed the door. They entered and found themselves amid dust and antiquity. It's so dirty here that it's hard to breathe, exclaimed the reptiloid, pressing his nose. Inside there was chaos. Chests, boxes, books, piles of tools scattered around. At the table sat an old man with a beard and glasses. Welcome guests, he said, looking up from the book. What is this place? Yura could not hide his surprise, looking around. The reptiloid leaned forward. There are plenty of old things here. Maybe something useful will be found. Yura glanced at the owner. He seemed busy, but there was some restless note in his behavior. Old tools lay on the floor, and some of them still gleamed with rust. I will look around a bit, said Yuri, and the reptiloid only blinked, surprised by his determination. The dark-haired man moved deeper into the shop, and his partner stayed near the entrance and, sighing heavily, whispered, Again these instincts. Did you call us? Asked Yuri, looking at the old man. I need help. The old man raised his head and looked surprised. Help? What are you looking for? Equipment for dragons. Do you have anything like that? Maybe there is some lying around, grumbled the old man, not taking his eyes off the book. Look for it yourself. All right, Yuri replied shortly. He ran his palm over his forehead and said aloud, What kind of place is this? Then he noticed that his legs were carrying him forward by themselves. He whispered, What a wonder. In the foreground, his boots seemed to slide over the floor, and the reptiloid behind shouted, Hey, what are you doing? This can't be, whispered Yuri, looking down. His right foot glowed with a soft light, and sharp claws showed from under the fabric of the boot. These are claws, a device that repeats the form of a dragon, exclaimed the reptiloid. It seems to merge with the body. Maybe really. Yuri pondered. Turning away from us, he said, They react to something. There is something here. He shouted, and his legs carried him deeper into the shop to the old boxes standing in the darkness. Stopping in front of one of them, he pulled out an object saddle. Yuri said in surprise, Could it really be for a dragon? At that moment, the old owner stood up for the first time and, coming closer, quietly said, Your intuition does not fail you. Young people now quickly sense the real thing. Cyril, now we understand it was him, looked at the saddle with reverence. The material resembled a mixture of scales and leather, and the shape was perfect. The old man confirmed. This is the only saddle in the world made for a specific species of dragons. The reptiloid leaned closer, eyes shining with surprise. This shape, it fits Surush, he said, not believing his own words. What is it for? Yura asked, and looking intently at the owner added, Does it have any properties? The old man adjusted his glasses and said firmly, Put on this saddle and the beast will never grow again. No matter how big it gets, the shape will remain constant. Yura, bewildered by the power of this artifact, whispered, Is it really true? The reptiloid with a bow, shining with excitement, exclaimed that he wanted this saddle. His eyes sparkled. His tail trembled with joy. The man with an eye patch asked in surprise, Call it, is that your real name? The dragon blinked embarrassed, not understanding if he was joking, and quietly replied, Yes, but is that the main thing? Standing on her hind legs, Khaled explained with a spark in her voice that her energy is not spent on digestion, but only on movement. So I don't get tired from food, she concluded, and Yuri smiled and nodded. Good that it's so. How much does the saddle cost? He asked the old man, and at that moment the reptiloid instantly exclaimed, 5 million, and happily wagged his tail. I buy it, Yuri said unexpectedly, and the old man just smiled, watching them. You are buying this for me? Khaled asked in surprise. Is that okay? He was confused. But that's crazy money. The reptiloid jumped up. Crazy, it's a masterpiece. Yuri quietly laughed. If that's the case, why not? Khaled lowered her gaze. Her tail twitched nervously. She was touched but did not admit it. The old man looked intently at the boy. Khaled cheerfully exclaimed, He thanks you, Yuri, and smiled so sincerely that the old man just snorted. And you won't even check if it's real. No need, I see it immediately, the hero replied. I see it by the energy. And how are you so sure? The old man asked in surprise. Because real things do not stay silent, Yuri said quietly. 2 million my price, the old man muttered. The saddle itself called you. Called me? Yura asked again, not believing. This shop is not for profit, the old man explained. If the thing chose you take it, for free. No, that's too much, Yuri objected. He placed 2 bags of coins before the old man and said, this is fair. The old man nodded, as you say. He offered, call it, will you try it on? Yes, she exclaimed. When the saddle lay on her back, she said in surprise, so light I don't even feel it. The old man said, now it is empty, the core still needs to be activated. The hero responded, agreed. The master who created this gave it his whole life. No one could repeat it, the old man whispered. Now do you understand what kind of thing you are holding? Yes, Yura pondered. So this is a masterpiece, he asked. Without a doubt, the old man replied. But the secrets of its creation are not unique, simply no one could put them together. Hearts of dragon bodies, Yurei whispered in shock. Claws, bones? Yes, the old man quietly confirmed. Some dragons absorb the power of others, and their remains become the basis for such things. Are you seriously saying that these bones feed other dragons? Yurei whispered in amazement. Almost so, but not exactly, the old man corrected him. This is not just material, it is a sacred object, and it's strange that you know so much about phoenixes, the old man said. Yurei, embarrassed, looked away. I heard a little. Exactly, this is something completely different, the old man concluded. Any dragon is a valuable specimen for experiments, which is why there are so few of them, he continued. Their bodies are a source of power, with proper skill a true instrument of miracles. Yurei bowed his head. I have understood a lot. And eggshells are also used, the old man added. Eggshell? Yurei raised his eyes in surprise. Yes, it protects the unborn child and carries life force. People make medicine from the placenta, it's the same essence. So even the egg has its own power. Yurei whispered and suddenly froze, realizing something. After a long conversation, he thanked the old man with a trembling voice. Your wisdom is priceless. Come again, the old man said with a smile. This shop is always open. Khaled cheerfully added, we will definitely return. Already on the street, the dragon asked in surprise, why are you suddenly in a hurry? Yurei stood silently, clenching his fist. He whispered, barely pronouncing, eggshell. Khaled, holding her breath, asked, what about it? It stayed there. It's not just a fragment, it's the very egg, its original source. Khaled shuddered. It can't be. I feel if we leave it there, trouble will happen, he said decisively. We are going back. Khaled only nodded, agreed. 2 days passed, they stood among the mountains. It should be somewhere here, Khaled asked. Yes, Yurei answered confidently. Strange, she said. This is the first time I am going with you. Before I was always with Lisa. That's the mountain where I met the princess and Lisa, he said. Ironic, isn't it? Khaled smiled. Yurei suddenly pointed aside. It's there if memory serves. Khaled turned. He had already moved forward, and she rushed after him, feeling that something great awaited them ahead. The little dragon suddenly became alert. Something was moving in the fog. Do you see? Whispered Cyril, and they both looked in that direction, and the boy quietly confirmed. Yes, there really is something there. The air around thickened, as if it itself sensed danger. Stay here, he ordered decisively. There might be a fight ahead. Colette exclaimed indignantly that she was not going to sit aside. I can help too, she insisted, but Cyril only briefly thanked her and, without looking back, moved forward. Before that, he gently patted the dragon on the head and quietly whispered, Thank you for understanding. The little creature sighed, lowered its eyes, and still agreed to wait. Its tail hid behind a stone, as Cyril disappeared into the shadow of the gorge. In the clearing, he saw a strange creature, a small being resembling a rabbit, sitting over shell fragments. He whispered, Is this an egg? The rabbit did not run away. On the contrary, it calmly looked him straight in the eyes. The animal grabbed a piece of shell with its paws and began to gnaw it. It is eating the shell? Cyril was surprised. The next moment, the creature's body was twisted by dark flashes of energy, and from the innocent being grew a monster wrapped in shadows, causing Cyril to jump back, almost losing his balance. He froze, watching as the monster straightened and roared, raising dust. What kind of beast is this? Whispered the boy, and Colette, who could not stand it and ran after him, froze nearby. It ate part of the dragon's body. Cyril clenched his fists suddenly. It dawned on him. This was what the old master had been talking about. Before him emerged a creature born from a fragment of the sacred egg. Its gaze darkened, and it prepared for battle. The monster looked like the head of the ancient dragon Vector. An unexpected meeting, Cyril said ironically, after which the creature tilted its head and suddenly lunged forward. A dark stream of power cut through the air. Cyril managed to shield himself with his hands, rolled, and avoided the blow. Too strong. He croaked, feeling a burning pain in his chest. Cyril shouted, Colette, I'm alive. He replied, shaking off the dust. Don't worry, everything is under control. If it's only about speed, I can handle it, he said, but the monster was already changing. Its hands lengthened and black claws grew on its fingers. "What a trouble!" muttered Cyril, feeling that the battle was much more serious than it seemed. The creature continued to mutate, transforming into a dragon human with horns, a tail, and human proportions. It lunged forward, but Cyril dodged. Colette froze. "Is this a half-dragon?" The creature dashed like lightning, barely disappearing from sight. "Too fast." Colette gasped. Cyril, dodging, just smiled, but not invincible. The monster roared. "In this form I am the pinnacle of power." Her eyes burned red. She spun around looking for a chance to strike, and Cyril felt he had become the target. "Not enough," he whispered, but suddenly his legs gave way. He fell to one knee, breathing heavily. His strength was leaving him. "Cyril, dragon stone." Colette shouted, and the boy, gathering his last energy, tore the stone from the bag, shouted her name, and threw the artifact. The sphere flashed with a blinding light. "Useful thing," Cyril smiled, dodging a new strike. The dark creature lunged forward but missed. "I can handle it," he shouted, standing firm. His eyes flashed with determination. His face became Cyril was ready for battle again. The creature suddenly changed direction, and Cyril felt a sharp, piercing pain bit his arm. "Damn!" he exclaimed, jumping back. "If this continues, we will lose," he sighed, and his voice trembled with anxiety. "Colette, retreat!" The dragon sighed heavily and reluctantly agreed. They climbed the rock, and above them loomed a monster. "The power of the stone is not eternal," said Cyril, inhaling dust. "We need another way out." His gaze turned forward. Again was already planning the next move. "This rock," he whispered. "It was right here that I saved the princess." Colette was silent, lost in thought. "Colette," he called, and surprise lit up in her eyes. "Run," shouted Cyril, "as fast as you can and don't look back." "And you," Colette exclaimed, "don't worry about me. Just run." She called him a fool, but still Obiad swished her tail and disappeared around the corner. "Now we are left alone," whispered Cyril, gripping his sword. "Good, I have angered you just what is needed." The monster roared and lunged into attack. The hero dodged, sliding over shards of stone, cold determination burning in his eyes. The creature charged forward again. Cyril jumped aside and, as if challenging, shouted, "Let's go!" The being roared, raising a cloud of dust. With each strike it grew stronger, extending new sharp claws. Cyril realized. This was the limit. The monster exploded with dark energy, raising a pillar of black light. The earth trembled, and Cyril dodged, nearly falling. "Its power is incredible," he whispered. The creature changed form again, a grimace of hatred appearing on its face. "All right," sighed the hero. "If I don't win on the ground, I'll try in the air." He dashed upward, desperate confidence flashing in his eyes. The creature climbed the cliff again and looked down from above. Cyril, brushing dust from his shoulders, whispered, "I feel nothing more." A new plan was forming in his mind. The monster, sensing the change in energy, charged again, preparing for the final strike.